Okay. Hello everyone and welcome. Welcome to stream. And today, as you can see, today starts Season 6. Today starts Canto 8. Today we are going to explore the the Chinese rich boy estate. Today we are gonna play part 1 of Canto 8, The Surrendered Witnessing. So let's jump right into it. Kind of excited for it because some of the parts are like quite hype from what we've seen. New season, Zhang Huayin. So let's go. Let's jump right into it. So I already bought the battle pass. You can pretty much see that until level 20 we won't get anything really interesting. It's only when we reach like the second part of the battle pass that we'll get interesting things. Got red sheets done. Still don't know the effects. Red sheet done. Then we have 100-footed death maggot. Like red sheet done at least is at level 30 and on the free battle pass. Then we got 100-footed death maggots. Ishmael on the paid battle pass level 40, and then I think we'll get like really fucking late because pretty sure it's always the last ones. Yeah, paid battle pass, Tears of the Tarnished Blood, Honglu, and like level 100. Nope, it's the announcer or it's the banner, I think. Wait, where is Tears of the Tarnished Blood? Sinclair. I see. Oh, level 80. So there'll be. So first things first. Yeah, I might have to edit this because we're gonna pull for the new IDs, the Heisho, Pax, Seabranch, Gregor, and Rodion. So let's just jump right into it. God, 10 pull W Yoshu. Okay, we're getting spooked, boys. I don't want to spend too much because like 20 pull and nothing. Come on, I'm just asking a little bit of luck. 30 pull, nothing. Let's just go for singles. Nothing. "32 pulls and nothing." God fucking damn it. Okay, here comes the lunacy, I guess. Okay, 42 pulls and we've got Rodion. Heisho, Pax, Branch, Rodion on 42 pulls. I think I have like one pull for like paid lunacy. Come on, I don't want to use too many pulls, please, game. "52 pulls, nothing. "62 pulls. 72 pools. Ay, 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 this is not looking good. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. You fucking kidding me? This is an actual fucking joke. $82 pulls in. I think Gregor doesn't want to come. I really think Gregor doesn't want to come. Please, Gregor, please, bug boy. God, 102 pulls already. $112. Oh God. $122. Oh God, fucking damn it. $132. Oh God. Please, game. $142. You fucking kidding me? God fucking damn it. $162. $170. God, I'm fucking up my lunacy stash. I swear to God. God fucking damn it! 182 pulls.
난 또 이번에 시술 받으면 팔 두 짝 다 뱀으로 변하나 싶었지.
God fucking damn it! Why did it take so much pulls? Let me do the math. 33,665. I'm only left with 250, like 51 pulls out of the 400 I had. God fucking damn it. I hope you guys are absolutely broken, otherwise I am going to lose it. Where are you? I'm going to put the Konglu here. I want to put the Konglu here? Maybe not. And I'm probably going to have to use him in either way, so... Okay, time to level them up. Once again, not looking. Hey, at least I got like I redid my whole fucking stash of. Again, not gonna read the Mirror Dungeon, the Mirror World story. Like I really don't want, especially like since they're seasonal ideas, I don't want to get spoiled, you know. But hey, at least I redid my whole fucking like ego shards stash. $69 tickets to get them to level 55. Yes, because the level cap got raised by the way, guys. And I'm missing Gregor shards, it seems. Yay, Pablo is there. We can see the Pablo. Oh yeah, I'm missing like 14, I think. So I'm just going to use 7 boxes. Gregor boxes. You fucking are low rolled. Okay. Got him Gregor. Got him Gregor shots. I think I'm going to push also the other IDs to like level 55 to the level cap. Especially the rupture ones, the main ones I'm going to use for the Canto, I think. It's 40, like it's 65 blue tickets and it's quite a few tickets there. Like, thank God I have quite a big stash of it. I'm going to bring Kiko Ponglu, so I guess I can get him up to Type 4. Since you know he's Rupture and shit and all, you know. No. Let's put you to 55 to 75th. Okay, so if you guys aren't aware, so these the Heishopak sub-branch is like a mix of poise and rupture IDs. Pretty decent HP pool, 3 to 7 speed range, 55 defense level. Slash resistance, normal to pierce, and fatal to blunt. The poise rupture IDs. So passive 5 Gluttony. If this unit has support arms, so basically support arms is like gain 3 poison, 2 poise count next turn on turn N. On base attack skill use, if target has rupture, gain 5 poise. So that's how they generate poise. Max stack 3 and turn N will N lose 1 stack, so you always want to have serpent arms. Deal plus 5% plus 5% damage. If target has Death Ride Venom, so when Rupture triggered by critical hit from target lose 1 stack. When losing stack due to the effect, gain 1 defense level down or 1 defense level down 3 times per turn. Death Ride Venom is kinda meh when compared to Death Ride Haste, but hey, I mean, you're still going to gain some the upper hand against your enemy. When losing stack due to this effect, and it has the same explosion effect as Death Rate Haste, so when it drops to 0, gluttony damage equal to Rupture Potency on self, and cannot gain additional stacks of this effect while radioactive. And if target has Death Rate Venom, deals plus 5% damage. And then in support, intravesical Venom, like 4 Gluttony own, when one ally with the fastest speed inflicts rupture damage to an enemy, inflict 1 offense level down and 1 defense level down next turn, once per turn. So it's a pretty much fine, you know, super passive, and the passive is like nice. Let's start with the defense. Reversal Kick. So it's an unbreakable coin block, 3 to 10, crushable guard. And what's interesting is that is the main way you gain Serpent Arms. Combat start, gain 3 Serpent Arms next turn, and on use a 10 plus poise count, gain coin power plus 1. So you go from, you know, a 13 to a 14. It's nice, unbreakable coin. It's kind of, honestly, it's kind of whatever. You know, you're mainly going to use it. You know, like you're rarely going to use it to clash. You mainly want to use it, you know, to gain Serpent's Arms. And then skill 1, 2 coin, 3 base plus 4 on coin, so it's an 11, it's a 12. it's an 11 base. On use, coin power +1 for every 10. Some of these units poise potency and targets rupture potency max 2. So it goes, it's your classic 11-15. And again, it's the first time we see like an ID taking into account both your status effect and the status effect on the enemy. That's really interesting. On use, gain +2 poise count. So most of her skills are going to be poise count generation, and your poise potency will be generated through serpent arms. On hit, inflict 1 rupture. On hit, inflict 1 rupture, and on crit, if this unit has serpent's arm, inflict 2 rupture. So she doesn't apply that much count. See, for now she doesn't apply count. Which is kind of interesting. 57 attack offense level. 4 base +4 on each coin, meaning that it is a 16 rolling skill 2. A 3 coin. Coin power +1 for every 10. Same conditional as the skill 1 up to 2, so it goes to 22. On Clash Wind, inflict +2 rupture count. There she gets neutral to negative. Like this one is purely negative, and this one can go from neutral to -1. Like this one is -2, this one is from neutral to -1. Because Clash Wind, inflict +2 rupture count, Clash Wind gain +2 poise count. On hit, inflict 1 rupture, so -1. Well, technically 1 if she's at 0, but you know. On hit, inflict +1 rupture count. This is really interesting there, because like you basically net neutral. And then on hit, on third coin, at 30 plus poise is a lot. Consume 10 poise on self to reuse coin once, one time max. So you're basically going to need to stack a lot of poise on her. On hit, inflict death rate venom. Nice way to apply, you know, the death rate venom. And on crit, gain 1 serpent arms. This is great. This skill will basically maintain serpent arms. And on top of that, you basically with the reuse coin, you basically go from +1 to +2 potentially on serpent arms. What's really interesting to me is the skill 3, because it's an attack weight 3 skill with a +5 on offense level, and it's a 5 base power and +4 on coin with 3 coin. So it's a 17 rolling skill 1. But, and here's what's interesting to me, it is unfocused volley. If you remember, unfocused volley is the status effect that Honglu gains, like Oracle, like Reindeer Honglu gets when when you use his skill 2 between, I think it was 4 and 9 charge count. And why is it really interesting? Because it basically says that when the skill flips coin, each coin flips against a random enemy amongst its target. Like each coin flips against a random enemy among its target. So it's going to select 3 enemies, and then you will be rolling each coin will not hit all 3 enemies. It will only hit one of them, and randomly, which is really interesting. The first coin always targets the main target, which is pretty normal. All on-hit effects and all damage dealt by each coin are inflicted only against a random target the coin selected. So this is the first time they are, you know, using unfocused volley on the characters, not gimmick, on something that is not a character gimmick, but like on the main, on the main, you know, like, because the gimmick for the Heishopak Seal Branch is the mix of poise and rupture and the serpent's arms, and this is like totally new. Top of that, on use, coin power +1 for every 10, same conditionals, it's +2 again, so it goes from 18-23 rolling skill 3. On use, gain clash power equal to serpent arm on self, so it can go up to 26. On use, gain 3 serpent arm, which is nice. Again, this is really interesting because you go from because the skills effects are activated from top to bottom, you will gain the clash power equal to support arms on self first, then you will gain the support arms. So you will need to be no. So it basically means that you will always be on 2, I think. Yeah. So you're sorry, it's a max rolling 25 because there's no gain support arms. Oh no, you can be on 26 if you use the skill defensive your block last turn. Okay. Clash Wind inflict +1 rupture counts on all target. This is good because technically it's a +3 on all the whole on all the targets. Like it's +1 on all the targets, so it's a +3 overall. But you can still be count negative though. Gain +2 poise count, great. Gain 2 poise, great. And then inflict +1 rupture count, noise. So you're like +4. Technically you're +1. On crit, reduce the threat venom on target by 1, and on crit, reuse this coin once, 2 times per skill. Oh wow! Oh wow! You can go to a 5 hitting to 5 coin, so you can go up to 35 on crit. Oh wow! Okay, that's kind of monkus. Okay, she looks really good, and then let's quickly take a look at Heishopak Gregor. I'm going to go a little faster on Heishopak Gregor because, like, you know, he has the same skill 3. Passive is a little different. If target has Death Red Venom, deal +5% damage for every simple arms on himself, max +15%, which is like actually really. It's funny because he gets like more damage than Rodion, but Rodion's conditionals are separated, and it's like a little easier to manage, so it's like +10%. There with Gregor, you need the target to have Death Red Venom, and you need to have at least 3 serpent arms on self, so you have to keep serpent arms on at least 3, which is really interesting because you know that it will decrease on turn end, so it is a little, you will more often than not be at 2 rather than 3. If this unit reduces the target Death Red Venom down to 0 stack, gain 1 pierce damage up next turn, max 2. This is actually great. It's actually really interesting. I think he's like overall. I think his passive skill is like a little more situational, but it's really much more efficient. Like it's much more stronger than Rodion's, where Rodion is like a little more sustainable, self-sustainable. You know, she's like a little more independent. You really have to play around Gregor's a little more. And then on top of that, support like a serpent, flexible, elastic, and predictable for Gluttony own. It's support passive. If this unit is killed in this encounter, every turn that combat starts, apply 2 points to substituting identity of the earliest deployment order. So basically, what's really interesting is that Gregor doesn't have a support passive. You have to feel him first and let him die to have a support passive, which is like really funny to me, honestly. Skill 1, the probably classic one, same conditionals as Rodion's. Gain +2 poise count, inflict rupture. This unit has Serpent's Arm on crit, inflict +1 rupture count, which is nice. So basically it's a -1, which is okay. Then same conditionals as reuse, you know, like basically the last key part there of the skill 3, like it's the reuse, it's the Death Red Venoms, gain Serpent Arms. But here's what's interesting on crit. Here's what's interesting. Again, 3 coin for 16 up to 22. Same conditionals. Cash Win inflict +2 rupture count. So it's a -1, potentially -2. Cash Win gain +2 poise count, gain inflict rupture to rupture, etc. Same conditions. Then skill 3. Donate to 22 skill 3 with +4 offense level, attack weight 1. Coin power +1 for every 8 sum of this unit's poise potency and target's rupture potency, max 4. So basically, you can go up to 26 skill 1. skill 3. But if this unit has Serpent Arm, gain coin power +1 for every 5. Some of these units, but then instead max 6. So technically you can go up to 28. Then gain 3 Serpent Arms. If target has +5 rupture, gain 5 poise, which is nice, it's okay. Deal +10% damage for every poise potency on self plus rupture potency on target, max 200%. If this unit has Serpent Arm, deal 100% damage on critical hit. Oh. Okay. Okay, Clear Mirror Calm Water. And then on hit, reduce death rate venom on target by 2. On crit, reduce death rate venom on target by 3. So you basically immediately pop it. On crit, inflict +2 rupture count, so you're +1 there. And on hit, inflict death rate venom. So you basically pop it and then reapply it immediately after. Which is actually really interesting. And again, I didn't mention it, but like, if you have paid a little attention, skill 1 and 2 for Gregor are slash, but skill 3 is pierce, which is funny because Rodion is the same. Why am I showing Princess Rodion? I don't know. Rodion is the same, slash pierce. Okay, enough chit chat, enough thingies. I am going to run in the Surrendered Witnessing, new Canto. Let's jump into it. Oh, we're starting already with the fight. Holy hell.
잠깐.
어디서? 뱀 기억.
이 명을
의뢰로군.
I'm not going to deploy Honglu now. Let's go like that.
빈박질 시간.
꽃이 져 우수수 하늘 가득 흩날릴 때
Flower wilts, petals fall, a drizzle of blossoms, sky bloating.
빛깔 잃고 향기 멎은들 그 누가 슬퍼하나.
Colors fade, fragrance dies, but who shall mourn their passing?
꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고 뜰을 나섰건만
To the garden I go, in hand a flower rake.
떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까 서성거리네.
Only to pace, less crushed the scattered blossoms I make.
그러니까 결국 이 풍진 세상
Thus, in this troubled world I breathe,
눈을 감지 않는다면
to shut my eyes.
벗어날 도리가 없겠지.
Is my soul reprieve? Basically saying that fucking world is nothing but suffering. Hello,
보가
Baiju.
얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
Oh, hello, Grandma, the Hayak of Hongyun, Chiamu. What about you? You must have walked in toil tirelessly on your journey home.
험난하진 않았어요. 하루하루가 매일 신기하고 새로운 나날이었으니까요. 할머니?
I'm already going to drink, this is bad. I wouldn't say I suffered much, grandmother. My days were always filled with new and interesting things to see.
대체 뭐라고 이야기를 나누고 있는 거예요?
Oh, what are you talking about over there?
식탁이 너무 넓어서 말소리도 잘 들리질 않고. 애초에 이걸 식탁이라고 부르는 게 맞나요?
Oh yeah, the classic,
여기서부터 저기까지
the
끝이 보이지 않는데요.
classic Chinese tables. You know, like they're sitting so far apart that I can hardly hear them. I mean, is this even a dining table? I can't even see who's sitting at the other end from here.
어딘가 불편하신 점이라도 있으신가요? 혹여 소인이 도울 일은
Is there anything bothering you, dear guests? If this humble servant can help with any...
불편? 당연히 밥 먹는데 성가시게 왔다 갔다 하는 게 제일 불편.
Heathcliff already. Oh, there's something bothering me, alright? We're in the middle of a meal. Can you please stop?
아니에요. 불편한 거 하나도 없어요.
No, no, not at all. Nothing's bothering us at all. Everything's good.
그럼 보호가
Lady Wong.
친구분들을 소개시켜 주겠니?
Now, Baoyu, my boy, when will you introduce me to your new friends?
아니 나 참 남의 부모님을 만났을 때는 어떻게 돼야 할지 영 어색해가지고. 시소는 어딜 둬야 돼?
Again.
이 정도로 웃으면 되나?
Oh, they're all feeling so stressed. Oh boy, I didn't know how to act in front of others' parents. Should I look? Is this an appropriate size for a polite smile? Oh, don't come off too smarmy.
아, 그럴 필요까지는 없어요. 내 집이다 여기시고 편하게 있으세요.
Oh no, I can already see the nightmare. The OST, like Studio EIM, they're fucking goated. Like, it's such a nice OST. Taquan Yuan Banquet Hall. Didn't notice the place where like. It's nothing to fuss over. Think of this as your own place and enjoy your time here.
아싸, 땡큐.
I knew it. At least one of them would be like, oh yeah, this is my place now, I'm going to enjoy myself. Woohoo! Thank ya.
라고 하기엔 집이 넓어도 너무 넓어서 편할 수가 없는데 말이지. 이러다간 물 한 잔 마시러 가다가 미아가 되어버리겠어.
But Hugh, I'm not going to do the voice acting because like it's like again so many characters I can hardly push my voice. So yeah, no. But who? This place is so huge that I can hardly relax. I'm worried I might get lost going out for a cup of water.
아, 그건 걱정 마세요. 안 그래도 미아보호소 시설이 방 곳곳에 있거든요. 시종분들이 달에 한 번 방문해서 길 잃은 분들을 구조해 주신답니다.
What the
물론
fuck,
그때까지
Honglu?
살아계신다면 말이죠.
Don't worry. We have stray people shelters located all around the house for that. Our servants visit them once a month to collect anyone who's unfortunately gotten lost. If they're still alive, that is.
홍루 씨, 지금까지 들은 것 중 제일 웃긴 농담이었어요.
This man is absolutely filthy rich. Like, this man's family is absolutely filthy rich. This ain't no way, you know. Honglu, that has to be the funniest joke you've ever told.
아, 웃기려고 한 말은 아니지만 덕택에 재밌으셨다면 다행이에요.
I wasn't joking. I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway.
그런데 홍록은 다른 형제들은 어디에 있는가? 그대의 환영식이라고 들었는데 말이요.
I must ask Honglu, for I spy no other sibling of yours here. This is quite odd, for I had thought this to be a welcoming party for your return.
내 환영식이기도 하거든.
Sichun, I love her. I love this little. I love her. I love this little one. Hey, it's my welcoming party too.
그리고 얼굴만 봐도 인상 구겨지는 놈들을 보아서 뭐래?
Besides, what makes you think we'd ever want to see their stupid faces? Just to get mad?
같은 식탁에 앉아본 것만 해도 거진 10년 전이야.
It's been like 10 whole years since we even shared a meal together.
그리고 말 걸지 마. 아까 내가 한 말 잊었어? 난 이제 너희들과는 완전히 등을 돌린 사이라니까.
Oh, and don't even think about trying to check me up. Did you already forget what I said earlier? There's nothing between us anymore. We're enemies.
우리가 먼저 말을 걸었나?
Did we initiate the conversation though?
저는 우리 보기가
Oh, I am simply so glad that my son, Baoyu,
이렇게 제 몫을 하는 사내가 되어 무탈한 모습으로 돌아오니 그것만으로도 더 이상 바랄 게 없습니다.
has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too.
그러니 보가
So, dear Baoyu,
재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는 언제니?
huh? I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
Nothing has been decided yet, mother. Yeah, that's a cold wind, you know, like...
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지 못하고 저물까봐 염려스럽단다.
I see. I am simply concerned that were your stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed.
가모님도 그렇게 생각하지 않으십니까?
Do you not also agree, Venerable Chamu?
그래.
Indeed.
우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
Dear Baoyu, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth. Oh wow, that's cold. Like, he didn't came back in like 10 years and like that's real cold. Again, didn't came back in 10 years and the first question his mother says is like, when are you departing again?
그럴게요, 할머니, 어머니.
And oh god, yeah, this is fucked up. Okay, grandmother, mother, that's all he has to say about it. Throughout the entire familiar discussion, Hongdu's expression remained the same, in that tranquil, perpetual smile. Despite his return after years of wandering being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible, he stands unaffected, as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. With his attitude being so passive, he also had no choice but to watch as a bystander. Few hours ago.
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요.
The palanquin sounds back. The palanquin will be here soon.
가마! 우와, 여기는 무슨 가마를 타고 다니나 보네. 그치 그래?
Palanquin? Oh, so cool. That sure sounds like a fancy ride. Isn't that just super, Greg?
그래, 소두씨. 우리가 그 가마라는 것을 타고 가는 거지? 그렇지?
Oh god. What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh, yes, I'm getting a palanquin or whatever it's called to give us all a ride all the way to the mansion? The usual comedy pairs desperate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네, 여러분들과 가시춘 씨는 H사의 주요 가문의 일원이
Grandview
거주하는
Garden,
대관원으로
Takwon
가시게
Yuan.
될 거예요.
Yes, the LCB and Chelsea Chen will be heading to Takwon Yuan, where one of the most prominent families of H-Corp reside. If they've sent a whole palanquin to pick us up, does Hongdu's family already know that he'll be participating in the family Hayek war?
아니요. 그쪽에서는 아직 모르는 사안일 겁니다. 회사도 정보 유출을 막기 위해 방금 저희에게 이 사항을 전달했을 테니까요.
No, it is unlikely that they are aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason that the company waited until the last minute to relay us this order was to minimize the chance of information leakage.
그저 귀향한 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨를 환대하기 위해 보낸 것일 테죠.
Therefore, it would be correct to presume that the palanquin is here merely as a gesture of welcome for Honglu and Chassi Chin's return.
그런 만큼 가마를 타고 갈 수 있는 건 초대를 받은 여기 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨 그리고 그들을 따르는 세력들뿐.
Which means that only the invited, Honglu, Chassi Chin, and their factions can ride the palanquin to Takwon Yuan.
LCCB 팀과 베르길리우스 씨, 카론 씨는 함께할 수 없죠. 안타깝게도.
Unfortunately, this means the LCCB, Vergilius, and Caron won't be able to join you on this journey.
아쉽네요. 같이 갔으면 좋았을 텐데요.
Is it faded? Like, is Hongwoo's eye faded, or is it like the same color but like? I have big doubts there. Like, I don't know if Hongwoo's eyes faded or if the same color. That's too bad. It would have been nice if we could all go there together.
항상 이런 식이지. 우리 집 어른들은 여기 있는 사람들 다 재워도 티도 안 날 만큼 넓으면서.
Just as petty as I expected from the seniors of our family. Would it kill them to house a handful more people in that humongous park of a house? It's not like they noticed difference.
어머나, 그 말은 좀 감동인걸요? 가시춘 씨도 저희와 헤어지기 아쉬우셨나봐요.
Oh my, how touching. Looks like Miss Jessie Jin thinks she'll miss us too.
방금 전에 시원하게 내 뒤통수를 후려쳐놓고 말하는 꼬락서니가 얄밉네.
What a thing to say to my face after that shameless backstabbing.
애초에 가주대전에 참가한다는 게 무슨 뜻인지 다 알고 승낙한 거야?
I mean, do any of you even comprehend what it means to participate in the family Hayak war?
우리가 가주 심사라는 버젓한 명칭을 두고 왜 대전이라고 말하고 다니는 거라 생각하는 거야?
Do you even understand why we call it a war when the official name for it is an evaluation?
너희는 이제부터 언제든지 목숨이 노려지는 곳으로 들어가는 거라고.
You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. Once you get in there, you'll be stalked at every turn by people looking to kill you.
당연히 나를 포함해서.
Including me. She doesn't want to do it. Sichun! I need a Sichun plushie. I need a little Cha Sichun's plushie. Like a little tiny little Cha Sichun plushie.
객잔의 일을 벌써 잊었어? 그때는 웨이가 네 목숨줄을 지켜줬지만 이젠 밤중에 직접 목숨줄을 끊는 암자로 찾아갈 수 있다는 거야.
Remember how Wei saved your life back at that fake curtain? Now imagine the same scenario, except this time it could be Wei who's there to kill you.
미리 유감이라는 말씀을 드리는 편이 좋겠습니다. 당신들에게는 칼끝을 겨누고 싶지는 않았습니다만.
I must say ahead of time that this is truly a regrettable turn of events. I do not wish to have to fight any of you, but Wei looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare.
그건 우리도였는데 마음이 통했네요.
Well, we feel very much the same way, so looks like we're on the same page there.
반대로 말해서 너희도 언제든지 나를 찌를 수 있다는 뜻이기도 해.
This means that I'm also fair game. You could stab me in the back again. Literally, this time.
아니요. 그럴 생각은 절대.
No, never. I wouldn't even dream of doing something like. Cha Sichun ignored Sinclair's anxious pleas and looked straight toward Honglu.
마음을 바꿀 마지막 기회일 수도 있어. 오빠.
This could be the last chance to change your mind, brother.
나는 마냥 가벼운 마음으로 내 세력에 들어오라고 제안한 게 아니야.
I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light heart.
하물며 가주대전은 그렇게 쉽게 한다만다를 결정할 수 있는 문제는 절대.
Besides, it's the family Hayak war. This isn't something you can just flippantly decide that you want to participate.
네가 그렇게 살아왔듯이 시춘.
I know the life you've lived, Sichun.
나 역시도 어렸을 때부터 가주대전에 대한 이야기를 수도 없이 들으면서 살아왔잖니.
I also grew up hearing those countless tales about the family Hayak war, just as you did.
그러니 우리가 느끼고 있는 무게감은
So the weight,
같을 거야.
so the weight we're feeling must be the same. She doesn't want to kill, like to have to kill Honglu.
그래. 여리게 남아 이어져 왔던 협력 관계는 여기서 끝인 거네.
Right. So this is where our tenuous alliance really ends.
뭐 상관없어. 필요에 의한 잠깐의 동맹치고는 너무 오래 끈 편이긴 했지.
Well, not like I care. It did drag on a little too long for a temporary alliance forged out of convenience.
원래대로 돌아가는 것뿐이니까.
We're just going back to how things used to be. That's all.
그럼 태평이 말이나 섞는 건 여기까지 하도록 할까?
That's fine by me. I think that's enough chit-chat with you then.
응? 네가 원한다면 그렇게.
Okay, if that's what you want.
아, 시춘.
Oh, Sichin.
뭐
What?
가문의 사람들에게는 내가 참가한다는 이야기를 하지 말아줄 수 있겠니?
Please, don't tell the family that I'll be participating. Will you?
당분간은 비밀로 두는 편이 좋다고 해서 말이야.
I was told to keep this a secret for now.
이제 와서 그런 부탁을 한다고 내가 그걸 들어줘야 할 이유가 있나?
Tell me one reason I should do that. I should do you that favor now. For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Sichun appeared rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Honglu, biting her lower lip. Then suddenly strode right up to him.
이게 정말 오빠의 선택은 맞아?
Is this even your call, brother?
아니면 그냥 저쪽이 시켜서 하는 것뿐이야?
Or are you just following their orders? Sichun gestured toward the rest of us with her chin.
내가 가주대전에 참가하는 건 이미 정해진 일일 텐데 그걸 궁금해하는 거라면
My participation in the family Hayak war is already decided. If you're still curious to know why, then...
시춘 너는 내 선택이라는 것에 중요한 의미가 있다고 생각하는 거야?
Sichun, do you believe that my choices carry any significant meaning? Yeah, he's like so detached from everything. Like he's just so numb to everything.
아, 또 그렇게 나오겠다는 거지.
Oh, I see what's up. This crap again.
가주대전이 어떤 의미인지 알면서 내가 왜 그런 걸 물어봤는지 모르겠다고?
So, you already know what participating in the war means, but you just have no idea why I'd ever ask you something like that, huh?
대답은 됐어. 더 말 섞을 필요 없겠네.
Fine. Looks like I don't even need to hear your reply. There's no point in trying with you anymore.
그런 얄팍하고 허튼 마음으로 어디까지 살아남을지 보는 것도 재밌겠다.
At least, I'll have fun watching how far you get with that shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. Hey, wait. Chasichun appeared pretty distressed after that exchange, so I was about to say something when Pilot, who had been fiddling with the radio behind Sound, began shouting urgently.
과장님, 곧 가마한 대가 도착한답니다.
Oh, Manager Sound, a palanquin's been seen coming this way.
어제를 생각하면 오늘은 푹 쉬면서 가고 싶다고. 그럼 빨리 타러.
Oh, I'd like to chill a bit today. Yesterday was too tough. Let's head on over so we can at least relax on the way there.
아니, 지금 온 건 우리가 먼저 탈게.
Nope. We're taking this one.
어차피 양보해주는 거엔 도가 텄을 거 아니야, 오빠.
You never think twice about giving things up to others anyway, do you, brother?
에? 그런 게 어딨어. 공평하게. 그 있잖아, 가위바위보라든가.
Huh? What the heck do you mean? Come on, let's do this fair and square with like, rock, paper and scissors?
야, 차라리 가주대전도 가위바위보로 결정하자고 하지 그래?
Ah, sure. Why not decide the next Hayak with a game of rock, paper and scissors too? How's that? Chasichin gave us a grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly.
아이고, 겨우 좀 친해졌나 했더니만.
Boy, I thought we were finally making some friends out here.
저기 있다. 가마를 기다리고 있는 걸 보니 의뢰자가 말한 후보가 분명해.
Look, over there, there's a group waiting for a palanquin. One of them must be the candidate the client told us about.
저쪽에서 몰려오는 괴한들이
Everyone, there's a group of hostile-looking people coming our way.
후보를 노리고 습격을 지시한 자가 사이와뿐은 아니었을 테지. 관리자님, 다음 가마가 오기 전까지 잡졸들을 처리하는 편이 좋을 것 같습니다.
Shigihua is unlikely to be the only one who's going after the other conduits. Executive Manager, we best take care of them before the next palanquin arrives. Yeah, what can we do? What can we do, right? Well, we're opening on a fight, let's go. Okay, let's see what you do. Swift ambushing strangers, bleed, bleed, tremor, bleed, bleed, count. Gain 3 shield for every type of negative effect on self. Passive, tendency, target. If this unit hit a target, descend your net personal attack power next time. If the target is Honglu, crash, gain 1 crash power up in 1 damage. In 1 clash power and 1 damage up next turn as well. Lose 5 HP on clash lose. When staggered, gain 2 fragile next turn. Okay. Pretty much easy and they slash fatal.
헤어내리.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지만 따뜻해 적합한 조치였습니다. 단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
You got the 3 serpent arms there.
적절한 걸 준비해두지.
Oh god, she really did hit like none of them.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
빈틈투성이네.
Ooh, she gains quite a lot of poise by herself. That's pretty nice, actually.
아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니
부서진
보는 맛이 나는
있군요.
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한
깔끔하게 몰았군.
They're quite efficient at using poise, not gonna lie.
아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Let's see the skill 3 use. Oh wait, anyone targeting the yep. Let's go with this. I want to see the animation for.
더 이상 얻을 정보는 죽지 마라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh yeah.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Oh. Ooh, that's beautiful. Milaiki.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
We really like them animations for the Heisho, Pax, Subbranch, Rodion, and Gregor. Yeah, the new IDs look sick. And Rodion looks like she hits like a truck.
더 이상 얻을 정보는 아직 죽지 마라.
And also, if you can see it well that they sustain poise like really well. Like they sustain poise extremely well, yeah. The power coin power thingy, yeah. Oh, by the way, Orange, you can see the amount of pulls I did on top of the stream. I had 430 pulls, by the way. I had 432 pulls. I am hurting, right? I am hurting inside. Yep. No more signs of enemy reinforcement, Executive Manager.
그래도 전날처럼 끝도 없이 몰려오진 않아서 다행이네요.
Oh. At least there's an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us when we first got here were endless.
뭐 그때는 얄팍한 술수에 속아 넘어갔었으니까요.
Well, that's because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still.
그보다 기분이 많이 상하신 듯 보였죠, 시춘 씨.
Anyways, Sichin appeared pretty hurt by that, didn't she?
그런데 이번 일은 시춘이가 서운해할 만했어.
Honestly though, I get why she feels so betrayed.
우리가 들었던 홍문의 가족을 생각해봐. 그 난리통 속에서 유일하게 동맹의 여지가 생겼던 사람인데 갑자기 배신이라니.
Remember all those stories about Honglu's family we heard? Imagine you're one of their kids, thinking that you finally found like a potential ally in your family, only for him to pretty much stab you in the back last minute.
그러게요. 괜히 지켜보고 있는 저도 덩달아 민망해질 뻔했지 뭐예요.
Yeah, right? Oh, it was real awkward for me too, even though I wasn't exactly involved. Sao chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her who pulled the plug on our alliance at the last second.
아니 근데
Anyways...
명색이 H
Where's our escort?
왜 가마만 덜렁 보내주는 거래요?
I can't imagine...
기왕이면
Shit.
코이들도 같이 보내주면 좋잖아요.
Honestly, the fact that I had to pull to put 182 pulls into both Gregor and Rodion really makes me question if I'm going to do the same for the IDs of week 2 and week 3, because it really fucking hurt my lunacy stash. Where's our escort? I can't imagine that H-Corp can't afford to send us guards with the palanquin.
호위까지 보내줄 만큼 가족애가 넘치는 집안이었으면 처음부터 가주 심산이 뭐니 하는 것도 열지 않았겠죠.
If this family loved each other enough to send escorts for their safety, I doubt they'd be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarchy of operations.
철저한 약육강식의 세계.
It's a world where might makes right, where the strong prey on the weak.
가주 후보들조차도 수십 명은 있을 테지만 그들 중 누구 하나가 길바닥에 죽어 있다 해도 눈 깜빡하지 않을 테고.
People won't bat an eye, even if one of the dozens of candidates is found dead in some ditch on the road.
실례했어요, 홍루 씨. 제가 너무 직설적으로 말을 내뱉었네요.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Honglu. I must have been running my mouth again without thinking about how that sounds.
예전에는 이쯤 말하기 전에 누가 나서서 말려줬는데 말이죠.
Someone usually stopped me before I got too far.
개념치 마세요. 다 맞는 말일 뿐인걸요.
Don't worry. You didn't say anything wrong.
저도 다른 집들은 이렇지 않다는 걸 깨닫기까지 조금 오래 걸리긴 했지만
It took me a while to realize that other families weren't like this, but
있는 그대로의 지금의 불쾌함을 느낄 필요는 없으니까요.
there's no reason to be upset by the way things are. God, I can feel the shit show incoming.
이번 죽은과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니
For whom the bell tolls. Wait, I want to see how many. Is it going to be a long or a short? I cannot de-zoom out of the. It was the first one. Yeah, I spent an hour talking about the IDs first. And doing the first stage because a lot of talking. What's that ominous metallic noise?
타종의 소리인가 보. 하지만 보통의 종처럼 청명한 울림은
Kick.
아니고요.
The tolling of bells. Bells with a resonance unlike that of any other, normally marked by their clarity.
무언가 탁하고 불길한.
This bell is muddled, as if it tolls for ill fortune on the horizon.
아, 이 소리를 들으니까 고향에 왔다는 게 더욱 실감나네요.
Wow, that bell sure is a resounding reminder that I'm home again.
이 종소리는 일정 시기가 되면 반드시 들려오는 소리랍니다. 홍원의 어디에 있던 가네요.
It's the bell that tolls every once in a while. You can hear its resonance from anywhere in Hongyuan.
제적일이네요.
It's restructuring day.
네? 제적일이라는 건...
Huh? But the restructuring day already... She trails off, unable to finish her sentence as a brutal scene unfolds behind us.
보여요?
Whoa. Are you guys seeing this?
건물들이 제각각으로 움직이고 있어요.
The buildings are all starting to shift. It was as Ishmael said, the buildings, all tethered to a complicated network of rails, were either rising from or sinking into the earth.
이 근방에 있는 모든 건물에 움직임이 관측된다. 남겨진 것은 없군.
Movement has been observed from every building in the vicinity. Everything is changing.
어젯밤에 작달막한 소란이 있긴 했으나 이 정도의 규모는 아니었네만.
The localized shifting of structures we had observed yesternight were not as sweeping as this.
밤중에 보셨던 건 제적일의 전조 현상이었을 거예요. 공간의 재분배를 위해 알맞은 위치로 조금 이동했을 뿐일걸요?
What a nightmarish place to live, H-Corp. Looks like, you know? What you saw last night must have been a premonition of the restructuring day, nudging some buildings to their positions for a smoother overall redistribution of space.
제대로 된 시작은 지금부터일 테죠.
Now this is the real deal.
그게 전조 현상이었다고요?
Huh? That whole mess was just a premonition?
지금의 홍원보다도 훨씬 전에 H사가 남긴 잔재라고 할까요? 그때부터 지금까지 이어져 내려온 건물이라 정확히 어떤 무엇을 위한 특이점인지는 알 수 없지만
It's a remnant of an old H-Corp that was here long before the current Hongyuan. This structure has been here for a while, so we can't quite know the nature or the purpose of its singularity, but at this moment,
지금은 현 H사의 제적일 기준에 맞게 움직이고 있을 뿐이죠.
they shift based on current H-Corp's restructuring standards.
모든 것은 하루아침에 이루어지는 조립.
The world's assembly shifts overnight.
최선을 다해서 노력했다면 두려울 것이 없네.
Yet those who toil and toil have not to fear.
살만하지 않겠는가? 조금이라도 발붙일 자리가 생겼다는 건.
They're really putting lots of songs in like recent Limbus, in like recent Limbus Limbus cantos. Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight?
만약 그게 아닌 자가 있다면 어쩔 수 있겠나?
To those who rent a veil of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear.
그저 조용히 물러가서 운명을 받아들이는 수밖에.
Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might.
그 다음 달을 기다리면서 이 몸뚱이 하나 건사할 방법을 궁리해야지.
Await the coming month, ponder how one might save their skin.
오늘은 몇 명이 떨어지고 몇 명이 버텨내려나.
How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain?
우리 모든 걸 너무 꽉 움켜쥐고 있지 마시게.
Hold on not to all things too tight. Oh fuck. This feels like something Honglu would say.
놓아야 할 때를 모르고 떠나야 할 때를 모른 척하게 될 테니.
For you may lose sight of when to let go and feign ignorance when you must take flight.
제조립의 말로는 영원한 추락인가.
Okay. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. The consequence of reassembly for the evicted is an endless plummet.
보고만 있기에는 괴로운 광경이구려.
What a terribly distressing sight to behold, unable to do aught to help.
이것도 H사의 특징인가요?
Is this another one of H-Corp's idiosyncrasies?
다른 둥지에도 부의 척도를 재는 특출난 가치가 존재하지 않던가요?
I don't know. Didn't other nests also have their own measure of one's wealth?
T사가 시간을 재화로 썼던 것처럼 말이요.
As T-Corp makes use of time as currency?
맞아요. 이곳 홍어는 그 척도와 재화가 공간의 소유 규모인 당이라는 단위로 결정된답니다.
Exactly. H-Corp's measure of wealth in currency is based on how much space a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms.
소유한 건물의 면적이 곧 재산의 척도라는 말이구려.
I'd est. The measure of one's space is the measure of one's wealth.
네. 그래서 한 달에 한 번 평가된 노동의 가치와 소득의 양에 따라서 각자가 가지고 있는 공간의 면적이 정해집니다.
Exactly. So once every month, the worth of each person's labor and the quantity of their income are measured to determine how much space they are assigned.
잘 살고 있다가 갑자기 내 집에서 밀려난다는 거야?
So they can just kick me out of my home for no reason?
아니 뭔 그땐 해괴망측한 규칙이 다 있나?
Just what kind of ridiculous rule is that?
이곳에서 한 번도 나고 자란 적 없는 저희야 그렇게 느끼겠지만
Well, it might appear that way to outsiders like us, but
오래전부터 존재했던 홍원의 규칙인데다 분배의 방식과 계산도 정교하기 때문에 이곳에 사는 사람들은 모두 자연스럽게 받아들이는 것 같더라고요.
the calculations behind these redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time. So it seems to me that everyone just accepts them as a natural part of their lives.
그럼 홍루 씨도 직접 보신 적이 있으세요?
Have you seen this happen in person too, Hongru?
이 제적일이라는 것이요.
This restructuring day.
보았죠. 제 방에 있는 난간에서 가끔 바깥의 풍경들을 바라보고 있으면
Sometimes I'd watch the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴 했지만 분명히 보이곤 했어요.
It happened far, far away from me, but I could see it all very well. His expression remains tranquil and still as he calmly reminisces. It was like then, when he was merely watching the featureless scenery pass. It was like then, when he was merely watching the featureless scenery passing by.
제가 살았던 대관원은 제적일에 별 관심이 없었어요. 그곳은 방이 늘어날지언정 줄어들 일은 없는 곳이었거든요.
Takwanyuan, my old home, was never too concerned about the restructuring days. We'd get more rooms some days, but would never, ever shrink.
그래서 저는 바라만 볼 뿐이었죠.
So I've never.
제가 머물던
Oh shit.
방에서.
So I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I only ever witnessed them as they happened beneath me, high up in my room.
너는 그래. 너라고 뭐 할 수 있는 일은 없었겠지만.
You're. Oh, fine. I doubt there was anything you could have done, but
이런 꼴을 보고도 그냥.
you just sat on your hands and watched all this shit. Heathcliff trailed off, but I could see that he was gritting his teeth.
가마한대가 더 도착한다고 합니다.
Ah, another palanquin's coming.
당신들을 태울 가마가 온 것 같네요. 이야기는 그만하고 타러 가시죠.
And there's your ride. I think we've chatted enough, so let's get you guys going.
이게 가마예요?
This is a palanquin?
네. 그래도 여럿이서 타도 될 만큼 큰 가마를 보내주셨네요.
Yep. Looks like they sent us a palanquin large enough to comfortably seat a big crowd of people together.
가북 도련님이야. 귀빈 12분 맞소일까?
Young Master Xiao Baoyu and his 12 honored guests, is that correct?
13인데요?
It's 13 to be exact? But I thought Saud wasn't invited.
잠깐. 이 소인이 듣기로는 분명 복 도련님의 세력은 단 12명이라고 했는데쇼.
Whoa, hold your horses. I was told that young Master Baoyu's faction was just 12 people? Upon hearing that, Saud began aggressively striding toward him, causing the palanquin bearer to shrink in fear.
왜 이렇게 무섭게 다가오시는지.
Well, slow down, lady.
12 맞는데요?
We are 12 people. What's wrong?
설마 당신 눈에는 이게 멀쩡한 세가의 인원으로 보이시나요?
I mean, don't tell me this thing looks like a normal contributing member of a clan to you? What? Saud suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer like I was some product.
이 홍원에서는 흔한 머리는 아니지만 이건 의체 아닌갑쇼? 시계긴 하지만
I mean, that's a pretty unique head this one's got there. Don't think I've seen anything like it around here in Hongyuan. But isn't that just a prosthetic? In the shape of a hawk, I guess, but still.
생각을 좀 해보세요. 당신이라면 아무리 돈 없는 애잔한 인생이라 하더라도 시계를 머리로 붙이시겠어요?
Oh god, I think she's like asking to save for some cash. I mean, let me ask you something. Can you imagine why anyone in their right mind would stick a clock where their heads gotta go? Even if they were hurting for cash?
에이, 말이 되나요? 홍원엔 더 다양한 재주를 부릴 수 있는 생체 시술이 차고 넘치는구먼.
No way, man. Never. There are way more versatile biomodifications available here in Hongyuan than whatever that hack job is. Nobody in their right mind would.
제 말이요. 대체 무슨 사연인지는 몰라도 세상엔 우리가 모르는 한 딱한 처지가 많은 법이죠.
Oh, sod. Exactly right. No idea what went down, but this fellow here sure seems to have fallen on hard times. Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them.
아이고, 이거 사기구만 사기. 이 어떤 뒷골목에서 그랬는지 몰라도 아주 단단히 당했어.
Actually, I love that. Do you want to know why I love that, Orange? Do you want to know why? Sod is bartering with the palanquin bearer. She's bartering with him. She's negotiating. And this is so uniquely Chinese market. Like, this is a really normal thing to, like, in Europe it's really rare to barter with the vendors, with merchants. It's really rare to barter with them, like, especially in markets. But in Asian culture, like in open markets and all, it's really, you know, it's really normal. It's traditional in a way to barter, to negotiate with the vendor, with the merchant. So this is exactly what she's doing. This is exactly what Sod is doing. Boy, oh boy. Looks like this one's got scammed. A nasty scam too. Whatever backstreets they got that from. Must have been a real scoundrel who did it.
더군다나 시간도 안 맞고 제대로 된 의식도 없어요.
이거 봐요. 입이 없어서 찌깍이는 소리 내는 것밖에 할 줄 아는 게 없다니까요.
She's proud of herself. And look, even the clock isn't on time, and this poor person is barely conscious. Look, all they can do is make these weird ticking noises because they don't even have a mouth. Those were some pretty darn hurtful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It was pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody tell Sound I'm getting dizzy.
아이고, 정말이네. 누가 이런 전인 공로할 짓을?
Good grief, you weren't kidding. Who could have done something so awful?
다행히도 우리 마음씨 고운 보옥 도련님이 다른 둥지에서 시계상이 팔고 있던 걸 차마 눈뜨고 못 보겠다 싶어서 주워온 거예요.
I know that, for example.
공원에선 다른 머리로 교체하는 것쯤은 일도 아닐 거잖아요.
I guess in more traditional Asian countries, I'm Asian too, but in my country, people are just poor and thrifty. Honestly, to me, like I've seen it in China and in Thailand. I haven't gone to, like, for example, I don't know if it's the same case in Japan or Korea, like in open markets and shit to barter with people. But hey, you know, like, at least it is in Thailand and in China. It's a real blessing that young Master Baoyu's got such a kind-hearted soul. He simply could not walk past the timepiece emporium selling this human being like there's some toy or a tool, so he picked them up to get their head replaced with something proper. Baoyu's got more than enough resources for something like that, right?
아, 그야 그렇지요. 돈만 넉넉히 있다면 전신까지 싹 다 교체하는 건 일도 아니니.
Oh well, you're not wrong there. It's really easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got the cash to burn. What? A new head? For me?
그렇죠? 그래서 보옥 도련님의 세력원은 저 포함 12인 거예요.
Right? See what I mean? So that's why they told you that young Master Baoyu only has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly.
그래 보입니다. 하지만 저희도 무작정 태워주기엔 곤란.
Well, I see your point, but we can't just.
곤란하시다는 건 우리 도련님도 아주 잘 알고 계시죠. 그래서 이렇게 작은 성이라도.
Let all of us bored, yes. Our young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find yourself in. So we'd like to offer you this tiny token of appreciation. Sword suddenly produced some bills from her pocket and smoothly slid them into the palanquin's bearer's own. Again, this is typically Chinese, and like, I think Thailand too, they do that kind of shit, you know, like, you know, the little, you know. They're the little bribes.
에헤이, 이러시면 안 되는데.
Oh man, oh lady, you really shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't.
그리고 아시죠? 이런저런 이야기가 새어나가면 괜히 일이 복잡해지잖아요.
Oh, and another thing, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but if a word of this gets out, things might get pretty messy for both of us. And that doesn't have to happen, does it?
알다마다요. 보아하니 사정도 딱해 보이고 해서 이번만 그냥 태워드리는 거요.
Indubitably, ma'am. I'm doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart, after all. What's a free ride for the downtrodden, eh?
안 된다는 놈이 왜 돈은 자연스럽게 주머니에 넣고 있는 거냐?
Seems to me the bloke's doing this purely out of interest in the fatness of his wallet.
자자, 거기서 그만 쑥덕거리고 이제 그만 올라타시죠.
Alright. Stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait. Are we leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us.
아, 저는 여기서 처리할 것이 남았습니다. 걱정 마시고 몸성이 다녀오시면 됩니다.
Ah, don't you worry about me and have a safe trip over there. I've got some stuff to handle on the outside.
가마보다는 고급 리무진 같구려.
This design is more akin to an extravagant limousine than a palanquin.
이 샴페인 마셔도 되는 거야?
The alcoholism is real. Rodion. And glue. And glue. Drink, 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 drink. Oh look! A bottle of champagne! Can I chug this?
무슨 작전 중 음주는
Of course not. Drinking while on mission is...
자,
Okay. With a quick clap, Sard promptly put an end to the hubbub. The unexpectedly flashy appearance of the palanquin caused. Her demeanor had shifted entirely into that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago.
일 얘기하죠. 일 얘기.
Time to get to work, everyone. Honestly, Orange, I'm really is hesitating to pull for the seasonal ideas next week and like on week 2 and week 3 of the Canto, because like pulling for both Heishopak, Rodion, and Gregor really put a fucking huge dent in my fucking wallet. Like in my lunacy stash, in my pool stash, so I'm just like kinda like, man, you know. Disruption, clear within 10 turns, again. I'm just gonna do it the same team.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
I know I should do it for the stream, but hey, you know. Daniel,
잠깐 밖이
wait.
소란스럽군.
Something's going on outside. I mean, getting it goes is fine because you're like getting you're pulling them out of the you're pulling them out of the you're pulling them out of the gacha pool, but still. I mean, bro, if you can, you see, I got four Heishopak Rodion, 4 Heishopak Rodion, like, Not long after Sard paused after Otis's remark, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the weird voice of the bear on the other hand.
습격이요!
We're under attack!
평탄하다 했더니 아무래도 여러분을 방해하고 싶은 후보가 여럿 있겠죠?
I thought things were going a little too easy. It's a surprise that other candidates are trying to eliminate us just in case. I mean, the main reason why I'm really hesitating for this is because, like, it's mainly because the Arknights collab is, like, coming pretty soon. Like, if it's in late September, it will be like only 4 months and a half, and we're also getting like Walpurgisnacht, so I don't know if I'll manage to get like a lot of pulls for them, you know. And on top of that, we're probably going to get you know, some Intervado IDs. So yeah, like it's going to be a lot to pull for. That's why I'm really hesitating to pull for the... I kind of want to save a little bit of lunacy. I thought things were going a little too easy. It's a surprise that that other candidates are trying to eliminate us just in case. Why am I not surprised? Well, in the fights, here we go. Here we go!
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
흑수미, 뜀박질 준비.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
흑수묘, 뒷박질 충지.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
가치 없고 죽어.
몰랐어?
이건 예상 못했나봐.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 딴테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I mean, thing is, worst case scenario, I could put some money into Limbus for the Arknights collab, but still, you know, I don't really want to put money.
고기 조각이 되었군요.
Like, I love the game, of course. I'd gladly put money in it if I had to, but like, you know, if I can avoid doing it, I am going to avoid doing it, you know.
끝내지.
좋은 결투였다.
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도
부서진
넘어간 적이
홍차이가
많겠지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 지금 멀겠지만.
I'm just saying the Heisho pack beat Mao branch or Si branch is like really, these guys are aura farmers.
이번 죽은과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나. 마지막까지 알뜰히 살.
뒷박질 시간.
Still more fights.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 딴테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
베어내리.
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고
깔끔하게.
짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
부서진 홍차이 같군요.
어머, 놀랐어?
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포, 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가
You want
가장
you want to
취약하죠.
keep
알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
자, 어느
you want to keep
쪽일지 잘
serpent's arms
생각해보라고.
as high as possible.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제
관찰은
그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면
끝났습니다.
딱 좋겠어. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴 급한 그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
깔끔하게.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게. 가치 없군. 죽어라. 가치 없군. 죽어.
I think Gregor didn't crit,
제가
meaning
괜히
that.
먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이
Oh no, it's fine.
아닙니다, 단테.
So you got the support. Why is he glowing like that?
오지 말랬잖아.
가치 없고 죽어.
어머,
불쌍하게
놀랐어?
울부짖는 걸.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Wow, that's quite a bit of damage.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
가치 없고 가치 없고 불쌍하게 울부짖는 죽어. 그림자
The
속에
male
가라.
branch clashes and deals with early threats, while the sub branch is there to bring in the firepower, you know.
그림자가 그들을 덮었습니다. 청소부가 다녀가고 날이 밝으면
Oh wow, Gregor
죽은 자의
didn't deal that
흔적을
much
찾는
damage.
자들이 와도 아무것도 알 수 없을 것입니다.
Petals.
볕이 들면 그림자는 거두어지므로.
Palanquin, we've got the Palanquin in... Oh, I think we're going to ascend. I think it's the equivalent of the Jade Palace in Chinese entering Dark One Yuan now. Despite some troubles on the way, it seemed that we managed to arrive at our destination mostly unhurt. Dark One Yuan, Hongnu's old home.
어이쿠, 시간이 얼마 남지 않았네요.
Oof, we're running out of time.
파우스트 씨, 제 작전의 핵심은 이미 이해하셨겠죠?
Faust, I'm sure you understood the most important part of my plan, right?
그리 보기 좋은 광경은 아닐 거라.
It is unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold.
핵심은 그들이 여러분을 죽이려 들어도 당황하지 않고 기다리는 것에 있답니다.
Remember, the plan hinges on your patience, everyone. You have to remain calm and wait, even if they freak out and actively try to kill you.
질에 겁을 먹고 처리하라는 명이 떨어질 수도 있겠죠. 하지만 홍원의 가주를 심사하는 자의 담력이 그 정도는 아닐 거라 생각합니다.
There is a chance that they might panic and immediately order for the sinners to be executed on the spot. However, it is unlikely that the person whose responsibility is to judge the next family hierarch of Hongyuan will make such a hasty response.
그렇죠. 상대의 그릇이 크기만 하다면야.
Exactly. Everything's going to be fine as long as the decider has the capacity for patience.
어? 죽여? 뭔 얘기야?
Execution? Or
그럼 다음 연락은 1차전을 무사히 마친 후에 하는 걸로?
sorry, my left eye is itching. That's why I'm taking a, that's why I stay a little silent sometimes. Great. I follow up with the subsequent contact once you've safely completed the first round of the evaluations. After that cryptic exchange with Faust, Saud leaped gracefully off the moving palanquin as Heathcliff murmured in his half-sleep. We watched her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the scattered humans that the restructuring day had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing.
참혹하네요. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 건 없겠지만.
This is horrible. There isn't anything we can do to help, but
그런 무력한 감각은 업무 효율에 영향을 끼친다.
such sense of futility and powerlessness will negatively impact the efficient performance of your professional obligations.
차라리 반복하여 경험에 익숙해짐을 추천하고 싶군.
Oh, Mercer lore? Okay. Wait a sec, give me a second. Repeated exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to desensitize oneself to the sensation. Yeah, I think Moso has seen some shit.
홍루 씨는 집에 돌아가시는 소감이 어때요?
So, Honglu, how do you feel about going back home after so long? Sinclair changed the subject.
글쎄요.
I don't know.
말이라고 하냐? 복잡하겠지.
Don't even need to ask him, lad. I know it can be easy.
나는 중간에 그냥 다시 돌아갈까 생각만 수백 번 했다고.
As for me, blimey, I hesitated almost 1,000 times, wondering if I should just turn around and leave.
만약에 문을 두들겼는데 그 애가 나를.
What if I knocked on those gates, but she... Heathcliff came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The other sinners stared at him in confused silence.
뭔데요? 말을 왜 하다가 마는...
What is it? Why'd you stop in the middle of a... Wow, look at these cool windows. I think we can swap them out with other images. I quickly tried to swerve from this subject again, but all I got was Ishmael's scolding glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me not the time.
기억나요?
I remember.
각자의 희노애락이 있었던 도시로 향했을 때 여러분들은 모두 버스에서 각자의 풍경을 보고 있었으니까요.
I remember what happened each time one of us returned to the part of the city that held our memories. Memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. And as we traveled, I remember that they were all looking at sceneries only they could see.
로자 씨는 계속 어설프게 농담을 하시려고 했고,
Rodia, you awkwardly tried your best to crack jokes.
싱클레어 씨는 몇 번의 울음을 삼키려고 하셨죠.
Sinclair, you tried your best to hold back the welling tears again and again.
그리고 이상 씨는 오랫동안 눈을 감으셨어요.
He really is like laying out the truth like there. He's saying you shut your eyes for a long, long time.
이스마일 씨는 호수를 내려다보면서 계속 혼잣말을 하셨고,
Ishmael, you couldn't stop talking to yourself while glaring down at the lake's surface.
히스클리프 씨는 잔뜩 겁을 먹어서 머리를 수없이 매만지셨어요.
In Heathcliff, I saw you scared and anxious, shaping your hair over and over again. You've really been watching us closely, huh?
우리가 그랬었나?
Did we?
봄 가버리면 꽃잎 모두 흩어지고 자기만의 문 찾아 제각각 돌아가리.
Spring leaves, petals scattered, and all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forever.
저는 말이죠. 다들 각자마다 모아둔 꽃잎들이 있다고 생각해요.
I think everyone has a small mound of petals they gathered for themselves.
나 없는데? 그런 걸 왜 모아?
still a little bit silly, a little dumb Heathcliff. What? No, you don't. Why would anyone collect something like that?
그러면 아직 버리지 않고 있는 것뿐이죠.
Then you simply haven't discarded them yet. There was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a blurring, sinking shadow behind it. Oh. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is closed, and it is resonating with Honglu's fathoms.
꽃님 묻는 나를 보고 남들은 비웃네.
They watched the flower burial of 9 and mock away.
나 죽고 난 후 묻어줄 사람 누구일까?
Who lays me to rest once I die?
봄은 가고 어여쁜 얼굴도 늙어가면
When spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles share it all away.
꽃은 지고 사람도 가니 서로 알 길 없구나.
Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they hide.
대옥이는 왜 항상 이해하기 어려운 시만 읊어?
Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, Taiyu? Like, tiny Chabayu, tiny Honglu.
늙지 않을 방법 같은 건 널렸지 않았어?
There are plenty of ways to remain young, on there.
머리카락이 희게 새지 않아도 봄은 지나가니까.
If I remember correctly, Lin Taiyu is yeah, I knew it. Basically, Baoyu, like in the book, Baoyu falls in love with her, even though he has to marry another one. He's forced to into marrying another. Because we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. What is it, Orange?
꽃잎들은 왜 네가 손수 치우고 있는 거야?
Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals?
물에 띄어보내면 되잖아. 손에 흙도 다 묻을 텐데.
That when 200 pulls, you can just get the ID you want. I extended to 230 earlier. Yep, you feel pain and regret. Oh, yikes. Yeah, the heart PT. Yep, that fucking hurts. I didn't. Thankfully, I didn't even hit the heart PT, but still, you know, like, oh. It's hard. Just throw them away downstream. You get dirt on your hands.
아까운 말 하지 마라, 오라버니.
And be so wasteful?
잎들을 다 쓸어버리면 어디 가서 비 오는 소리를 듣게?
How will we hear the sound of falling rain once we sweep all the petals away? Well, too bad. I mean, I guess.
이건 추억이야. 비 오는 날의 추억.
This is a remembrance. Sorry.
버리지 않을 거야.
This is a remembrance. Remembrance of a rainy day. So I'm going to treasure it.
그리고 흘러내려가 버리게 되면 꽃을 더럽히게 되잖아.
Besides, these beautiful blossoms will get dirt. These beautiful blossoms will get so dirty in the stream if we let them float away.
부욱 오라버니도 부디 품에 있던 잎을 전부 흩어놓지는 마.
So please, don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, Big Bro Baoyu. Honglu, Is there anyone you miss here, Tak Won Yuan?
네, 없네요.
No, there isn't.
어떻게 그럴 수가 있어요? 가족들이랑 여러 소중한 사람들을 남겨두고 왔을 텐데요.
But how's that possible? Isn't your family there? And a bunch of other people who are so important to you?
글쎄요. 잘 지내고 있다 믿고 있는다면
Well, as long as I believe them to be doing well.
구태여 그리운 마음을 가질 연유는 없으니까요.
There isn't any need for me to yearn to see them again. I'm surprised Heathcliff didn't say anything here. Like, in a way, Heathcliff, like, it's kind of funny because Heathcliff is really similar to Ishmael, but so he's the polar opposite to Honglu. Do you still treasure your petals?
아니요. 출가하면서 전부 흩뿌리고 왔답니다.
No, I scattered them all the day I departed my home.
그래서 이젠 비 오는 날에는 아무 소리도 들리지 않아요.
So my rainy days are now silent. I see.
보신 거죠? 단테님.
You saw that, didn't you, Dante?
제 기억을.
You saw my memory. I did. Honglu laughed. He wasn't surprised or angry that I peered into his memories.
홍루 씨의 부모님은 어떤 분이세요? 아니면 그 종종 언급하셨던 할머니라는 분이라던가.
Okay, Orange. Do you want to tell us about your parents? Or, yeah, you talked about your grandmother pretty often, right? What kind of people are they? Sinclair added carefully. Maybe he was trying to commiserate, tenuous as that connections might have been. We were headed to his home to meet his family anyway.
두 분 다 이치에 밝으셔요.
Oh, they are both very wise in the ways of the world.
할머니는 항상 저를 아껴주셨고요.
Grandmother always treated me preciously.
어머니도 아버지도 저를 아껴주셨죠.
So did my mother and my father.
아, 거의 다 도착했나 봐요.
We're almost there.
정원이 보이네요.
I can see the garden. This is one massive garden.
본가 안으로 들어가려면 아직 조금 남았어요.
We still have some time before we get to the main buildings.
옛날엔 정원에서 사슴이나 토끼들도 뛰놀았거든요.
I remember the days when deer and hares would frolic out here in the garden.
이거 산책하려면 하루 종일도 걸을 수 있겠는데요.
Well, I can see myself taking a long walk around here. It'd take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
주로 저는 제가 살던 방 주위에서만 다녔어요. 여러모로 위험하니까요.
Oh wait, apparently there are soft locking issues. An issue where after the final node of story dungeons can be interacted with. Oh, we're getting 1,000 lunacy. We're getting a 1,000 lunacy compensation. Let's go. It will not compensate my 182 pulls nearly as much, but I'll take it. I usually lingered only around my own room. It's dangerous to stray too far after all. It's dangerous? Why?
잘못된 길을 걷다가는 예상치 못한 사람도 만날 수 있고 표적이 될 수도 있고요.
There's the stranger.
밤에는 앞이 보이지
Oh,
않을
fuck.
수도 있잖아요.
There's the stranger danger, getting lost, getting targeted. Besides, it's very dark at night.
그냥 마당에서 달리다가 무릎 깨질 수도 있고 나뭇가지 얼굴 좀 긁히고 그러는 거지.
Well, that ain't a very big deal, isn't it? Kids run around, scrape their faces on the branches, trip and eat shite on the pavement all the time.
히스클리프 씨라면 자유롭게 달리셨을 것 같아요. 그래도 항상 조심하는 편이 좋아요.
I'm sure you would run freely around the garden, Heathcliff, but it's important to always be careful.
제가 5살 때는 나뭇가지에 누가 치명적인 독을 발라놓았어요.
When I was 5, someone had lathered deadly poison on a random tree branch.
독을?
Poison?
히스클리프 씨처럼 뛰노는 걸 좋아하는 동생이 있었는데
I had a little brother who liked to frolic like you do, Heathcliff.
우연인지 딱 그 주위의 나뭇가지에 독이 묻어 있었던 거죠.
But by some coincidence, he happened to be running around the same tree that had its branches lathered with poison.
어떻게 되었는가?
What hath transpired thereafter?
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 백밤만 자고 나면 괜찮아질 거라고 했거든요.
Surian told me he'll be just fine after 100 nights rest.
스빈은 언제나 똑똑했으니까 그렇게 되었을 거예요.
And because Surian was always so smart, I'm sure it happened exactly as she said. Hello, David. Morning. How you doing? Oh, yikes. Like, this... Orange, do you know what this is? This is Chinese Game of Thrones. This is Chinese Games of Thrones. It's just that. Succession Wars. New chapter. Like, still no comments? Interesting.
대화청 입성이요.
Entering Tahuating now. It wasn't long before our arrival to a new place. Within Takwon, Yuan was made known by the palanquin bearer's sonorous announcement.
뭐가 이렇게 많아? 대화청은 또 뭐야?
More buildings? What's Tahuating mean anyway?
쉽게 말하면 연회를 여는 방이라고 할까요?
Grand Flower Hall. So I think you could call it a place for banquets? Like focusing on family drama now? Yeah, it's I mean, it's Honglu-men. So just it's Dream of the Red Chamber. It's like it's politics.
오, 그런 용도 치곤 여긴 하나의 마을 같은 걸.
So you host banquets in this village-sized venue?
저기 보이는 건 호수인가요?
Is that a lake over there? Yeah, Hongnu's family is like filthy rich. Like, I'm what do you think, Orange? Do you think the Chia family is richer than Scrooge McDuck's entire fortune? Are they richer than Scrooge McDuck? I really wonder. Is that a lake over there?
아, 그건 연못이랍니다.
Nope, it's a pond.
연못?
A pond? Damn.
도착하면 저랑 시춘이를 환영하는 자리가 마련되어 있을 거예요.
Once we arrive, we will find ourselves a welcoming party for Sichin and me.
아, 로자 씨도 오랜만에 정말 배부르게 드실 수 있겠네요.
Rodia, you should be able to stuff yourself to your heart's content this time. It's been a while, hasn't it?
도착하기 전부터 이렇게 설렌 적은 처음인 것 같아.
I don't think I've been this excited in a long time.
저건 배인가요? 배를 정박해둔 거예요?
Whoa, is that a ship over there? You have a ship?
아, 네. 가끔 뱃놀이를 나가기도 했거든요.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Orange. Yep, we'd sometimes go out boating.
아, 그리고
Boating.
연못처 너머에는 시춘이 지내는 건물도 있답니다.
Oh, and Sitchin's building is right across that pond. You each get a building of your own?
네. 그래서 처음 홍원을 떠났을 때 다른 곳에서는 한 건물에 온 가족이 함께 지낸다는 게 신기했답니다.
Yes, we do. So when I first departed from Hongyuan, I found the concept of an entire family living under the same roof so fascinating.
이래서는 가족끼리 얼굴 한번 보기도 힘들겠네만.
Alas, it would be quite the challenge for thy family to see one another.
그러기 위해서 따로 쓰는 걸요?
And that's exactly why we each get a building.
이거 대화가 제대로 이어지는 거 맞아요?
I love how like every single sinner is just like, bro, you are absolutely ridiculously rich. Like, I'm pretty sure his net worth is like, I'm pretty sure Baoyu's net worth is at least 2 times Elon Musk's. Are we even talking about the same thing here?
이럴 거면 베케이션을 처음부터 홍루군의 집으로 잡아주지 그리하였어.
Oh god, god, she. Oh god, I love you, Dawn. I love you so much. And like for Wo, we could have merely enjoyed our vacaciones at young Honglu's residence all along.
그건 곤란해요, 돈키호테 씨. 출가할 때 할머니와 어르신들께서 꼭 당부하시던 말이 있었거든요.
That wouldn't have worked, Don Quixote. When I left home, grandmother and the others really impressed upon me that
때가 되면 자연스럽게 발걸음은 돌아올 것이니 그 전까지는 많은 것을 그저 보고 있으라고.
the footsteps shall eventually bring you home when the time is right. Thus, witness, and only witness, as much as the world as you may before you make your return.
언제 오려나 했는데 시간이 속절없이 흘러 정말 와버렸네요.
I was wondering when that would be, but time really slipped through our fingers. And just like that, it brought me here. Most sinners did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they'd been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things that were once forgotten or lost were waiting for their return. But their reluctance is really not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere, especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that his turn had arrived, Honglu was as tranquil as he always was. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be different this time either. But even so, can I judge that so hastily?
가시 보프라님 행차시오!
Young Master Baoyu of the Chia family has returned. Again, with the palanquin bearer's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival, the door opened.
자, 피로하실 텐데 어서 들어오세요.
Here we are. You must all be so tired. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the sinners who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display, Honglu bounced lightly off the palanquin and moseyed into the building.
그거 참
Quite the
설렘도 떨림도 없는 차분한 걸음걸이구려.
light-footed steps he take, unhindered by excitement nor trepidation.
그러게요.
right?
좋은 집에만 살아서 뭐 무서울 것도 어색할 것도 없다. 이거 아니겠냐?
Yeah, a little harsh on him, Keith. Rich boy's got nothing to fear because he's used to this kind of porshness. That's all this is.
그래도 홍루군의 마음 한구석에는 가족들에 대한 그리움이 남아있을 것 같지 않은가?
Verily, this may be a subtle expression of that teensy part of him that longeth to see his family again. Once we all left the palanquin.
모든 것이 상당히 넓고 거대하구려.
I find myself beset by overwhelming vastitudes and objects of great magnitude.
하인들도 대체 몇 명이래요?
Just how many servants do they have?
아, 술시가 되면 할머니가 방문하신다네요.
Grandmother will visit us once Sue Hour arrives.
연애는 그때 시작될 것 같아요.
The banquet will start then, I think. Sue Hour?
술시는 19시부터 21시 사이를 의미합니다. 동부의 특정 지역에서 간혹 사용되는 고유시간 체계죠.
The Sue Hour refers to the time between, so I need to do the calculation, 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. This is a unique time system used in certain regions of the East.
추가로
In addition,
홍루 씨의 조모인 가모는 이 대관원의 가주입니다. 홍원의 수장이라고 이해하셔도 틀리지 않습니다.
it would be best to remember that Honglu's grandmother, Chia Mu, is the hierarch of Ta Kuan Yuan. It would not be an incorrect assessment to see her as the ruler of Hongyuan.
친인척이 날개의 대표라.
Your relative is the head of a wing, I see.
네, 이제 곧 다음 후계자에게 가주를 넘겨주실 테지만요.
Yes, though I should be handing that over to the next heir pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를 넘기려는 이유가 뭐지?
Why now? What does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Otis, as she probably saw an ulterior motive behind every move, inquired.
언제나 때가 올 거라고 하시긴 했어요. 당신께선 너무 오랫동안 맡으셨다며 말이죠.
She's been saying that her time would eventually come, that she's carried this responsibility for too long.
갑자기 나타나서 가주 대전에 참가한다고 하면 깜짝 놀라시겠어요.
I bet she'd be pretty shocked to hear that you'll be taking part in the family hierarch war.
글쎄요. 어쩌면 담담하실지도 모르겠어요.
I don't know about that. Maybe she'll take it well.
구태여 나갈 이유는 없지만 나가지 않을 이유도 없었으니까요.
There's never been a reason for me to bother participating. But there wasn't a reason for me to not either.
저쪽에 시추님과 웨이님이 앉아 계세요. 다행히 무사히 도착하신 모양인데요.
Huh? Hey, there's Sichun and Wei over there. Looks like they both arrived safely. Chia Sichun, who arrived before us, shot us the briefest glance before looking away with exaggerated disinterest. Tsundere, I love Chia Sichun. I just love her. She's so cute. She's so tsundere and all. Like she's like not tsundere in an annoying way. She's tsundere in a cute way.
방금 시추님이 저희를 보자마자 고개를 획 꺾으셔.
Sichun just turned her back on us.
그 잠깐 사이에 되게 서먹해졌네요.
Well, didn't take long for things to become super awkward.
오, 우리도 시춘군의 옆에 가서 앉는 것이 어떤가?
Oh, we must capture this opportunity to sit ourselves adjacent to young Sichun. Don Chun, Don Chun, Don Chun, Don Chun. I'm just saying, Donchun. Oh god, I love Donchun.
틀렸어.
Too late.
이제 저기로 못 가.
We are forever banned from ever getting anywhere near her.
어째서 온 말인가?
Yet, wherefore?
저희는 이제 가시춘 씨의 세력이 아닙니다.
We are no longer Chasichun's faction.
적으로 취급받는 것이 당연할 테죠.
Our hostility is to be expected.
분위기가 바뀌었다.
Things have changed.
이쪽과 저쪽, 우리와 우리가 아닌 것.
Us versus them. In-group versus out-group.
전장은 언제나 모략과 배신이 도사리는 곳이지.
Deception and treachery are natural parts of war.
오늘의 아군은 내일의 적이 되기도 하고.
An ally of today may as well become an enemy tomorrow.
친구가 없다는 말을 이렇게 또 돌려서 하고.
And that's a funny way to say I don't have any friends. Ishmael throwing shades at artists. Saygex!
방금 뭐?
Did you just?
아, 부모님이 저기 계시네요.
Ah, there are my parents.
갑자기 바로 간다고? 야이씨, 이름도 모르는데.
Hold on. We're just walking right up to him? Blimey, at least tell us their names.
아, 아버지 조남은 가시정. 그리고 어머니는 대관원에서 왕부인이라고 불리신답니다.
Father's name is Chang of the Chia family. And in Taekwonyon, they call my mother Lady Wang. Lady Wang.
출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
I greet you for the first time since my departure.
가시보. 지금 귀가했습니다.
Pao Yu of the Chia family has returned home.
벌써 왔느냐?
Wait.
벌써 왔느냐? 벌써 왔느냐?
No, okay, it's just me. I thought he was speaking in Chinese. You're early.
보가 이게 몇 년 만이니?
Bao, dear Bao Yu, it has been too many years.
오랜만에 얼굴을 보니 정말이지 반갑기가 그지없구나.
To see you again after so long, it is so good to see your face.
어떤 말부터 해야 할지.
Oh, I don't know what I should even say. The father, Chia Cheng's eyes dart nervously between us and Honglu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace as though she was in the presence of something so utterly, deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. So they're Honglu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주시니 감사해요.
Thank you so much for your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expenses.
그런데 같이 온 분들은 누구니?
So, who are these people you've come here with? The mother wanted to kill him? I don't know.
대단한 숫자는 아니지만 밖에서 사귄 제 친구들이랍니다.
Well, there aren't too many of them. They are my friends I made out in the world.
부하라고 소개하던 누구보단 낫네요.
At least he's not introducing us as his lackeys like a certain someone I know.
야, 그건
Oh, that's. Hongnu's mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us, one by one.
반가워요. 우리 보기가 어릴 때부터 참 고집이 많았던 아이여서 어쩌면 같이 다니기에 조금 고생스러웠을 텐데 개의치 않고 부디 잘 보살펴.
The facial expressions gave it away. I don't know, honestly. I think there is more to it. I'm just going to keep reading the story, not you. I'm so glad to meet you all. Pao Yu's always been such a stubborn child. I'm sure he was quite the handful to accompany you on your journeys, I hope you can still embrace him despite every
고집이요? 홍루 씨가요?
stubborn? 홍루? Whatever it was she said, they don't seem all too happy to hear that.
보가
Dear Bao Yu,
왜 친구분들이 너를 그런 이름으로 부르게 두는 거니? 선인들께서 점치해주신 너의 고귀한 이름을 두고
why do you allow your friends to call you by that name? One of your noble, blessed name bestowed upon you by the revered Xianren, our elders.
뭐야? 왜 갑자기?
What's going on with her? Honglu reached out and gently yet indifferently held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니.
Of course I would, mother.
그 고귀한 이름이니까요.
Because the name is too noble indeed. Oh, fuck!
그렇지. 아무나 입에 담을 만큼 가벼운 이름이 결코 아니니.
And shit. And we're back to it. Yes. It is not a name that any rabble should so heedlessly speak.
아무렴. 그렇고 말고.
Of course.
이쪽도 원래 이름이란 게 있었어?
Oh. You also have an old name and a new name?
그 외 있잖아. 피사에서 홍루 보고 보옥도련님이라고 불렀었던 거 기억 안 나?
Well, don't you remember? Back in P-Corp, where you called Honglu Young Master Baoyu?
지난번 홍원에서 결투할 때도 가시 가문의 보옥이라고 이름을 밝혔었죠. 사정이 있어서 다른 이름을 쓰는구나 했지만요.
Also, remember how he announced himself before the duel on the day we arrived at H-Corp? He introduced himself as Baoyu of the Jia family. I thought it was a pseudonym back then though, given the circumstances.
뭐 우리랑 다르게 고귀하신 이름이다 이거냐? 부르면 닳기라도 하나.
Well, it ain't like us calling your real name's gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever.
고작 이름인데 부른다고 닳진 않아요. 아, 하지만 닳는다고 믿으시는 분들도 계셨던 것 같네요.
It's just a name, so you can say it as many times as you want it won't depreciate in whatever value it has. Oh, but some people do actually believe that it does, I suppose.
그 이름을 여기저기서 쓰고 다니지 않은 건 잘했구나.
It was wise of you to refrain from using that name.
그래. 네 소중한 이름이 저자에 널리 퍼지면 너를 암습할 자가 얼마나 많겠니. 당장 이곳에서도.
Right. To let your precious name be known among the plebeian populace is to encourage knives in the dark to strike. Even here too.
모친의 말씀대로 홍루 씨의 본명은 H사에 한 번이라도 연이 닿은 자라면 충분히 홍원의 일원이라는 걸 알아차릴 수 있는 지명도를 갖고 있죠.
It is as your mother says. Were your true name to be made known, any individual with a passing connection to H-Corp would have easily connected you to Hongyun.
대부분의 이름에는 그 근원이 담겨져 있다고 하오.
It is said that most names are repositories of the keeper's origins.
가령 동부에서는 부모가 자식에게 이름을 지을 때 어떻게 세상에 쓰일 것인지를 담아 짓곤 하지.
In the eastern region of the city, when the parents name their children, they imbue them with meaning. It carries their wish for the children's place and use in the world.
내 놈, 이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
You, what's your name mean?
제 이름은 부모님뿐만 아니라 많은 분의 소망을 담아서 만들어졌죠.
My name is a culmination of wishes. Not only those of my parents, but those of many more.
태어날 때부터 옥을 가지고 태어났다는 뜻이랍니다.
It means that I was born with a precious jade.
가복.
Jia Baoyu.
끔찍하군. 홍루가 낫겠어.
Give me a shoe. Awful. Honglu's better.
조용히 말하세요.
At least Try to whisper.
나도 부르던 대로 부를란다. 혹시라도 보옥도련님 뭐 이딴 이름으로 불러대야 한다면
wow.
차라리 길잡이 그 작자한테 몇 대 후려맞는 게 나을 테니까.
Oh, that's a bold statement, Heathcliff. That's a really bold statement there. Ugh. I'll call the rich boy or however I want to. If I'm ever forced to call him young master Bao Yu or some sort of other shite like that, I'd rather take a punch or two from the guide. That's a bold statement, Heath. I could feel the horrified gaze of the servants staring at us.
네, 계속 홍루라고 불러주셔도 괜찮답니다.
I don't mind, so please continue to call me Honglu if you want.
귀빈들께선 자리에 앉아주시길 청하옵니다. 곧 음식을 내올 것이니.
Please sit yourselves, honored guests. The food will be served soon.
오, 야, 이게 다 뭐냐?
Oi, what's all this?
이거 진짜 먹으라고 주는 거 맞아요?
Do they actually expect us to eat all this? Okay, let me take a guess before I actually read the rest. I think they are going to... Like, the reason why they are going to show so much food for everyone to eat is... I think it comes, again, from Chinese hospitality, where basically... If your guests do not like eat a lot, it basically means that you didn't welcome them well. So basically, in most Chinese households, they are going not to force feed you, but they are going to bring out a shit ton amount of food to look like great hosts, you know, like. Do they actually expect us to eat all this? I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There was quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to flaunt their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야, 리필 되는 거지?
Oh god, oh, wait, with how gluttonous Rhodia is, I guess it'll be fine. What a feast! I can ask for refills, right?
네? 네.
Huh? Yes. Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것 같아요. 이곳에 참석하는 걸 원하지 않은 이 대관원 어딘가에 있는 제 형 누나들의 자리겠죠.
I don't think so. There are probably seats for my older siblings somewhere in Taguanyuan. They probably just didn't want to attend.
오늘은 저를 환영하기 위해 만들어진 자리니까요. 있어봤자 시간 낭비라고 생각하는 걸 거예요.
This is a banquet to welcome me, after all. I'm sure they believe it's a waste of time to attend.
거참 얼마나 부지런하게 사는 사람들이길래.
Man, they better be on some real busy schedule to miss this.
가모께서 당도하셨나이다!
Jiamu, venerated be her presence, graces us.
가모께서 당도하셨나이다.
Jiamu, venerated be her presence, graces us. With the announcement, utter silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. Oh! These guys are Heisho. These guys are Heisho pack. Rooster? Heisho pack. Rooster branch? The Rooster branch, I guess? And the woman walking out from between them, the crowd itself parting down the middle from her sheer presence.
아, 할머니가 오셨네요.
Oh, this grandmother was Honglu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H Corp and its chief executive director. Charmu's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are graced by your presence, venerable Charmu.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are graced by your presence, venerable Charmu.
뭐야? 우리도 숙여야 해? 고개?
Well, should we bow to?
이미 접시에 고개를 파묻고 있으니까 괜찮지 않을까?
I don't think you could bow any longer with your face halfway in the bowl, so you should be fine, probably.
이 옆에 흑수처럼 보이는 사람들도 있어요.
She's surrounded by Heisho too, I think. Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before Charmu, awed and humbled. Only Honglu looked straight at Charmu without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked toward her.
할머니, 오랜만에 인사드려요.
It has been a while, grandmother.
보옥도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
Please ascend, young master Paoyu. It seemed that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead.
보가
Little Paoyu,
얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
you must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니. 함께했던 분들이 모두 친절히 대해주신 덕에 새로운 걸 많이 배울 수 있었는걸요?
Not at all, grandmother. I was able to learn so many new things thanks to everyone who treated me so nicely.
배움을 통달하고자 했다면 어떤 학문이든 다 빼어난 선생을 모셔 글방에 앉혀놓을 수도 있었겠지만
Had you sought to master the arts of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of our reach. You could have learned much in the halls of erudition from them.
글방에 앉아 아무리 학문에 능통해졌다 하더라도 그저 그뿐일 뿐.
This is hard for me to get. Had you sought to master the art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of our reach. You could have learned much in the halls of it. Oh! Okay, had you sought to master the art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of our reach. So, no master would have been out of our reach. Okay, this sentence is really hard to understand. You could have learned much in the halls of erudition from them. Yeah, basically she said that if he wanted to learn anything, there was no like the Cha family could have hired anyone to teach him. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. But like, it's... I think it's the formulation that was a little bit confusing to me. Like, and also I didn't sleep much, so I'm sleep deprived. So comprehension, you know, like. Yet the word taught from sheets of paper are simply that, words on paper.
우리는 고기 네가 세상 물정에 능통해지고 세월을 허투루 보내지 않길 바라였다.
We wish that you, dear Bao Yu, would learn more of the secular world, to not let flow betwixt your fingers the time that is given to you.
네, 알아요, 할머니. 과분한 기회였다.
Yeah, I know. Like, not mine at least, but hey. I know this opportunity was more than what I deserved, grandmother.
그래도 가주 자리를 내려놓기 전에 이렇게 잊지 않고 들려줘서 고맙구나.
I appreciate your return all the same, that you have deigned to return before me ere my abdication of the great responsibility.
아무래도 홍루건이 림버스 컴퍼니에 합류한 것은 일종의 그란 트리스머였던 모양이군.
Oh, Dawn is stuffing herself. Dawn is stuffing her face full of food. Verily, it appears that your whole shine onto Limbus Company as a grand charisma of sort.
그란 트리스머? 그게 뭔데?
Grand charisma? What's that?
너희 둘 다 주둥이에 집어넣은 것 좀 삼키고 말할 수는 없나?
Can the two of you stop babbling with a mouthful?
유명한 집안의 도련님들은 본격적인 대외 활동에 나서기 전에 집안에서 여행을 보내기도 한다네.
Young masters of families most eminent are oft sent out to the world on a grand tour. Thus coined was this practice, Gran Turismo, if thou wilt, afore they are to commence their public activities.
책으로는 배울 수 없는 다양한 경험을 얻고 바깥의 문물에 익숙해지기 위함이다.
Yeah, it's really not surprising that Dawn is also stuffing her face full of food. I just saw a fucking mosquito in my room. I am now going paranoid. The purpose is to learn the varied experiences that cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시춘이와는 이미 한 번 인사를 나누었다지?
I hear that you have met with Sichin in the world not long ago.
그럼요.
I have.
총명한 아이야. 가주 심사 또한 허튼 마음으로 나가는 것이 아닐 테다.
A bright child she is, well prepared to take on the challenges of the family hierarch evaluations, I presume.
맞아요. 시춘이라면 영민하게 잘 해내겠죠.
I agree. I am sure Sichin will wisely overcome the trials.
그래.
Indeed.
어르신들께는 인사를 드렸느냐?
Have you paid visit to the revered elders then?
곧 방문 드리려고요.
I will. Soon.
왕부인도 이곳으로 올라오거라.
Lady Wang. Ascend here as well.
송구합니다, 가문님.
With your mercy, Chamu, of course. Ongnu's mother hurried up to where Chamu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여 강호를 떠돌고 있으니 마음이 편치 않을 것이다.
It must cause your heart great distress to have your one and only son depart his home, to wander the world beyond the hedges.
아닙니다, 가문님.
Of course not, Chamu.
저는 우리 보기가
Oh, I am simply so glad that my son, Baoyu,
이렇게 제 몫을 하는 사내가 되어 무탈한 모습으로 돌아오니 그것만으로도 더 이상 바랄 게 없습니다.
honestly, Orange, to me, she just really looks like she just looks like a really anxious woman, rather than, you know, someone who tried to kill her own son, you know, has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight and unharmed too.
그러니 보가
Thus, dear Baoyu,
재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는 언제니?
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Nothing has been decided yet, mother. Again, the music. Like, just listen to the music. Studio EIM is like so good at doing that. There's such a deep melancholy in the OST. Nothing has been decided yet, mother.
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지 못하고 저물까봐 염려스럽단다.
I see. I am simply concerned that were your stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed.
어서 소임을 다하고 돌아와야 가모님께서 맺어주신 그 약조도 지키지 않겠니?
Complete your duties and return soon, so that the agreement Chiamu has so graciously made for us is fulfilled.
그래.
Indeed.
잃지도 말고 잊지도 말거라.
Lose not, forget not.
너는 우리 가문의 하나뿐인 옥이니
You are our family's one and only Jade.
우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
Dear Paoyu, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요. 할머니, 어머니.
Okay, grandmother, mother. Again, retrain of the first node. Sui Pao Chai. Wait, we. Lot of talking. I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal, but Chiamu and her retinue of Heisho left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here.
어찌하여 저들은 홍루군이 당도하자마자 떠나는 날을 묻는 것인가?
It is odd that they should inquire Honglu of his departure plans on the very welcoming of his return.
그러게요. 아끼는 것처럼 보이다가도.
Right? One moment it appears like they really care about him, then
아끼는 모습도 통상적인 가정에서 자식을 애틋하게 여기는 감정과는 다소 일반적이지 않은 방향성이었다.
The appearance of that care for one's own child was also quite distinct and unusual compared to the typical display of emotional intimacy expressed in average households. Hey, Paoyu. That's when an unfamiliar, cheaper voice hopped jovially into our conversation.
왜 나를 제일 먼저 찾아주지 않았어? 내가 머물던 건물은 네가 출가했을 때 이후로 쭉 같았단 말이야.
Okay, she gonna die. Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying. Sorry, the mosquito that came really close to my face. Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know?
아, 보차 누나구나. 오랜만이야.
Big sis Sui Bao Chai. It's been so long.
여기까지 와서 자리를 채워준 거구나. 고마워.
You've come all the way to my welcome banquet to feel it? I appreciate that.
보호기가 오는지 미리 알았더라면 우리 설씨 가문의 다른 사람들까지 불러왔을 텐데. 반 오라버니도 얼마나 보호기의 안부를 궁금해했다고.
Had I known that you'd be coming home today, Paoyu, I would have summoned everyone I could from Sui family to see you too. Big Bro Pan's really been itching to know how you've been doing.
퍽이나?
Yeah, sure he was. Si-chun, who'd been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself.
보, 이곳에 온 다음에 또 누구에게 인사를 올렸어?
Who else have you greeted since you arrived today, Paoyu?
부모님과 가모님께 방금 문안드렸어.
My parents in Chamu.
정말? 그러면 내가 첫 번째네.
Really? So I'm your first then? She made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye.
네 옥은 언제 보아도 아롱지고 깨끗하다.
Your jade is always so glimmering and pristine, Baoyu.
네가 떠난 뒤에도 계속 기억하려고 그 색과 똑같은 목걸이를 만들어서 매일 걸고 다녔어.
Oh shit.
어때? 잘 보여?
I'm just looking at something on Wikipedia. Yeah. Yep, I knew it. Basically, Sui Pao Chai is the one. Sui Pao Chai is the one Honglu marries in the novel, in the original novel. Pao Yu marries Sui Pao Chai, but is in love but is actually in love with Lin Taiyu. Look, I made myself a necklace in the same color as your eye and wore it every single day to constantly remind myself of you. Well, do you see it?
그렇구나. 계속 기억해줬다니 고마워.
Oh, you have? Thank you for remembering me.
저 그런데 누구야?
So, are you gonna introduce her to us, or?
아니, 오랜만에 분위기 좋아한데가 참 그새를 못 참고.
Hey, why couldn't we just let that nice reunion play out? Man. Rhodia stepped forward, unable to stand the curiosity.
아,
보차라고 한답니다. 설과 보차. 보우기와 깊은 인연을 맺고 있답니다.
Hi, I'm Pao Chai. Pao Chai of the Sui family. I have a very profound relationship with dear Baoyu here.
깊은 인연?
Yep. Yeah, she can reuse the last coin up to 2 times. So she can have 2 additional reuse. A very profound relationship?
혼인을 언약한 사이니 깊은 인연이라 부르는 게 어울리지 않겠나요?
He's my betrothed, and I to him. I'd say that's pretty profound, I love how Rodion and Heathcliff are like, what?
그렇게 놀라실 일도 아니랍니다. 어르신들이 지나가듯 약속해서 맺는 인연은 워낙 흔하니까요.
It's nothing to be surprised about. These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in the simple exchange of agreements between our elders.
아니, 그래도 말 한마디라도 해주지 그랬어.
Hey, you could at least given us a hint.
어차피 제가 혼인을 하는 건 이 림버스 컴퍼니를 떠났을 때일 텐데요.
But I won't be married until I leave Limbus Company, though.
그러니 굳이 알릴 필요는 없다고 생각했답니다.
I just thought that it wasn't relevant enough to share.
저 아까 살짝 들렸는데 보호기의 친구분들이시라고요?
So, sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Baoyu's friends, right?
보호기가 지금까지 바깥에서 어떤 생활을 하고 지냈는지 너무너무 궁금한데 괜찮다면
Oh no, Don is going to chime in. Don is going to chime in. I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Balya lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me? I just imagined something awful, Orange. How hard would it be to understand a conversation between Don Quixote and Tiamu? The one speaking in Old English and the other one speaking in very flowery Chinese or elderly way. That would be incomprehensible, I think. That would be awful. That would be awful, I think. And that would be really fun to see, but the comprehension would be like, bruh.
어리는 가라. 함부로 들을 이야기가 아니야.
Oh god, Ryoshu, please no. Don't have stories for kids. Shoo. Ryoshu is like... Ryoshu has been quite hostile since the beginning of the Canto. Like she had like 3 lines, but she had been quite hostile.
왜요? 저 피비린내 나는 이야기 엄청 좋아하는데.
Wait, huh? Why? But I love stories about bloodshed.
아, 보차 누나의 취미 중 하나가 도시 괴담 서적 모으기였거든요.
One of Big Sister Palchai's pastimes was curating creepy stories of urban legends.
그렇다면 조금만 들려주도록 할까?
And maybe I'll share some.
다른 분들은요? 저 모험담 정말 좋아하는데.
Wow. What about everyone else? I love adventure stories.
그 말 앞으로 후회하지 않을 자신 있겠어?
The gremlin is there. She's there, lurking. Be careful what you wish for.
자, 앉아보시게. 이제부터 끝내주게 용맹스러운 모험담의 이야기가 펼쳐질 테니. 옛날 어느 동굴에 무시무시한 곰이 살고 있었지.
What's the name of the bear, Heathcliff? I beseech thee to find a seat, for I shall now regale thee with the tale in which an adventure of most wondrous valor unfolds. Brace thyself, for this particularly ordered and terrifying tale features a big, scary bear lurking in the cavern.
식사 끝났으면 얌전히 각자가 머물 곳으로 돌아가는 게 어때?
If you're finished with your meals, why don't we all go back to our residences? Sichun is jealous. She wants Dawn for herself. Dawn Chun! Lesbian Lex! If you're finished with your meals, why don't we all go back to our residences?
시춘이는 오늘도 화가 많이 났구나. 네 세가의 사람들이 큰 전투에 휘말려서 많이 줄었다고 들었어. 어찌나 안타까웠던지. 눈물을 닦았던 손수건만 해도 3장이 넘었지 뭐니?
You're so angry against Sichun. Oh wait, give me a second. Okay, never mind. You're so angry against Sichun. Last I heard, you lost much of your followers in a large battle, didn't you? I'm so sorry. I used more than 3 handkerchiefs to wipe my tears away upon hearing that news.
벌써 설씨가의 귀에도 들어갔구나.
So the Sui families heard it too, huh?
맞아. 하지만 그런 건 가주대전에서 보여줄 활약과는 아무 관계 없어.
You're not wrong, but that's irrelevant to what I've brought to the family Hayak war.
시춘이는 언제나 자신감 있어 보여서 보기 좋은 거 있지?
Always a big fan of your confidence, Sichin. It's a good look, you know?
그리고 보차 언니도 조심하는 게 좋을걸. 보옥 오빠 저렇게 맹하게 웃는 척하다가 뒤통수 치는 게 못 본 사이에 재주가 된 것 같으니까.
Oh, that reminds me. You better watch your back, Big Sis Chai. Looks like Big Brother Baoyu's learned how to sink a knife into your back with that same carefree smile.
갑자기 뒤통수 치는 게 재주가 되었다니 무슨 소리야?
What you mean by you knifing people in the back?
시춘이랑 사이가 조금 틀어졌거든.
I just had a small falling out with Sichin, that's all.
아하, 시춘이가 너를 포섭하려고 했던 모양이구나.
Aha! Sichin must have been trying to get you on her side, huh?
탐낼만 했을 거야. 보기는 옛날부터 언제나 해맑게 웃고만 있었는데도 누구보다 실력이 일치월장했으니까.
Yeah, no wonder she wanted you on her team. Paoyu's always excelled at whatever he does without stressing out or losing that happy smile.
그냥 하다 보니까 잘 되었어.
It just kind of worked out that way.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴 했었다. 그치?
I guess he can be a bit irritating like that, huh?
저런 유형도 드물지만 있는 법이니까요.
Some people, though rare, are indeed like that.
그러고 보니
Oh, that reminds me,
혹시 치우 오라버니를 오다가 만난 적 있어?
Did you, by any chance, run into Big Brother Chiu?
나는 못 보았지만 이분들은 만났어.
I haven't, but they have.
다행이네.
That's good. She placed her hand over her chest as though she'd just survived an incredibly dangerous accident before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서 어떻게 되었어?
So, what happened?
사이와를 포섭하려고 했던 건 알아. 포섭이라고 믿는 사람은 사이와 걔만 빼고 아무도 없었던 것 같지만.
I do know that he was trying to ally with Shi Yihua. I mean, it didn't seem like anyone else was viewing that as an alliance other than Shi Yihua himself, but it must have been a pretty open secret among the candidates that Jia Qiu was trying to ally with Shi Yihua.
같이 있던 이화 형님의 목이 잘렸어.
They cut Big Brother Yihua's head off when he was with us.
어머, 팽이 언니, 종이 언니?
Oh my. Horizontally or vertically?
팽.
H horizontally.
이번이 세 번째인가 그럼? 이화도 참. 여전히 그 경거망동한 버릇을 못 고친다니까.
So this is his third time, huh? Yihua's really incorrigible. He never knows when to zip it and sit down.
치우 오라버니는 가주대전이 다가왔으니 곧 올 거라고 생각은 했어. 뒷골목에 돈다는 그 흉흉한 노랫말은 대감원에 모르는 사람이 없을 거야.
Well, Big Brother Chu, I had a feeling he'd be here when the family Hayak war begins. Everyone in Takwanyuan's heard that creepy song from the back streets, you know?
소식이 들려올 때마다 대관원 분위기가 흉악해져서 무서워 죽겠다니까 정말.
Gosh, things get so awkward and hostile here at Takwanyuan every time there's any mention of him.
그래도 다행이지. 치우 오라버니는 가주대전에서 나를 먼저 노리진 않을 테니까.
Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins.
어째서지?
And why is that?
당연히 곧바를 죽이기엔 제가 지나치게 사랑스러운 탓이겠죠.
Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course.
그리고 치유 오라버니가 목표로 하는 게 뭔지는 모르겠지만 적어도 저희 설씨 가문은 아닐 테니까요.
Besides, whatever Big Brother Chu's goals are, they probably have nothing to do with the Sue family.
그럴 수도 있겠다.
I can see that. Bao Chai took a step forward, took a step toward Honglu and leaned in close to his face.
오, 여전히 내게서 좋은 향이 나고 있는 것 같아?
You smell my fragrance still, Bao?
보천 누나에게선 고약한 향이 난 적이 한 번도 없었는걸?
You have never reeked, big sister Bao Chai.
보, 나는 쭉 형무원을 거쳐하고 있어. 떠나기 전 꼭 내게 들려줘야 해.
Bao, I've always been and will always be residing at Hongwu Yuan. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. With that, she gracefully walked out of the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게 어떨까요? 이곳은 해시만 되어도 곧바로 캄캄해지거든요.
Well, how about we also start heading back? This place can get pretty dark around high hour.
너 집 왜 떠났냐?
Why'd you leave?
별거 아니랍니다. 어릴 때 종종 같이 놀던 누나예요.
It's nothing. She's just a big sis I used to play with when I was a child.
대관원에서 제게 친절을 보여주신 얼마 안 되는 분 중 하나였죠.
One of the very few in Taekwon who was nice to me. So, where should we head next?
그러게. 이런 집이면 이번엔 정말 기대해봐도 되는 거지?
Good question. Just going by the scale of everything in here, it should be safe to expect something real ritzy, right?
제 손님으로 오셨으니 대관원 안에 있는 제 방에서 묵으면 될 거예요.
You're my guests, so you should be able to stay at my building within Taekwon.
그리 멀지 않아서 가마 없이도 금방 갈 수 있답니다.
It's within walking distance from here. We should be there in no time, even on foot. I'm sorry if I take some little tiny breaks between like when I'm talking and shit. Like it's mainly like I have this I have this, you know, like I have like this little weird sensation in my like on some of my teeth. It's kind of weird. Like it's not especially hurting, but like it's kind of like itching, and maybe it's not the teeth. It's maybe just the gum. Like in my gums, like in specific parts of my gums. It's like really weird. Ye Hongyun. Oh, we're fighting either boss or like
방송을 켜겠다.
I don't think it's going to be a boss.
여기랍니다.
Ta-da! Here we are.
가깝다고 한 것 치곤 꽤 걸었네요.
That was a pretty long walk. Still technically within walking distance, but
이홍원이라고 부른답니다.
this place is called Yi Hongyuan.
홍원에서 제일 향긋한 꽃나무로 만든 방이어서 숨을 크게 들이쉬면 말이죠.
This room was made from the most aromatic flower tree within H-Corp. Try taking a deep breath and...
이렇게 꽃내음이 코끝을 타고 퍼져요. 다른 건물은 안 그러는데 말이죠.
You can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma, pervading, spreading from the very tip of your nose. It's unique to this building.
과히 그렇구려. 보이지도 않는 것이 제법 향기롭소.
Very much so. It is an unseen and invisible thing, yet it retains much of its pleasant redolence. This place is huge too. You've been living here alone all along?
네. 더 넓은 방에서 지내라고 하셨지만 여기가 마음에 들어서요.
Yes, I was told to stay in a larger room, but I prefer this place more.
도련님, 오랜만에 인사드립니다. 스빈입니다.
It has been long, young master. Siyan reporting. Oh hey, is she?
스빈, 잘 지냈어?
Have you been well, Siyan?
네, 평소와 같았습니다.
Yes, I am as I always have been. Siyan watched us emotionlessly as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression did not change even when she saw Honglu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time.
이분들은 도련님의 손님이신가요? 방을 안내해드리겠습니다.
Are they young
따라오시죠.
oh shit. Are they young master's guests? I will guide them to their room. Please follow me.
저는 따로 방문할 때가 있어서요. 금방 다녀올게요.
Now that we're here, I've got to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon though.
어디를 가시는 겐가? 우리도 함께.
To where wilt thou journey? Allow us to accompany thee.
그 어르신들께
It's
인사를
okay.
드리는 것뿐인 거라 혼자 가는 편이 좋아요.
Just on my way to say hello and pay my respects to the elders. So it'd be better if I go there alone. Oh wait, I can't. The training mannequins. We're gonna find the training mannequins.
이쪽으로.
This way.
뭐 어느 작전이나 그랬지만
Well, I guess I could say this about every operation, but
이렇게 현장까지 직접 와서야 겨우 실감이 나네요.
the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in until we're actually there.
가주 대전 말씀인 거죠?
You're talking about the family Hayek war, right?
다른 후보들은 이것 하나만을 위해 몇 년을 준비해 왔다고 하니까요. 저희는 그걸 하룻밤 만에 해내야만 하는 거고요.
Yeah, the other candidates have been preparing for years, while we have what? An overnight?
나는 벼락치기 타입이어서 그런가 그렇게 생각하니까 오히려 자신감이 붙는데?
I don't know. I procrastinate until the last minute kind of gal, so I'm pretty sure we got a handle on things. God. 로자!
부조리한 상황에서 임무를 수행해야 하는 것은 이번이 처음이 아니다.
Sorry. This is not the first instance in which we are demanded to work through a task in an unfavorable, inequitable situation.
상관없지 않겠나. 어차피 우리가 노리는 것은
Why does it matter? Our goal
가주의 자리가 아니지 않나.
isn't to claim the throne of the family Hayek anyway. A few hours ago,
천만 다행이지 않겠어요? 그래도 저희의 목표가 가주대전의 1등이 아니라는 게
well, isn't it such a relief that our goal isn't to come first place in the family Hayek war?
1등을 할 필요가 없다는 말인 겐가?
Does that mean is to say that we needn't be the first?
당연하죠. 저희가 왜 수감자를 홍원의 가주로 만들겠어요?
Yeah, obviously. Why would we want a sinner to become the head of H-Corp?
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는 회사 소속의 인물을 날개의 대표로 앉혔을 때 안정적으로 조종할 수 있지 않나.
Would it not provide a much more reliable means of control to plant an individual of this company at the highest seat of the wing, instead of letting an unaffiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게 굴러가지는 않죠. 그리고 LCB는 LCB로서 해야 하는 일이 아직도 많은걸요.
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB still has much left to do as the LCB.
그러면 뭐 우승 그러니까 1등이 아니어도 뭔가 떨어지는 게 있으니까 하는 거겠지?
Then, would I be right to assume that this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation here? Do other candidates get something for participating too?
가주 심사에서 10등 안에 든 사람은 순위 순서로 가문의 창고에서 원하는 물건을 하나 가져갈 수 있는 포상을 받거든요.
Anyone who places within the top 10 will gain the right to take one item of their choice from the family treasury. Of course, the one who places the highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야 안전하게 저희가 원하는 물건을 확보할 수 있을 거라는 결론을 냈습니다.
But we're going to have to come in at least second place in order to ensure that we obtain the item we're looking for.
아, 괜히 기분 잡치네. 까짓 거 1등 해봐?
Now that's weirdly insulting. Sod it. Why don't we just shoot for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에 자신감이 어마어마하게 느셨군요.
Your confidence seems to have gone through the roof since our last operation together.
뭐 별별 일 다 겪긴 했지. 우리가
Well, we did go through a lot of crazy stuff.
그리고 그 홍원의 어마어마한 만물 창고에 어떤 것이 있었게요?
Anyways, care to guess what's deep inside Hongyuan's gargantuan treasury?
황금가지요.
The Golden Bowl.
네, 그 진정한 가치도 모른 채 다른 보물들 사이에 파묻혀 있는 상태랍니다.
Right on. Buried in the middle of all kind of other treasures, along with any knowledge of its true value.
그래서 파우스트, 아까 소드 과장이 말한 1차전의 작전이라는 건 뭐지?
So, Faust, what did Manager Saud share with you as our strategy for the first round?
그러고 보니 파우스트 양에게 넌 짓이 이해했냐는 듯 묻고 넘어갈 뿐 우리에게 말하지는 않았구려.
I very much wish to know that as well, for the suggestion of mutual understanding seemed to exist exclusively betwixt Miss Faust and Saud.
가주 심사 1차전의 내용은 지금까지 후손들이 대관원의 어르신들을 위해 준비해왔던 것을 시험하는 자리입니다.
The first round of the family hierarchy evaluation tests what the descendants have prepared and brought for the elders of Hongyuan. What the descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what Chasichun's been referring to this whole time.
네, 불로불사에 관한 것이죠.
Yes, to be free from aging and death, immortality.
즉, 각자가 생각하고 있는 진정한 불로불사란 무엇인가에 대한 답을 보이는 자리입니다.
Each candidate is to present an answer before the judge to demonstrate their idea of true immortality. Right. So, what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건 파우스트도 내놓을 수 없는 답입니다.
Not even Faust can answer that.
뭐 하자는...
Then what are we doing here?
다만 진정한 불로불사의 실마리가 있는 듯 흉내를 내볼 수는 있죠.
But we may be able to demonstrate a facsimile of immortality, or at least pretend as though we are close to the answer.
답을 원하는 건 그들이니 우리를, 정확히 말하자면 홍로 씨를 떨어뜨리진 않을 겁니다.
Given that they are the ones who are seeking that very answer, they would not disqualify us, Honglu to be exact, from the competition.
그럴듯해 보인다면 악착같이 매달릴 테니까 그런 이야기인가?
I see. So they will cling on to whatever coup they can get their hands on, so we'll be using that desperation.
그렇습니다.
Precisely.
그 가모인가는 제일 높아 보이는 사람도 그 녀석을 많이 아낀다며. 가산점 같은 걸 줄지 어떻게 알아?
Yep, story stream, Akari. And welcome to the stream, by the way. That important looking old bat Chan favors him, don't she? Maybe she give him a bonus points or something.
홍로. 그자가 중요한 쓰임새가 된다는 거군.
So that's what we'll be using Honglu for.
그건
That is...
네, 맞아요. 이제 제 차례가 돌아온 거죠.
Yes, you're right. It is my turn to be used.
언제 오셨어요?
Whoa, when did you get back? Honglu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, come back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass depending on how you cut it. Although, you don't have to... Don't mind what she just said.
걸러들을 필요가 없었는걸요?
But why would I mind it?
저의 쓰임새는 홍원에 있는 황금가지를 회수하기 위한 것, 그리고 그러기 위해 가주 대전에 나가는 것이니까요.
My use is to be...
그릇된 말은 아니랍니다.
Oh shit. My use is to be a ticket to participating in the Hayak War, the only option for obtaining the Golden Bow in Edgecorp. She didn't say anything wrong. Your use...
이왕 쓰이는 거 모두가 기뻐할 수 있는 쪽으로 흘러가게 되면 좋겠네요.
Well, if you'll be using me, hopefully this will lead to an outcome we can all be happy with.
모두가 기뻐하기에는 시춘군 아까도 눈이 마주쳤는데 엄청 생코낌을 내면서 피해버렸소만.
Verily such outcome would be best, yet young Sitchin hath already exhaled with great gusto out of her nostrils before turning away from our party when our eyes met.
시춘이하고는...
Well, Sitchin... Honglu's eyes twinkled briefly as though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가 좋아지게 될 줄은 몰랐어요.
I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Sitchin again. Segex! Donchun! I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Sitchin again.
비록 지금은 다시 원래 상태로 되돌아갔지만
We're back to not being on speaking terms again, but
잠깐이라도 꼭 어린 시절로 돌아간 것 같았거든요.
it was as though I'd gone back in time, back to when we were both children.
이제는 까마득하고 다시 오지 않을 시절이죠.
But we can't go back to the past.
방금 뭐라고 했어?
What did you say?
지금 제정신으로 그 말을 나한테 한 거야?
Are you drunk on something? Did you really just say that to me?
바보 같은 질문을 했네.
Oh, what a stupid thing of me to ask.
오빠는 평생 취한 적도 없을 테니까 언제나 또렷하고 맑은 정신이었겠지.
You've never been drunk in your life. Your mind's always been so damn clear.
어차피 내가 이렇게 화내고 소리 질러도 오빠에겐 아무런 타격도 없을 거 아니야.
None of this matters to you, does it? Even when I get angry at you or when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it?
도대체 그날 무슨 일이 있었길래 사람이...
Just what happened to you that day? How can someone become so...
시춘, 나는...
Sitchin,
됐어, 마음대로 해. 제대로 된 가족이 한 명쯤은 있을 거라 기대한 내 잘못이지.
Forget it. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. That memory, Honglu was wearing a quiet smile even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연이란 것도 순간이고 찰나일 뿐일 텐데요.
At the end of all things, these connections between people, they're just moments. Ephemeral things.
그러니 저의 뜻이 어떻든 큰 상관이 없답니다.
So what I want doesn't matter. Honglu. I've seen her so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was, someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us, instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually, I had begun to realize that there was something off about him under the surface. Honglu, about participating in the family Hayak war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네, 그냥 그런 거구나라고 생각하고 있어요.
I don't, and I have. It's just the way things worked out. Right?
관리자님, 애초에 저자의 가치 판단이 이 회사에 유의미한 영향을 끼칠 수는 없을 겁니다.
Executive Manager, it is true that his value judgment will have no tangible influence on this company's direction.
파우스트도 동의합니다. 수감자에게 작전 수행에 대한 거부권은 존재하지 않으므로.
Faust is in agreement. Sinners do not have the right to refuse their missions.
그건 사실일 테요.
That may be true, yet
그에 따르는 마음의 상태까지 무시할 필요는 없다고 보.
I find it unnecessary to turn away and neglect the suffering conditions of their hearts, stemming from the obligations to their missions.
마음의 상태라. 하지만 구태여 마음을 들여다보기에 괴로움이 생기는 것 아닐까요?
Conditions of our hearts, but perhaps unnecessarily peering into them is how we beget suffering.
그것이 무슨...
What manner of...
이곳 대관원에서 머물고 있었을 때는 말이죠.
Back then, when I lived here in Takwanyuan,
제게는 수많은 선택지가 끊임없이 지나쳐가곤 했어요.
So many choices passed before my eyes.
다른 가문의 그 아이를 죽여야 하는지, 제가 살아남아야 하는지, 죽어가는 저 아이를 두고 그냥 지나쳐야 할지, 도와주어야 할지.
Should I kill that child who was from a different family? Should I even survive? Should I walk past the dying boy? Or should I stop to help him?
처음에는 제가 무언가 선택해보려 했답니다.
When they were first presented to me, I tried to make a choice.
하지만 그 선택이 아무 의미가 없다는 걸 아는 것에 그리 오랜 시간이 걸리진 않았어요.
But it didn't take that long for me to realize that my choices meant nothing.
그래서 저는 어떤 것도
So I
택하지 않기로 했답니다.
decided not to choose at all.
그게 지금의 저예요.
And that's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니에 입사하게 된 후에 좋았던 점은 수도 없이 많지만
There were so many wonderful things about joining Limbus Company, but
제가 무언가 선택하지 않아도 된다는 점이 특히 좋았던 것 같아요.
I think my favorite part of the experience was that I was never given a choice. Oh god, that's fucked up. Okay, give me a little break. I am going to wash my hands. I just killed the fucking mosquito in my room. Okay, I'm back. Jesus, family trauma sucks. Yeah, like this is bad.
조금 이상한 것 같은데요.
That's definitely kind of weird.
어라? 분위기가 조용해졌네요?
Oh, looks like things have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠. 해야 할 이야기가 많습니다.
There was enough discussion of private matters. There is much ground for us to cover.
그럼 1차 대전의 계획에 대해 말씀드리죠.
Let us begin by discussing our plan for the first round. Next morning. There's still some time until we have to leave.
밤에는 잘 보이지 않았지만 이 허수아비들은 무엇이요?
What may be the purpose of these scarecrows? Veiled in nocturnal shadows they were at yesternight.
아, 아직도 있었네요.
Oh, wow, they're still here.
이곳의 자제들이 거처하는 건물 앞에는 이런 식의 연무장이 마련되어 있어요.
There are training courts next to every building where children of this place live.
걷고 뛸 나이가 될 쯤엔 누구나 이 허수아비들이랑 놀곤 한답니다.
Here, every child of walking, running age all get to play with these dummies.
놀이라. 조기 교육은 중요하지.
Play. Early education is important.
허수아비랑 어떻게 노는 것인겐가? 그나저나 이 허수아비는 참 근사한 모자를 쓰고 있군.
Yet how doth the one play with these dummies? And it appeareth that this dummy is adorned with a most dashing piece of fashion for its head.
아, 그건 제가 7살 때 처음 받았던 허수아비예요.
That's the first dummy I received when I was 7.
그때는 말이죠. 허수아비도 때리면 아파하는 줄 알았답니다.
Back then, I thought even dummies could feel pain when struck.
모든 어린아이가 처음에는 그리 생각했을 것이요.
Such was the blissful rumination of all those who were once children.
그럼 여기에 태어나는 아이들은 어렸을 때부터 이렇게 자라야 하는 거야?
So, is it like tradition for kids born here to formally learn how to fight?
아, 그건 아니에요.
Oh, not exactly.
우와, 이번에 할머니가 형한테 선물로 주셨다는 게.
Oh, so this is what grandmother gifted you, big bro?
맞아. 그런데 아직 쓰임새는 잘 모르겠어.
Yep, I don't know how it works though.
옷 같은 걸 입혀주거나 장신구를 매달아주는 인형 아니겠어?
It must be a doll, or an effigy for dress up. Or perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets.
보옥형 집을 지켜주는 수호신 같은 걸지도 몰라.
Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, big bro Baoyu?
얼씨구.
Oh boy.
이건 말이지. 이렇게 쓰는 거라고.
Here, let me show you how it's done.
형이 할머니가 준 선물을 때렸어.
But you punch grandma's gift!
오, 그렇게 하면 아파하지 않을까?
Don't you think you're hurting it?
아파해? 참나.
Hurt it? Really now? This wooden thing?
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게 더 정확할 거예요.
It's more that they have to grow up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된 수목인이군.
This wooden training dummy isn't so bad.
생각보다 정교하게 설계된 물건 같은데. 출발하기까지 제법 시간이 남았으니 사용해보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠군.
This wooden training dummy appears to have been designed and crafted with some precise engineering craftsmanship. We still have some time until departure, so why don't we try using them to warm up exercise?
땀나는 거 싫은데.
I don't want to get all sweaty though.
뭐 위험한 것도 아니고 컨디션도 체크할 겸 써보는 것도 괜찮겠네요.
Well, it's not like these things will pose us any danger. I think we can try them out once just to see how we're doing today.
들었나 제군들? 지금부터 우리는 관리자님의 명령에 따라 전력으로 허수아비를 상대한다.
Otis, you do know that measure is something that exists. You know you can Oh god fucking damn it. Attention! We have orders from the executive manager. From this moment forth, we will put our all into laying utter ruin into these training dummies. Hey, I didn't even give an order. Oh well, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping now. All forces, charge!
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
If this unit failed to hit with the skill, gain clash power up. Next turn equal to the number of turns this unit failed to hit. If this unit hits an enemy with a skill, reset the stack above. Turn end was hit by 4 more attack skill. To enemies that attack this unit, apply 1 damage up next turn for every turn this unit was hit. By 3, reset the skill above stacks. Okay. First level down for every negative effect on self. Oh. Weird.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
단순해서 좋군, 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Finding training dummies is actually really like it's kind of funny.
흑수묘, 뜀박질 춤, 숨통 끊기.
They have staggered. They have also have staggered the hearts.
수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는.
놀랐어?
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
가치 없고
적합한 조치였습니다. 제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
깔끔하게.
I'm not forced to use Honglu for now, which is good.
나라도 그렇게 했었지. 이만하면 훌륭하고.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
빈틈투성이네. 어머? 놀랐어?
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테.
I still got serpent arms
나쁘지 않은
there.
성과입니다.
Honestly, I just want to use the skill 3 of the the sub branch, Rodion and Gregor. Oh god, Gregor, please.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
159.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
저 수감자는 기억해두겠습니다, 단테.
Rodion really is a fucking menace.
만한 일이 생겼을 때 언급하라는.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지, 죽은? 그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면 죽은? 설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴
Kick
거야?
W.
말도 안 돼. 이건 약속이랑 다르잖아.
Why is 88 written that way? Training yard.
현장에서 직접 뵙죠.
I guess it's going to be more of a fight.
관리자로 정한 데에는
Yep, another training dummy. It's a spiked one.
기대하고 있겠습니다. 단테. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
관찰은
We haven't seen unbreakable coins yet, by the way.
그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요.
승부차다. 다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고짭짤한 걸
끝내지.
가치 없군. 죽어라.
어머, 놀랐어?
It's kind of incredible how self-sustaining their poise generation is. Like how much the poise generation for the sub-branch IDs are. Like it's kind of crazy.
흑수묘 뜀박질 춤. 그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요.
Yeah, you're probably right.
적합한 조치였습니다.
We're probably going to see them in later parts of the Canto. Indeed.
이제 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Oh fuck! I failed to sustain the serpent's arms on Gregor.
되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
흑수묘 뜀박질 춤.
Yeah, it's sort of insane how much they sustain poise. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, honestly.
어머, 놀랐어?
They never run out of poise. That's the thing.
고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
280 on a single coin. Like, I mean, of course, it's not full stop Heathcliff. That's quite a lot of damage. Wow, how refreshing.
오, 잠이 깨긴 하네 이거.
Oh, I guess morning workouts really do wake you up.
매번 큰일 있기 전에 시비나 걸리고 시작하니까 결국 이렇게까지 몸을 풀어야 직성이 풀리게 되어버렸네요.
We've gotten so used to getting in tussles before we get to the real meat of the missions that mornings feel incomplete without some action.
그래도 유의미한 준비 운동이었다.
Nevertheless, this was a meaningful warm-up activity.
그런데 홍루 씨는 왜 지금까지 가주대전에 참가를 할 생각이 없었던 건가요?
So, I've been meaning to ask Honglu, when did you ever Why did you never consider participating in the family hierarchy war before?
다른 형제자매분들은 아주 오래전부터 기다려왔던 것 같아서요.
It seems to me that all of your other siblings have been waiting and training all their lives for this event.
단순해요.
It's simple.
가주가 되고 싶다고 생각한 적은 한 번도 없었으니까요.
Because I never once thought I wanted to be the family hierarch.
정말로 다행이지 않니?
Is it not truly most fortunate?
옥을 물고 태어나지 않았다면 영락 없이 네 다른 형제 자매처럼 가주대전을 준비하며 힘든 시간을 겪어야 했을 거란다.
Had you not been born with the jade, my son, you would have had to toil all your life, preparing for the family hierarchy war like your other siblings do.
너는 그런 것에 힘쓰지 않아도 집안 어르신분들과 가모님이 너를 아껴줄 거란다.
You needn't waste your strength on those things to win the favor of the elders and Charmer. Venerated be their blessings.
그저 많은 것을 보며 살아가다오. 우리 집안의 옥, 소중한 보가.
Simply witness as much of the world as it has to offer. Jade of our family. My precious son, Baoyu. More memories. What's wrong, Yi-song? You seem kinda distraught.
어제 파우스트 양이 일컬어 주었던 계획 말이요.
It is to do with the plan Miss Faust had explained to us last night.
나는 사실 그리 탐탁지가 않소.
I find the plan rather detestable.
저도요.
Me too.
하지만 홍루 씨가 괜찮다고 하셨으니까요.
But Honglu said he's okay with it, so...
그런데 그걸 계획이라고 부를 수가 있는 건가요?
Can we even call it a plan if we're being honest here?
행동의 지침과 기대 목표가 있으니 계획이라는 정의에는 들어맞는다.
Our favorite autistic Frenchman. Yeah, this canto is also going to be divided into 3 parts. It matches the definition of a plan, given that it illustrates certain instructions to be followed for the purpose of achieving a defined goal.
그리고 가주대전에 두 번째 기회라는 건 없으니까요.
And please remember that there are no second chances in the family hierarchy war. Yikes. This is really ominous. Me no likey.
이걸로 이번 죽은과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니
To be free from aging and death.
없겠다마는.
Will the sinner have to kill Honglu?
외 12인 철벽당 입성하십니다.
Yeah, Shaki is a big fan of the Frenchman. Young Master Baoyu and his 12 companions arriving at 2B Town. We enter the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrival with the resounding holler we'd grown to expect.
투기장이나 경기장 같은 형태인가? 보는 눈이 제법 많은 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
An arena or a stadium, I see. We have many eyes on us, executive manager. I looked up to see that the audience seats, which were brimming with people, were divided into stair-like terraces, and on the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chair could be seen cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As far as we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. So, are the evaluations happening past those curtains? Dayu? See someone you recognize?
아니요. 괜찮아요, 단테님.
No, it's nothing, Dante.
다시 만나도 마땅히 할 이야기가 없거든요.
Even if we were to meet again, we don't really have anything to talk about anyway.
인연이 있다면 이야기할 기회가 닿을 테죠.
Maybe we'll have another chance later, if fate wills it.
시작하나 보네요.
Oh, hey, I think it's finally getting started. The curtain slid open, and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out of the platform.
나는 운이 따라주어 오래전 감호의 자리에 올랐지만은 장관 세월이 지나 이제는 이 자리를 내려놓고 산하를 흘러다니려 한다.
Many scores ago, I ascended to the seat of Chamu with a stroke of fortune. Yet a lifetime has passed since I assumed this great responsibility. Such as it is, I seek to abdicate and walk the path of mountains and streams as a river does.
그리하여 앉았던 자리는 공석이 될진저
With the seat voided,
자격을 갖춘 자는 이를 메워야 할지니.
With the seat voided, the responsibility seeks the one with the qualities of the family hierarch to feel it.
가씨, 설씨, 왕씨, 사씨가의 기둥들로 이루어진 이 대관원에 우리가 하루도 잊지 않고 추구하던 하나의 질문에 대한 답을
Sorry about the yawn. Thus, here at Tak Wan Yuan, a collective upheld by pillars of four great houses of Jia, Sui, Wang, and Shi, we once again ask you the perennial question.
그대들은 전력을 다하여 찾아왔을 것이라 믿는다.
Have you brought us aught to prove that the answer indeed exists? Who's the woman next to her?
아, 제 첫째 누나인 원춘 누나예요.
Oh, she's my oldest sister, Big Sis Yuanchun.
큐사의 아주 높으신 분과 혼례를 치른 후 쭉 큐사에서 지내시다가 발걸음을 하셨나 보네요.
She married a very important person in Q Corp and spends most of her time there. Looks like she's visiting for the event.
비록 다른 둥지에 머물고 있던 몸이지만 고륙의 정을 나누고 천륜의 지성을 다할 수 있도록 잠시 자리하였으니.
Though I have resided long in a foreign nest, I now return fleetingly to share the love with my flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by the order of filial piety. Filial piety. Again, hello Don!
최선을 다해 진리를 살피겠노라.
I return that the truth shall be observed to the best of my abilities.
누군가는 순조롭게, 누군가는 천만고비 끝에 이 해답을 가져왔을 터.
Some of you may have walked a laid path gentle to your feet, yet some of you may have struggled through an unlaid, brutal path of cragged mountains of a thousandfold to find your answers.
하지만 1차 심사의 기회는 단 한 번뿐.
Yet, regardless of the severity of your suffering, all of you, equally, have but one opportunity for the first round.
그럼에도 그대들은 모두 이곳 대관원의 후계자들이었으며 탈락마저도 대관원의 부흥이 되리라.
Even still, you were all once prospective heirs of the great house. Even your failures shall bring power and prosperity to Tak Wan Yuan.
이제부터 호명하는 순서대로 나와 불로 불사 장생의 진귀한 해답을 시연하거라.
Now come forth in the order you are summoned, and demonstrate the invaluable answers to the question of three freedoms, one from aging, one from death, and one from brevity of life.
시연이 불가하다면 거짓 없는 증거를 내보여야 한다.
If the nature of your answer be indemonstrable, present ironclad proof.
놓치지 말고 버리지 말라.
Lose not,
젊음은 영원 무궁하리라.
Lose not and discard not. Let fresh youth be unending and eternal. After their respective speeches, Jia Yuanchun and Jia Mu disappeared behind the curtains atop the platform.
첫 번째 참가자.
First candidate. It seemed that Honglu's father assumed the role of the host for the first round.
왕씨 가문의 인.
Yan of the Wang family. Wang Yuan, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging someone by a rope toward the platform.
빨리 와라, 멍청한 것.
Hurry up, foolish thing.
누구를 데려가는 거죠?
Wait, what? Who are they dragging up to the stage?
저 정도의 움직임이면 강제로 끌고 가는 것 같다만.
Whoever it is, they clearly don't want to be here.
불로불사.
To be free from aging and death, huh?
태어날 때 주어진 몸뚱아리 이상의 단계로 진보를 꿈꾸는 건 어느 날개나 가지고 있는 수건인가 봐.
I suppose every... shit.
홍원의 불로불사도
I should really wait for them to finish talking. I suppose every wing dreams of escaping and rising beyond the body they were born with. Oh. Each corpse's pursuit of immortality probably isn't special in that regard.
저자. 피주머니를 데려왔군.
He hath brought a blood bag. That's when we are finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes, unfocused and red, mouth slick with drool dribbling down the mouth guard, meaningless snarling. That is a mindless blood bag.
혈귀가 불로불사의 답이 될 수 있는 것이요?
How does a blood fiend become an answer to immortality?
일반 사람들의 시선에서는 불로와 가깝게 느껴질 수도 있겠지만
In layman's eyes, blood fiends may appear to have truly attained freedom from aging.
저희는 이미 알고 있다시피 혈귀 또한 피를 섭취하지 못하면
However-
늙고 쇠약해집니다.
However, as we are now all aware, blood fiends can grow old and weak after a prolonged period of blood deprivation. I love how they kind of connect Canto 7 to Canto 8. Sorry again, drinking.
짐작컨대 저들이 원하는 답과는 한참 멀 것이라고 예상되는군요.
Thus, it is unlikely to provide the answer they seek. After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged, kicking and growling past the curtains atop the platform.
저것이 소문으로나 들리던 혈귀라는 것인가?
So that creature is the fabled blood fiend, then.
저걸로 되겠나? 아는 사람이 몇 없긴 해도 심사를 맡고 계신 분들에겐 고리타분한 주제일 텐데 말이야.
I doubt that'll do the job. Blood fiends would indeed be quite the esoteric knowledge, but to the judges of this contest, I doubt they are anything more than lukewarm trivia.
왕가 녀석 폭이나 철박했나 본데.
That one kid must have been pretty desperate, huh?
저거는 게으른 거 아니면 오지랖 것이야.
He's either lazy as balls, or that boy ain't right in the upstairs.
생각보다 혈귀에 대해 아는 이들이 많구려.
It appears that the knowledge of blood fiends is oddly common amongst this ilk.
본래 혈기는 각 둥지에 퍼져 있으니 알만한 자는 아는 것도 무리가 아닐 걸세.
She isn't as whimsy as usual. I really like this. Indeed, blood fiends are present in every nest. It is little surprise that those privy to arcane knowledge are well aware of their existence. After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wang Rian and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended from the platform.
가조 심사 후보 왕인 결과를 기다리기 위해 자리에 서라.
Wang Yuan, candidate of the family hierarchy evaluations, stand upon the podium and await your judgment. Then they ascended the round podium behind the platform as ordered.
왕인 가조 심사 1차 결과.
Thus announcing Wang Yuan's results for round 1 of the family hierarchy evaluations.
탈락.
Elimination.
안 돼.
No.
피. 무한한 피만 있으면 이들은 영원할 거라니까요, 가모님.
Listen, all they need is blood. As long as you supplement them with enough blood, they will be eternal and everlasting. Venerable Chamu, please.
아니,
Nay.
영원하지 않을 거라네.
Yeah, especially yeah. What awaits them is no eternity at all.
심사하는 자들의 피원,
진정한 불로불사가 무엇인지는 본인도 모르네만.
Verily, I know not the shape of this true immortality the evaluation seeketh to attain yet.
피에 종속되어 영혼을 고통받는 혈기는 그 방법에 손꼽힐 수 없네.
The longevity of a blood fiend, shackled by blood and endless suffering, is unlikely to be one. I mean... Oh god, I hate that I have to say this, but technically, Don Quixote herself, Sancho herself, is the proof that she herself is kind of the proof of immortality in a blood fiendish way. As long as she has a dream that she can sustain, she won't need blood. So in a way, she is technically an immortal blood fiend not tied to blood. I think presenting Don Quixote as an answer, like I think presenting Sancho as the problem is if she doesn't have Roshinante, she goes berserk for blood. So. I mean, pre-Canto 7 Sancho? Pre-Canto 7 Sancho would be a good answer. Maybe that's why Chiasitsun wanted Don Quixote to join her. Maybe.
하지만 기억은 그대로 가지고 있다고 사냥꾼 놈들이.
What? But those damn hunters told me they still retain all of their memories.
모든 욕망과 감정의 방향이 피로 귀결되어 비틀어질 거다.
To become blood fiend is to surrender all the desires and emotions that exist within thy being for a singular hunger for blood, and only blood.
끝없이 불행한 삶만이 남았다면 모를까. 저렇게 놓고 싶지 않은 것으로 가득한 자들에게 혈기가 되라 말하는 것은.
Perhaps that is an acceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their lives. Yet, for those with much to lose, with much in life they cling on to, as those present seem to.
불로불사를 주는 것이 아니라 정신의 족쇄를 채워 피의 노예가 되어라 재촉하는 것과.
The fate of The fate of a blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death. 'Tis but a sanguine shackle to enslave their minds.
보옥의 세력원이 훌륭한 답변을 주었으니 더 말할 것도 없겠구나.
A member of Palya's faction has given an excellent reply. No further elaboration is necessary. Hey, I mean, you can't get a better answer about blood fiends than from a blood fiend herself. I still love my whimsy Don Quixote, and I also really love my handsome and cool Sancho. I love them both. Like, if we could split them, I'd take both.
하물며 진짜 고위 혈귀를 데려온 것도 아닌 피주머니를 데려왔으니 성의 또한 부족하다 보이는구나.
And you have failed to bring us a high kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. I cannot even well commend your efforts.
왕가인, 진작 탈락한 자에게 걸맞지 않은 이유를 친히 알리셨으니 이를 생의 마지막의 은혜로 하시게.
Here, Yun of the Wang family, they have spoken and mercifully given you the full explanation of your mistake, a privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. Let this be the final blessing of your life. The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Yun and the blood bag to its depth with a blood-curling screech. So that's what happens when you fail to pass.
이거 그냥 극적인 연출을 위한 거지? 저기 떨어져도 다시 올려보내주는 거지?
That was just for dramatic effect, right? There's gotta be like a side path leading back upstairs, right?
그럴 리가. 구멍 아래에서부터 지독하게 고인 고통의 냄새가 퍼지잖아.
Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain rising like heat from the depth?
료슈도 참 점점 살벌한 농담이 늘고 있다니까.
Ryoshu, you've been honing your sense of humor, huh? These are some pretty nasty jokes, though.
저 발판 아래는 어디로 이어지는 거지? 낙함으로 추측건데 제법 깊은 곳까지 이어진 것 같다만.
Where does that hole lead? Judging by the time between the drop and the sound of the fall, I presume it goes quite far down.
아마도 가문의 오래된 비밀들이 있는 장소일 거예요. 아, 당연히 보물 같은 건 아니랍니다. 보통 사람들이 알려고 든다면 흑수들이 찾아오는 정도려나요?
It probably leads to a place with lots of old family secrets. Oh, not treasures, of course. But trying to figure that out might get you a visit from a Heisho, probably?
본격적으로 준비했네요.
They went all out with the theatrics, huh?
그래. 그리고 그 본격적인 준비 우리가 당할 수도 있는 거고.
Yeah, and we could very well be the ones screaming and falling down the hole later. The next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shake off the initial shock.
두 번째 참가자 설씨 가문의
Second candidate hails from the Sui family. We sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers other candidates brought were less obvious. So all we had to go on were the shadows of the desperate attempt to explain things before the judges. Another one? Yeah, Ryoshu being poetic as always.
찔리고 지루하다는 뜻.
She started explaining her sangria. B-A-H. It means boring as hell. The longer we watched the death toll rise, the less shocking they became.
아 이거 합격이란 게 있긴 있는 거야?
Are they planning to fail everyone?
여덟 번째 참가자 설씨 가문의 보차.
Eighth candidate, Bao Chai of the Sui family.
어머, 아는 사람이다.
Oh my! Look, we know her. She was technically our competition, but it seemed that she managed to give the sinners quite a positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't see exactly what it was that Sui Pao Chai brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtain.
설가 보차. 심사 결과.
Pao Chai of the Sui family. After her brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadows cast on the curtains, appeared to have gone better than we had expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, Pao Chai immediately turned in our direction, at Honglu to be exact.
보고 있었구나.
Ah, Pao Yu, you were watching me? And began excitedly waving her hand.
합격.
She passes. The podium beneath her remained shut.
그래도 잠깐이나마 인연을 맺었던 얼굴이 무적행으로 떨어지는 건 보고 싶지 않았기에.
Passing connection it may have been, yet I ill wish to see a familiar face be claimed by the abyss.
다행이구려.
Thus I am glad.
17번째 참가자 가시 가문의 시춘.
Sichun! 17th candidate, Cha Sichun of the Cha family.
시춘 씨 차례인가 봐요.
It's Sichun's turn. Oh, she's going to present one like the water from the Lethis river we saw in Don Quixote's dream. In Don Quixote's flashback. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. She slowly ascended the platform, unaccompanied. She held in her hands a tightly sealed gold bottle.
비로소 얻었나 보네요.
Looks like she found it. She found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then.
말도 안 돼. 그 레테를?
Impossible. She reached Lethe?
정말 그곳에 도달했을 가능성은 한없이 낮습니다.
The possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule.
물론 천문학적 확률을 뚫고서 그 강까지 도달했을 확률까지 부정하진 않습니다만 저들의 역량으로 이 짧은 시간 동안 가장 깊은 곳 중 한 곳의 원료에 도달한다는 것은 파우스트로서도 상상하기 어렵군요.
There is an infinitesimal statistical possibility that she could have reached the river, yet not even Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountainhead of one of the deepest fathoms. This becomes even more impossible when considering the relatively short passage of time since then and now.
모종의 방법을 통해 새어나오거나 맺혀진 일부를 채취한 것은 아닐지.
A more likely explanation might be that she obtained the waters by collecting its dew, or a portion of what has seeped out.
헌데 그 강물은 기억을 깊게 재워서 지워줄 뿐일 터 블루불사와 관계가 있는 겐가?
Alas, that river's water serveth only to put to slumber one's memories. Pray, doth it truly hold a link to the immortality they seek?
네, 아마도 저들이 원하던 정신의 불사와 밀접한 관계가 있을 테죠.
Yes, it is likely closely connected to the immortality of the mind they pursue.
그 정보를 알고 있는 이도 극소수인 만큼 저 병에 담긴 것이 유효하다면 파우스트 역시 합격률이 높다고 생각합니다.
As there are but an extremely small number of people privy to the knowledge of the rivers, if the contents of that bottle are genuine, Faust expects her to pass.
가시 시춘 합격.
Si-chun of the Chia family passes.
귀한 걸 얻어왔구나. 네 세가로 이걸 얻으려면 보통의 노력으로는 안 되었을 텐데.
You have brought before us a priceless treasure. It must have taken unparalleled efforts to obtain this, given the meager size of your clan.
감사합니다, 원춘 언니.
Thank you, big sister Yuan-chun. As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Chia Si-chun brought before them. Now, time for Baoyu. Time for Honglu. I am really scared. Incorp, what?
언제든지요.
Oh wait, it's a 7. It's a 7 IDs fight?
사후 처리로구만.
기술들을 해방하러 가죠.
저주를 끼얹을 것이.
기술들을 해방하러 가죠.
현장에서.
We can bring 7 IDs? Huh? I only brought 6.
그 다음 18번째 참가자.
Next, 18th candidate.
대체 몇 명이나 있는 거냐 이 집안 사람들은?
Bloody hell! Just how many people are there in this household? And it's going to be Honglu.
가시 가문의 환.
Oh fuck! Juan of the Chia family. And Gubo is there. Oh god, fucking damn it. Wait! Wait! Orange? Do you see what I'm seeing? Do you see what I'm seeing, Orange? Our first meeting with that man was less than amicable, and I had a strong feeling that another one wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Cha Huan walked up to the platform. It's not Muscle ID! It's Ego Gear! It's Spiral of Contempt and Fair Bullet. It's Ego Gear. How did they put their hand on Ego Gear? No, it's not. It's not a Mercot ID. It's Kubo. It's Kubo. It's like the It's like one of Yi Sang's old friends. It's Gubo. It's not a Mercot ID. But these are Ego Gears. Gubo is wearing Fair Bullet and Chahuan is wearing Spiral of Contempt. I mean, that's why the I'm pretty sure that's why the chapter is called N-Corp. Yeah, Orange. We all fell silent hearing a familiar name. Bastard. Yeah, Yuri again. I could feel that some sinners were growing tense. Some of them even gritting their teeth. I mean, yeah, but still, you know, it took a long ass time for the LCE to it still took a really fucking long ass time for a genius like not on par with Faust, but a really big ass genius like Hohenheim to stabilize Ego Gear, to extract Ego Gears out of abnormalities. So the fact that some other people got their hands on Ego Gear is still baffling. I mean, they could have reversed engineered it, but it's still really fucking baffling. Especially since it's really hard to stabilize. I could feel that some... Okay, sorry. And the other man, closely following Chahuan, holding what looked like the egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I'd seen him many times in Yisang's memories.
단테, 저 사람들이 입고 온 거 보여요?
Dante, are you seeing what they're wearing?
에고 장비다.
Ego Gears.
LC처럼 새로운 추출법을 알아냈거나 혹은 로보토미에서 구해온 곳으로.
It's impossible they've scavenged them from Lobotomy Corp since Spiral of Contempt and Fair Bullet. Or they could have been Amnos from... Amnos and Aberrations from sub-branches of the Lobotomy Corp. But like in Lob Corp, like in the main Lob Corp laboratory, Spiral of Contempt and Fair Bullet didn't exist. It can be speculated that they have either developed their own method of extraction or have scavenged them from Lobotomy Corp.
구보가 들고 있는 것은 환상체의 알인 듯 보이는 구려.
Gubo carries what appears to be an egg of an abnormality.
저걸 그대로 보여줄 셈인가?
Are they planning to just offer them an abnormality egg? How's that an answer to anything?
해석의 여지에 달렸지만
While there is room for interpretation,
환상체 역시 불로불사에 가까운 존재라 해석할 수도 있으니까요.
some may present a reasonably argued interpretation that abnormalities are entities that neighbor immortality.
어떤 환상체의 알인지가 관건이겠군.
So the linchpin of their success hinges on which abnormality's egg that ends up being.
하지만 제가 아는 가완 형이라면 실패할 거라고 생각되는 것엔 절대 목숨을 걸지 않을 거예요.
If it's Big Brother Chahuan I know, he's never going to risk his life for something he thinks will fail.
가시환 1차 심사 합격.
One of the Chia family passes the first evaluation. Contrary to most of our wishes, Chahuan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. Oh god, no, please, not the one from... Not the one from Wuthering Heights, please. One of them brought a thick book, and one of them presented a cage so tiny that we couldn't see what was within. Some of them managed to pass, while some of them were sent screaming into the mysterious abyss. As we waited and watched the candidates come and go, people from N-Corp, their turn complete, approached us.
아직 황혼이 되기에는 이른 시각일 터인데 다시 마주하는 것이 제법 이르구려.
Yet early it is for twilight to arrive. Thus early, too, is this meeting of ours. As if to... No, it's not as... No, I'm talking about the from Canto 6. You know, the coffin in which Kathy was... Oh, wait! Wouldn't this technology be kind of an answer as for immortality? Bringing as many form of you, as many identities of you from different worlds onto other people. Wouldn't that be an answer to immortality in a way? You can scavenge yourself from any world possible, and there is probably an infinite number of worlds. That could be an answer to immortality. Whether you die or not, you will still exist. As if to prove his own words back at the LCE, that he's come to accept certain things as they are. Yi Seng coolly regarded his old friend who was now working for N-Corp.
빨량하고 앙상한 새 쉼터가 퍽 자네 마음에 든 모양이야. 그리 농하는 건 구인회가 무너진 뒤에 처음 보는 것 같으니.
Don't worry, Orange. You must find this small and barren respite of yours quite enjoyable. I have not seen you jest as you do now since the League fell.
어쩐 일로 내게 걸음한 것이여. 살갑게 담소를 나누기엔 쌓인 감정이 많지 않은가.
For what do you now approach me? The rift is too big, is too great betwixt us to chatter on with any affection to speak of.
내가 보자고 한 건 아니니 오해는 마시게. 내 팀메이트가 제 가족 얼굴을 한번 보고 싶다 해서 겸사겸사 들린 것뿐이니 말이야.
Do not mistake my intent, for it wasn't I who desired to approach you. My teammate simply wished to have a look at his brother's face, and I thought I might as well see how you are faring.
가주대전이 열리니 모두들 대관원으로 돌아오는구나. 그날 이후로는 처음 보네, 형.
Looks like everyone's coming back to Takwon Yuan now that the family hierarch war started, brother. This is our first meeting since then, right?
세상 물정엔 청맹관이처럼 어둡고 가주라면 칠색팔색을 하던 네가 여긴 왜 올라온 거냐?
Huh. If it isn't the doltish fool who has eyes but knows not how to see. I know you well enough. You normally turn purple with aversion upon hearing even a brief mention of the word hierarch. So why are you here?
저 냄새나는 것들이랑 이번엔 어딜 빌붙은 거지?
Who are you and your stinking entourage walking for this time?
네 역겨운 속을 모르고 겉에 반해 쫓아다니는 설가의 여시? 아니면 아직도 그 시절을 잊지 못하고 허공을 헛도는 말이나 내뱉는 널 싸고 도는 시춘이냐?
Is it that stray girl, blinded by your looks to the revolting rot within? Or is it Sichun, who still defends you and your meaningless faux profound spiel, deluded in her belief that you're still the same boy from her childhood?
왜 살리지 않았지?
Why didn't you save him?
질문을 바꾸지.
No, let me ask you a different question.
왜 그 애만 살린 것이냐, 가보.
Why did you save her? And only her, 자바유?
형,
Brother,
사람은 필연코 죽기 마련이야.
humans die. It's what they're born to do.
곧 다음 심사가 시작됩니다. 참가자분들은 자리로 돌아가 주십시오.
The next candidate will be judged soon. Candidates must return to their seats.
죽어있는 시종 따위가
Your servant. You're barely even a living thing.
돌아가지. 구태여 더 이어갈 대화는 아닐 테니.
Let us return. This discourse will not bear any fruit.
아주 만남의 광장이 따로 없군.
What's this? A reunion party?
괜히 기분만 잡쳤네. 저 자식들 또 우리 걸 뺏어가려고 온 거 맞지?
That sure soured things. Those shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nick our things again.
그런 것 치곤 태도가 묘하긴 했는데.
Maybe, but something about them feels different today.
어느 쪽이든 저들보다 높은 순위로 대전을 마치는 게 안전할 테죠.
Whichever is the case, the safer option would be to place higher than them. Xia Huan isn't aware that Honglu is participating in the Hayak war.
또 떨어졌네요.
Another one falls.
이걸 지켜보고 있는 사람들 중에서 저 사람의 가족들도 있을 텐데 괜찮은 걸까요?
His family has to be watching this, right? I wonder if they'll be okay. Sinclair mutters, watching another candidate fall down the trapdoor.
보고 있다면 마음이 정말 좋지 않을 것 같은데요.
I can't imagine how anyone would be okay watching their own fall like.
싱클레어, 우리 뒤쪽에 있는 관계.
Sinclair, the people sitting behind us.
아까 떨어진 자의 부모야.
They're his parents, the guy who just fell.
저런 걸 자식이라고 끼고 살았다니. 에이, 한심하군.
We raised that failure as our own son. What a pathetic disappointment.
그래도 우리 셋째는 잘 해낼 거예요. 애초에 저 녀석에겐 별로 기대도 하지 않았잖아요.
Don't worry, I have faith in our third child. I mean, it's not like we expected anything from this one, right? This makes me so fucking angry inside.
가주가 되기만을 위해 살아왔다는 건 이런 것까지 포함하는 이야기였네요.
Now I see what it means to dedicate your whole life to becoming your family hierarch. The family hierarch.
많은 분들이 가주가 되는 걸 간절히 바란답니다. 물론 저분들처럼 자신이 가주가 되는 대신
Many people desperately vie for the seat of family hierarch. Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to.
자신과 친하거나 피로 이어진 누군가 가주가 되는 걸 바라시는 분도 있지만요.
Have their friend or a close blood relative become the family hierarch instead.
직접 가주가 되지 않더라도 밀접한 이가 가주에 오르는 곳으로 평생의 입신양명과 부귀영화를 손에 넣겠다는 심산인가.
So they seek to seize a lifetime's worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they can control in the family hierarch seat without becoming one themselves.
그렇게 만든 건 유통기한이 짧지.
That kind's got a low shelf life.
이런 뜻하지 않은 기회로 인해 오랫동안 보지 못했던 형제자매들의 안부도 알 수 있게 되었네요.
Looks like I finally got to know how my long-lost siblings are doing, thanks to this unforeseen opportunity.
27번째 참가자 설씨 가문의 반
27th candidate, Pan of the Sue family. 이렇게 왜?
반? 어디서 들어본 것 같은데.
Sue Pan? Have we heard that name before?
아, 보차 누나의 오라버니 되시는 분이에요.
Ah, he's Big Sis Baochai's older brother. Sue Pan walked up to the platform, holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered over it.
눈빛이 뭔가 쎄하지 않아?
Hey, is it just me, or does that guy look like he's totally up to something?
여기 안 그런 사람이 어디 있어요?
Let's be honest, who here doesn't?
근데 나도 느꼈어.
Yeah,
뭐랄까.
but that sounds different. Instead of ascending to the platform and into the curtains, he walked up to the podium.
너 죽고 나 죽자 같은 느낌인데.
Mate, looks to me he's completely lost the plot.
참가자 설반 항상 안으로 들어가시오.
Candidate Sripan, you will ascend to the platform and enter the curtain threshold.
고든 길이 아니어야 재미를 보는 법.
Where's the fun in walking down the straightforward road?
좋은 구경은 다 같이 하는 게 이치에 맞지 않겠나?
It's only right that something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone, wouldn't you agree? Oh, yikes. Anyway, he places the jar on the ground. And from within, a desiccated hand emerges.
주술 따위로 장난질을 치는군.
Pathetic sorceress trickery. Ryoshu muttered with palpable distaste. Where is he?
안에서 뭐가 나온 거야?
What the heck is that? Corpses, their desiccated flesh covered in a light, sparse layer of old papers, crawled out of the jar and began to shamble. They're neither distortions nor abnormalities.
피주머니나 환상체에 종속된 것들과 비슷해 보이는군. 이성이 남아있질 않는 것으로 보아 목표도 무작이겠지.
The behavior reminds me of blood bags or sub-entities enslaved by abnormalities. Any semblance of consciousness has been stripped from them. They'll attack indiscriminately.
강한 사리를 지속적으로 내보이는 것으로 보아 틀림없이 눈앞에 있는 것들을 무차별적으로 공격할 것 같습니다.
But it seems that they're...
전투 명령을.
But it seems that they're just as intent on maiming and killing whoever they can get their claws on. Executive Manager, we must prepare for battles. Your orders. The jar monsters set upon the audience, stuffing the struggling, still breathing victims into their jar.
서면이 날개에서 주최하는 가주 대전이 진행 중인데 주최 측에서 수습해줘야 하는 거 아니에요?
Why aren't the organizers doing anything? This is still an event all hosted by a wing, isn't it?
가주 대전에서 다른 사람들을 해하면 안 된다 같은 규칙은 없으니까요.
Because there isn't a rule in the family hierarchy war that prohibits bringing harm to other people.
규칙이 없다고 정말 아무 대응도 안 해버린다는 거야? 나 참.
So they're just gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? Huh, what the hell?
어떻게 해야 해? 우리가 나서야 해?
What do we do now? Should we step in?
살아남은 다음에 가주 대전에 무사히 참가를 해야겠죠?
We should probably survive and ensure a safe participation in the family hierarchy war.
이게 뭐야?
What the hell are these? Get away from me! As the monsters began to swarm in, some candidates scattered and ran away, while some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. I was simultaneously reminded of Sard and the confident smiles she flashed at me as she reassured us that we should be able to pass the first round with little trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down. Well, time for the monster fight. Wow, nailed jaw monster, rapture count. Yep, unbreakable coins. Unbreakable coin again. Bind or paralysis. When this unit is staggered, have the rapture potency and rapture count on the target this unit hit last. Okay. On skill hit, if the target has 1 remaining rapture count, inflict +1 rapture count 2 times per turn. On hit, if target has 1 remaining rapture, inflict 2 rapture 2 times per turn. If this unit kills itself, inflict 2 rapture and +1 rapture count on all enemies. Oh, yikes.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
That's going to be a lot of rapture. Yeah. No, me no likey.
그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
They also inflicted poison on us. Fucking hell.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 나라도 그렇게 했을
관찰은
테지. 이만하면
끝났습니다.
훌륭하군요. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하면 보는
놀랐어?
맛이 나는군. 일
좀
처리는
죄송해.
빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지. 단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비. 이제 끝내지.
제가 괜히 먹을
Oh wow,
것들을
monster from the
쓰고
gorge and
있는
devour a
것이
jar of
아닙니다.
loneliness. Oh, it's a big one.
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
불렀어 죽은?
How much poise do you
필요한
have?
일 있으면
16 to
언제든지
5?
말해.
Maybe not enough.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Ryoshu murder.
자, 숨통 끊기.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 딴테. 적합한
Oh come on, Otis. You had one job, Otis.
승부처다.
확실히 훌륭하군.
더
5번
이상
수감자.
얻을 정보는 없군요.
덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
Oh, Honglu, please. Oh, come on. Fucking exploded again.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 딴테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
헤어내리. 불쌍하게 울부짖는 건 가치 없군. 죽어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
저 수감자는 기억해두겠습니다, 딴테. 면담에서 치하할 만한 일이 생겼을 때
Yeah, I do agree with you on that one.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐군. 다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어.
Huh? What is the thumb doing there?
발광할 시간인가?
What do you mean the thumb?
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 딴테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 딴테.
Probably should bring in a better Rapture Honglu than
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비. 숨통 끊기.
Aga, Ryoshu, you had one job. Oh, Honglu, please. Thank you.
불쌍하게 울부짖는 건
Oh god, Gregor, please. Where Gregor took the full brunt of the attack.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
깔끔하게.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 모두 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
Gregor, I am asking you to lock in.
흑수묘, 뜀박질 준비.
Otis to fuck.
이제 끝내지.
좋은 결투였다.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 딴테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
승부처다.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군.
이제 끝내지.
부서진 홍차잎 같군요.
빈틈투성이네.
Oh fuck, she used all her poise.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Gregor didn't hit a single fucking head. What remained inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seats that were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the candidate zone down here was littered with bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their fill, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasures they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breath. In midst of all this destruction stood the cause of this chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence.
이렇게 우둔하고 나약해서야 어찌 불로를 얻고 불사를 말할 수 있겠느냐?
How will you attain freedom from aging? How will you argue freedom from death, with minds so dull and bodies so frail?
어떻습니까?
What say you, judges?
불로 불사의 단서에 더해 거짓을 구한 자들을 없애는 보배까지 가져왔으니 이것이 저의 답입니다.
I present before you not only the clue to immortality, but also a treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare to deceive you. Here's my answer to the perennial question.
그 항아리에 진흙을 구해왔구나.
So you have brought us the clay of the jar.
살아남지 못한 이들은 가주의 자격을 갖추지 못했다 보는 것이 옳겠죠.
It can be said that those who fail to survive these do not qualify as family hire candidates, yes?
설가반 합격.
Pan of the Sue family passes.
자칫하다가 다 죽어버릴 수 있었는데 합격이라니.
He gets to pass when he almost got everyone in here killed?
저들의 기준에는 부합되었던 것일 테죠.
All that matters is that what he has brought meets their standards.
겸사겸사 나약한 경쟁자들도 일찌감치 제거해버리고 저자에겐 일석이조였겠군.
Looks like he managed to get two birds with one stone. He eliminated the distracting rabble from the competition.
혹시라도 2차전에서 만나게 되면 몇 대 후려 갈기는 걸로는 안 끝낼 거다.
If we ever run into that bastard in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him.
28번째 참가자 사씨 가문의 대정
28th candidate, Shi Dazhen, from the Shi family. But no one walked up to the platform. As he
모습을 드러내지 않았기에 탈락.
has failed to appear, he is eliminated by default. Jia Cheng called a few more names thereafter, but
29번째
29th candidate,
30번째
30th candidate.
언뜻 보기에도 인원이 줄었군.
The number of candidates has clearly been called, but none appeared.
어떠들 같으니
Disappointingly, MB.
확실히 어중이 떠중이들은 전부 죽은 것 같아요.
Yeah, all the mediocre bunch got wiped out from that attack.
남은 것들도 죄 지쳐 헐떡이는 것들뿐.
The leftovers are exhausted. Ryoshu looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique.
어? 저 덩치는
Huh? That log. What the fuck is the thumb doing there? Okay, be right back. I gotta piss. Alright, I'm back.
이런 개새.
That motherf...
이야, 어디다가 흘렸는가 했더만 이런 데서 늦자고 없이 나타났지?
Well, Abby, thought you'd gone and vanished into the earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around out here?
야, 눈 마주쳤잖아. 인사라도 오자.
Girl, I saw ya giving me the evil eye. At least have the decency to say hi. Ryoshu, that guy's talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, I realized that she was anxious and furious.
알던 분이세요?
Oh, do you know him?
뭔 떡뜨거 키가 2m는 되겠는데?
One absurd unit. Blocks got to be at least 2 meters tall.
저자를 바라보지 마세요, 단테. 그리고 여러분들도.
Do not look at that man, Dante. And everyone, avert your eyes as well.
아무 말씀도 하지 마시기를 권고합니다.
It is strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him.
그러지. 나한테 말 걸라면 너희들이 급이 되는지는 한번 생각해보고 씹으려야 할 것 아니냐?
That's right, you shrimps. Yeah, the first rack them teensy brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whether you even come close to my rank before running your mouth. You hear?
저 새끼 손가락이다. 내횡.
That shithead. Leiheng. He's a finger.
엄지는 손가락 중 상명하복의 제일 엄격한 조직입니다.
The thumb is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to a rigid hierarchical structure even among the fingers.
그리고 저자는 엄지의 카포 중에서도 제일 높은 언더보스 직전의 직급.
And his placement in the hierarchy is the highest even among their capos. His rank is immediately beneath the position of a soto capo, or underboss.
자그마한 실수가 큰 싸움으로 번질 수 있으니 전부 조용히 해주실 것을 명령해 주세요, 단테.
A small mistake could drag us into a battle we do not want to fight. Please order everyone to not say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us, right? Hunting us down, right? Oh no! Oh no! I don't want a second Ricardo! Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as Faust asks, everyone. Lei Heng begins stomping his way through the crowd toward us, casually but forcefully showing anyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed that his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in high positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowd, as though he was familiar with this kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd.
에바, 너 지금 어느 안전이라고 남궁현아 도련님의 자리까지 와서 시야를 막는 거냐? 이 자리는 장차 4대 가문이 될 우리 남궁.
Wait, is there still another issue? Oh no! Okay, so it's the soft locking issue we had earlier. Okay.
Said death is her bestie, so.
You there, you big brute! How dare you block young Master Nangong Sanhe's view? I'll have you know that you stand before the retinue of the Nangong family, the house that shall soon be one of the 4 houses. Instead of a reply, we heard a blast of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Lei Heng forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then, with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth.
남궁현아 도련님, 아그들 입단속 못했으니까 오른팔 하나는 내놔야지.
Young Master Nangong Sanhe, you ain't ya? You owe me an arm now. Mighty sorry, but you should have kept a tighter leash on your boy's jaw. The young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand. Though it was clear that he was utterly terrified, Lei Heng proceeded to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig.
반가운 낯짝 봐서 기준 좀 널널하게 잡아준 것인께 허튼 짓 말고 조심해라.
I went easy on ya, boy. Seeing a friendly face put me in a good mood.
거미적은 그립겠어. 하긴 그리울 리가 있겠어. 나도 갈 때마다 기분이 거시기하더만.
Anywho, I don't reckon you missed the spider's house. Can't imagine why anybody would. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too, whenever I gotta swing by.
나중에 얼굴 좀 보자. 그때처럼 한 번 더 칼 쥐는 법 좀 제대로 가르쳐 줄란께.
I got some catching up to do later. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good right like back when.
아야, 그래도 그중엔 내가 제일 맛나게 쓰는 법을 가르쳐 줬잖아.
Won't mind the best out of them all. I thought I taught you how to make every cut real fucking delicious.
류슈 씨, 아직 때가 아닙니다.
Ryoshu, now is not yet the time. Faust whispered to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head.
닥쳐봐.
Shut up for a damn second.
입사 전의 약속을 아직 기억하시리라.
Faust,
파우스트는 믿습니다.
Faust trusts that you still remember the promise made prior to your employment.
어깨에 힘 좀 빼라. 네 데리러 온 것도 아니고 그때처럼 뭘 가르쳐 주려고 온 것도 아닌게.
Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson. Either like back when.
내 새끼 아직 그 집에 있잖아.
Oh god. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Your baby's still at that house, ain't that right? Ryoshu was grabbing the hilt of her sword like she was about to unsheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey.
아닌가? 이제 없던가? 글쎄 뭔 일이 있었디야? 나가 그 사정은 잘 몰라서 말이지. 뭐 그래도 뭔 일이 있긴 했는갑네.
Am I wrong about that? Just what intonation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellas' business, you're gonna understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it?
이야, 겁나 재미지다. 근데 니 진짜 그 검 뺄라고?
Now ain't that something? So you're really fixing to unsheath that blade?
류슈 씨,
Miss Ryoshu. In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshu's name. Ryoshu.
아따 웃자스까히. 언더보 쓰시면 안 받을라 그래도 안 받을 수가 없겠네.
Oh, dang it. When in the gosh dang... My bad, y'all. I gotta take this. It's the underboss calling. Y'all gotta understand.
다음에 네가 애비들 얘기나 거시기 해보자고. 요시다.
Alrighty then. I'll meet y'all later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshihide. Oh, fuck! Orange, you seeing that? You seeing that? Well, oh god, this is bad. The strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly and boisterously answers the call. He's gonna be here for the family Hayek war, right?
누가 가주가 되느냐에 따라 당분간의 H사 방향이 결정되니 다양한 자들의 이권이 보이지 않는 곳에서부터 눈앞에까지 펼쳐질 테죠.
The outcome of the family hierarchy evaluation determines the immediate foreseeable future of each corp, which brings parties of varying, possibly clashing interests here.
그래도 히스클리프 씨 이번에는 잘 참아줬네요. 중지 때처럼 사고 치면 어쩔까 걱정했는데.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, of course, we already knew that Ryoshu was going to be the next Canto, and I think it's going to be the Canto people are going to be the most excited with. Hey Heathcliff, notice you didn't rush ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like the time with the middle. Ishmael going like, yep, you were the one who brought like Ricardo to our ass.
엄지는 나도 조직 생활 때 몇 번 얽혀봐서 알아. 그리고 중지 거는 나도 진짜 몰랐던 거고. 그리고 저 자식 아마
I know a thing or two about the thumb back from my syndicate days, and about what happened with the middle. Like I said, I had no bloody idea who those things belonged to. Besides that sword.
우리가 마주쳤던 리카르도보다도 강하고 위협적인 강자로 판단된다.
He's more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. Oh, yikes!
엄지는 엄지대로 어마무시하구려. 중지와는 다른 흉악한 폭력성.
The thumb commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were all sharing our impressions of Lei Han, I found Ryoshu frozen in place, in the same position she had been in when Lei Han walked past her, spacing out.
소지까지인가?
All the way to the pinky, huh? Ryoshu muttered something to herself, as even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates.
32번째 참가자 가치우
32nd candidate, Jia Qiu. Jia Cheng called upon the next candidate, and at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that had swallowed the hall immediately settled into a hushed silence. They look familiar. Jia Qiu walked up to the platform, and accompanied by his own faction, but not alone. What are those people next to Jia Qiu?
저는 초면이네요.
I've never met them before.
아, 그렇다면 저분이 가치우 형님이 찾은 불로불사의 답인가 보네요.
Oh, then that must mean their big brother Jia Qiu's answer to immortality.
대체 어떤 사람들이길래?
Who could they possibly be?
전투적으로 그렇게 뛰어난 자들 같지는 않아 보이건만.
Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. Oh, they look familiar. I may be wrong, but were there people booked into the library? Were they booked into the library who got released?
오히려 불안한 듯이 연신 두리번거리시네요.
Yeah, they're both constantly looking around, like they're nervous.
저자는
They are.
도서관의 생존자라고 파우스트는 생각합니다.
Faust believes that they are survivors of the library. I knew it! Survivors?
피할 수 없었던 어떤 불가항력에서
The only ones who survived the impossible, inevitable odds and the insurmountable force.
유일하게 살아남아 그것을 설명할 수 있게 된 자일 수도요.
They're the only survivors who may be able to explain that very force. Possibly.
1차 심사 참가자
Candidate Qiu of the Chia family.
가시치우
Jia Qiu didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanged from when he entered it.
증언을 들어보니 확실하구나. 도시의 별을 넘어 결국 사라져버린 그곳에서 살아나온 이가 맞다.
The testimony rings true. They are both survivors of the place that soared beyond the star of the city before it vanished. Yep, The library. The library, I mean, we rose to Imperitas Civitatis. We rose to impurity of the city, who needs to be purged. The testimony rings true. They're both survivors of the place that soared beyond the star of the city before it vanished.
당시 초대장을 구하지 못한 것이 이제 와서 아쉬운 일로 남게 되었군요.
It is a shame that we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then.
합격.
He passes. Jiaqiu's expression did not budge.
긴장이라는 걸 하긴 했을까?
Anxiety is gonna be a foreign concept to that guy.
그럼 남은 참가자는 더 이상 없나?
Then that covers all the candidates, it seems.
이 자리에 와주신 4대 가문 모두에게
With the first round complete, to all 4 families who have graced this hall.
잠깐만요.
Excuse me! Unlike Jiaqiu, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Honglu's sudden interjection aroused the room to a roaring chaos of confusion once again.
오?
Baoyu, what?
아직 마지막 참가자가 남은 것 같아서요.
I think you might have missed a candidate.
그게 무슨 말이냐? 심사에 나서는 자들의 내역은 이것으로.
What do you mean? I believe we have covered every candidate present in the list.
제가 남았거든요.
You missed me.
가시 가문의 보호기 가주 심사에 참가합니다.
Jia Baoyu of the Jia family will partake in the family hierarchy evaluations. He came in and dropped the mic. He dropped the bomb there.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지, 죽은? 그 외에
Declaration of
임무를 성공적으로
participation.
100번만 수행하면
아야야야야.
죽은? 설마 소유권?
저거 가보호가 아니야?
Isn't that Jia Baoyu?
저게 왜 이런 자리에? 아니, 그보다 뭘 참가한다고?
What's that doing here? And what did he just say?
예상은 하고 있었지만 엄청나게 시선을 끌고 있네요.
I had a feeling this was going to happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh?
자, 우러러 보시게. 마지막 용사들이 이곳에 당도하였으니.
Hark! One and all, and gaze upon our glory! In the 11th hour doth the final bane of heroes arrives!
이상씨, 왜 다른 일행이 쳐가고 있어? 이렇게 된 거 그냥 응?
Is-
좀 들어.
Isong, don't pretend you're not with us, huh? At least give the audience a wave. Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well.
대부분이 당혹감 속에 턱을 일정 이상 벌리고 있거나 분노와 심려가 가득한 얼굴로 소리를 지르고 있다.
A large portion of the audience is vociferously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws that have been opened past a certain degree. As Merceau observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audiences. The candidates were starting to get agitated too.
저런 놈이지. 겉으로는 실실 웃다가 쥐도 새도 모르게 주변을 멸해버리는 그 더러운 성정.
And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile.
어떻게 된 거야? 보호기는 가주대전 참가 안 하는 거 아니었어?
Huh? What's going on? I thought Baoyu wasn't participating in the Hayek War.
결국 저 멍청이가.
That dumbass!
분.
Sink.
너 뭐 하는 거지?
Explain yourself. Now.
아까 가만에서 소드 씨가 요슈 씨가 그 말하면 제 목숨을 걸고 칼을 붙들고 있으라 했어요.
Miss Sao told me to grab onto your sword like my life depended on it if you said that exact phrase.
아이씨, 그냥
Blimey, can't we just...
히스클리프 씨도요. 그냥 싹 다 패버리자 같은 말을 하면.
She mentioned you too, Heathcliff. She told me that if you ever said anything like, can't we just give him a good beating and be done with it?
이런 광경은 오랜만이네요.
What a throwback.
정숙하시오.
Decorum. I demand decorum.
네 몸에 생책이라도 나면 어쩌려는 겠냐?
I hope you do not mean to risk having your body mauled.
지금이라도 물어거라. 어서.
Withdraw your name. It isn't too late. Now.
가볼게요. 아버지.
I'm heading in, father.
33번째 참가자 가시 가문의 복
33rd candidate. Bao of the Jia family.
앞으로.
Come forth.
단테님.
Ready?
준비되셨죠?
Dante? Oh no.
그리고
And
로슈 씨도요?
what about you, Ryoshu?
뭐든지 썰고 싶다.
I'm itching to get chopping.
기분이 굉장히 더럽거든.
Need to vent this shitty feeling.
파우스트 씨 진짜 괜찮겠죠?
Are you sure they're going to be okay, Faust?
괜찮은 것이 아니라 하더라도 해야 하는 것은 해야 하는 것입니다.
This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. Faust spoke sternly.
나는 여전히 이 계획이 그리 마음에 들지 않소.
I still quite detest this plan. Oh no, she's going to chop Honglu in half, and Dante will have to rewind him.
사실 누구도 이 계획을 두 팔 벌려 환영하는 사람은 없어요.
Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to go through with this?
아니, 대부분은.
Okay, I guess there's the one. I guess Ryoshu is happy to split someone in half. Honglu, Ryoshu and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it'd be.
선을 넘어서 들어오거라.
Enter the fabric threshold. Once we walked past the curtains as instructed, we saw Cha Yuanshun, Cha Me, and Cha Cheng waiting for us inside.
출가의 생에서 어떠한 심정의 변화가 있었는진 모르겠으나
I know not what in your life beyond the hedges could have wrought this change of heart.
네가 가주에 도전하는 진귀한 광경을 보게 될 줄이야.
But to see you aspire to the seat of the hierarch is indeed a sight most curious.
오랜만이에요, 누님.
It's been a while, big sister.
큐사에서의 생활은 무사 평안하셨나요?
Has the life in Q Corp been treating you well?
많은 것을 보고 배웠지.
I have seen and learned much.
네가 그랬을 것처럼 보가.
As you must have, Baoyu.
이곳에 발걸음을 한 연유가 이것이었느냐?
Now I see your true reason for returning home today.
죄송해요, 할머님. 세간에 밝히지 않는 편이 좋을 것 같았어요.
I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge.
그렇느냐?
So you did.
의사를 밝힌 이상 물러날 곳은 없겠지.
Now that you have revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option.
그래, 네가 가지고 온 답은 무엇이더냐?
Very well. Now present the answer that you have brought here today.
정말 많은 분들이 이 자리에 서서 각자가 찾은 것에 대해 알려주려 했을 거라고 생각해요.
I'm sure you've already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to you what it was that they'd brought.
그러니 번잡스럽게 첫마디의 말보다는 눈앞에서 보여드리는 편이 여러모로 좋으실 테죠.
So I suppose you would much prefer that I give you a straightforward visual demonstration than make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Honglu gave Ryoshu a nod.
네.
Yes, I'm okay.
저희가 그들에게 보여줄 수 있는 답은
Our answer that we may be able to demonstrate before them. Oh no!
단테 씨의 힘으로 언제든 살아날 수 있는 생, 그 자체입니다.
Is resurrection via Dante's power to show them that to us, death is but a temporary setback.
그리고 그걸 제일 극적으로 보여주기 위해서는
And a most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be to Yep! Yeah, she took the...
이건 인정해야겠네.
Indeed, you have certainly demonstrated something.
지금까지 나온 참가자 중에서 제일 지루하지 않았다, 보우가.
You are truly the least dreary part of today, Balyu.
아, 그렇다면 제가 눈앞에서 목숨을 잃는 편이 제일 효과적이겠네요?
I see. So the most effective way to do it would be for me to get killed in front of them.
그것도 아주 확실하게요.
Without any room for ambiguity at that.
그렇습니다.
Yes.
그럼
Then
저희 중 한 명이 홍루 씨를 그 목숨을 잃게끔 만들어야 한다는 건가요?
does that mean that one of us has to make sure that Honglu no longer lives?
야, 허감이 뭐 그리 거창해.
Oi, no need to beat around the bush.
우리 처음 만났을 때 기억 안 나냐?
Remember what we did to each other when we first met?
그렇다면 히스클리프 군은
Then Heathcliff, is the implication that you...
홍루군을 아무렇지 않게 살해할 수 있다는 것인가?
are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation?
살해. 야, 또 뭐 말을 그렇게...
Murder... Mate, did you really have to put it like...
더 이상 악인들이 아닌 동료들을 해치는 건 싫네.
Verily, I do not wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have.
다행이라 해야 할지 모르겠지만
It may be a stretch to say that it is fortunate, however.
저희 중에서 고통 없고 신속하면서 동시에 아무런 가책이 없이 이 작전을 도와주실 분이 계시는 듯하군요.
We seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry out the task in the most painless, swift, and unburdened manner. And everyone immediately turned to look at... She's enjoying herself.
그래서 어떤 모양으로 베면 되지?
So, how would you like to be cut?
뇌횡. 그 새끼 어디부터 먹었지?
Was that fucker Liang? Who's he working with? It seemed that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryosho from her own thoughts. Jamu watched us in silence, motionless in her seat.
뇌까지 절단했군.
You have split his brain in half.
이 아이는 이제 생명보험으로도 되살아나지 못할 것이다.
You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. Are you?
자, 이제 어떻게 나올 테냐?
Well then, what will you do now?
뭘 하더라도 본래의 옥으로 돌아오진 못할 터. 가문의 보석을 망가뜨린 죄값은
You have no means to restore this jade of the family. For your transgressions you will...
시계 돌려.
Clock. Spin it. And so it turned in one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split, all begin to reconnect like a rewinding videotape. Huh? Wait, why doesn't this hurt at all? Ryoshu's skill with the sword was no joke. I didn't feel even the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying.
우리 보기가 못 본 사이에
Baoyu, I truly realize that it has been a while since we've met.
담대해진 게 분명하구나.
He has grown quite bold.
짐승 냄새.
I smell beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains, surrounding us before I even realized what was happening.
소, 닭, 용, 원숭이, 흑수군.
Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey. The Heisho are here.
불로 불사에 해답을 찾아오라 하였지.
The task was to find the answer to freedom from aging and death.
금기를 무시하고 난장을 피우라 한 것은 아니었는데.
Not to break a taboo and precipitate the destruction of our home.
이전에 H사를 이끌던 그 가문이 멸문한 지 그리 오래되지도 않았다.
It has not been long.
자와 발톱이 다 다시 이 홍원에서 가문을 도륙내게 하는 것은 용납될 수 없는.
Oh, it has not been long since the family that once led Edgecorp was brought to ruin. No arbiter, no claw shall ravage the family of Hongyuan again. Jia Yuanshun appeared ready to command the Heisha to kill us all, but Jia Mu silenced her with a wave of her hand.
기다리거라.
You will wait. Yeah, Yuanshun thinks we broke the ultimate taboo of this city, established by the head of, you know, reaching immortality, you know, true immortality.
가모님,
Venerable Chamu,
부활이 끝나면 틀림없이 머리가.
once the resurrection is complete, the head will.
그러니 그 전에 끝내야.
We must end this before they.
일각만.
Hold for one moment. Hold for one moment.
판단이 섣부르면 반드시 놓치는 것이 있기 마련.
To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely.
나는 우리의 보물과 불로불사의 단서 두 가지 모두 놓치고 싶지 않구나.
I wish not to lose either, our treasure and a clue to immortality. And Honglu was whole again.
아, 감사해요, 루시님. 정말 아무런 아픔도 느껴지지 않았어요. 그리고 단테님도요.
Thank you, Ryoshu. It really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante.
별말.
No problem, NP. She really enjoyed splitting him in half.
할머니, 그리고 원춘 누님.
Grandmother, big sister Yuanchun.
보셨죠? 이게 제가 찾은 불로불사의 방법이랍니다.
Did you see that? This is the immortality I found.
오지 않는 건가?
Are we safe?
부시불보 시후미도.
If aught to be owed, a swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It is simply yet to return. Jamu's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtains.
가주심사 1차 참가자 가복.
Jia Baoyu, in the first round of the family hierarchy evaluations.
합격이란다.
You pass.
가시복 합격.
Baoyu of the Jia family passes.
무슨 술수를 쓴 거지?
What trickery is this?
분명 홍원을 떠나 한량 같은 여행이나 다닌다 들었는데 그 사이 무슨 묘수를 가져온 거야?
I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour away from Hongyuan like a jobless rich kid. When he even managed to find his own answer?
1차 심사 종료.
Thus ends the first round.
합격자들은 곧바로 내일 열릴 2차 심사를 준비하라.
Those who passed must prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow.
2차 심사와의 간극 간 후보자끼리 서로 위해를 가하는 것은 금지되어 있다.
Remember, the candidates are barred from harming one another between now and the commencement of the second round of the evaluations.
이것은 유일한 규칙으로 위반한 후보자는 즉시 탈락된다는 점 양지하길 바란다.
This is your one and only rule. Thus remember it well. Anyone who dare break it shall immediately be disqualified.
이상.
That is all. As soon as Cha Cheng announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seats began rushing toward the first floor. Getting mixed up with that crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here.
네, 저희는 곧바로 홍로 씨의 방으로 이동하도록 하죠.
Indeed, let us immediately return to Honglu's room. And we decided to sleep out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, stood Chiachiu in our path.
아, 치우 형님이시군요. 1차 대전에 합격한 걸 축하드려요.
Oh, oh wait, which are we in? Like, I think it seems like that there are 19 parts for this Canto. I don't remember which one we're in currently. Oh, Big Brother 2. Congratulations on passing the first round.
도련님도 합격하셨다죠? 축하드려요.
I hear that you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems.
평생토록 가주 자리에는 일말의 관심조차 보이지 않으셨던 도련님이
How is it that you, young master, who has not shown an inkling of ambition toward the seat of the hierarch,
어쩐 일로 이렇게 주목을 한 몸에 받으며 가주대전에 나오셨을지.
suddenly emerge as one of its candidates, positively stealing the show?
뭐 갑자기 욕심이 날 수도 있는 거 아니겠어?
Well, you know, sometimes people get swept up by random surges of ambition.
욕심을 낸 건 도련님이 아니라 그대들의 회사가 아닐런지.
Wasn't that surge of ambition your company's, and not young Master Paoyu's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well.
테두리 안에 있자 하였건을 벌써 가생이에서 난장을 피우다니.
Have we not impressed upon you enough that you want to nicely remain within the borders? Instead, he sparks such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter.
가시춘의 뜻에 휘둘리는 걸로 상황이 끝날 것이라 여겼는데.
I had thought that his only role in this design would be to be played as a pawn by Chia Si-chun, no more.
주군, 도련님을 너무 과대평가한 게 아니신지요?
My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master.
아직도 너는 아무것도 하지 않으면 아무 일도 일어나지 않을 거라 믿는 것이냐?
Are you still of the belief that inaction is a path without consequences?
전에 인사도 제대로 못 드렸네요, 치우 형님.
I didn't even get to say hello to you earlier, brother Chiu.
가시 가문의 보옥, 정식으로 인사드립니다.
Paoyu of the Chia family formally extends his greetings to you.
성인이 된 이후론 정식으로 얼굴을 맞대고 인사드리는 게 처음이네요.
I realize that this is the first time we're meeting face to face since I reached adulthood.
그나저나 이화 형님과 경도 씨의 머리는 원래대로 잘 붙여주었나요?
Speaking of which, did you manage to stitch Big Brother Yihuo and Mr. Qingtao's heads back onto their bodies?
Huh?
Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed suit.
홍원의 형제자매끼리는 항상 저런 식으로 인사를 주고받는 게 일상인가 보죠?
I guess that's just how siblings of Hongyuan greet each other, huh?
보차 씨가 유별나게 상냥한 타입이었나 봐.
Seems like Miss Pao Chai was just a particularly nice exception.
탓할 이유가 없는 물음을 던지는가?
You ask a question that deserves no answer.
일말의 준비도 없이 제 차례가 왔다며 맨몸으로 불길에 뛰어들었나?
You have arrived here, unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames all for the mere reason that your turn had come.
여전히 같은 생각이라면 지금까지 그랬던 것처럼 눈에 띄지 않고 조용히 있는 것이 옳았을 텐데.
If your mind hasn't changed, then it would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were.
네, 걱정해 주셔서 감사해요.
Yes, thank you for your concern.
그 관조를 흉내내는 말버릇은
This facade of wisdom and pensiveness worn upon your speech
도통 고치질 못하나 보구나.
is truly intractable.
제가 그랬나요?
Do I do that? Noticing Chiachu's hand tighten around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in.
아, 1차 심사 통과한 후보자끼리 죽이면 안 된다던 규칙. 저만 기억하는 건 아니죠?
Oh, in case you forgot, there's a rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully, I'm not the only one who remembers that.
계속 위협적으로 나오신다면 저희도 다음 수단을 쓸 수밖에 없다는 점을 알아주시면 좋겠는데요.
If you're going to continue to bully us, don't be surprised if there are consequences.
오티스 씨, 준비는 끝내둔 거죠?
Otis, you finished the preparations, right?
지원군들은 지금 건물 앞까지 도착한 상태다.
The reinforcements are standing by at the front gates.
우리한테 지원군이 있어.
What reinforcement?
그래서 섣불리 행동하는 것은 2차 선발을 두고 쓸데없는 무력전이 벌어질 수도 있다는 거지.
Which is why I am warning you that taking any rash action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us.
허장성세로구나. 애당초 무력은 처음부터 내세울 도리가 아니라 생각한다마는.
A loud boast from an illusory army in an empty fortress. Though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt.
여기서 너희와 겨룰 생각은 없다.
I am not intent on fighting you here.
가보. 제 그릇에 맞지 않은 것을 담으려 하면 큰 화를 피하지 못할 것이다.
자바오유, you will beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities.
그러나 부딪혀 깨어지고 싶다면 그 또한 술리며 섭리일 테죠.
Yet, if he still wishes to challenge and be broken, then perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. And with that, they turned around and left us. It seemed that they were only here to give us a warning.
조마조마했어요. 가치우 씨랑 그 흑수들이랑 맞붙게 되면.
What a relief. I thought we'd have to fight Chiachu and his Heisho pack.
눈치챈 것 같긴 하지만 합은 좋았네요, 오티스 씨.
They did see right through us in the end, but hey, nice teamwork, Otis.
무례하게 짝이 없는 놈들이었다.
What unbelievable impudence.
말하는 내내 우리는 쳐다도 보지 않더군.
Did you notice how they did not even glance at the rest of us through that entire exchange? Sui Pao-chai peeked out from a pillar before walking up to Honglu.
1차 심사 합격한 거 축하해, 보호가. 정말 어떻게 된 일이야? 네가 가주대전에 나올 줄은 꿈에도 몰랐는데.
You passed the first round. I'm so happy for you, Baoyu. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't imagine even in my wildest dreams that you'd be participating in the family Hayak war.
보차 누나도 1차 심사에서 합격한 걸 축하해.
Congrats to you too, big sister Pao-chai, for passing the first round.
나한테 숨겼을 정도면 모두에게 알려지지 않길 바랐던 거지?
Gathering from the fact you hid it even from me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right?
맞아. 아마 나 때문에 다들 시끌벅적해졌을 것 같네.
Yeah, I imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone.
괜히 미안해지는구만. 본의 아니게 속인 셈이 되어버렸어.
Now I'm starting to feel kinda bad about this. Somehow we ended up lying to everyone.
뭐 어때요? 뻔뻔해지자고요.
Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead.
이렇게 된 거 네가 가주대전에 나가게 된 걸 다행으로 여기려고.
Well, if it's all the same to you, then I want to say that I'm so happy that you have decided to take part.
왜냐하면 내가 가주대전에 나간 사이에 네가 또다시 대관원을 떠날지도 모른다고 생각했거든. 그렇게 되면 너무 섭섭하잖아.
I was worried that you might have already left Takwanyuan so far away from me again by the time I was finished with the family Hayak war. That would have been too bad.
그러니 가주대전에서라도 계속 볼 수 있게 되어서 다행이야.
So I'm glad that we'll get to spend more time together, even as contestants.
마주치게 되면 누구보다 반갑게 인사해주기야.
Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if we ever run into each other, okay? Sui Pao-chai left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so. It's a really long first part, honestly, for the... Oh. We're already at 14. Okay, so we only got like 5 left, I think. Wait! Okay. Okay. This is big. What the fuck is it doing here? If you guys don't know, this is a reference to a really well-known LOB Corp CG, which basically shows Bina destroying the old H Corp. Jesse Chun, 814.
돌아오셨습니까, 도련님?
You have returned, young master.
좋은 밤이야, 스핀.
Yep. Good evening, Suyun. Suyun bowed wordlessly in that same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him.
보옥 도련님께 서신 하나가 도착했습니다.
A letter has arrived for you, young master Baoyu.
너무도 확연하게 봉투에 인장이 뜯겨 있다고 생각하지 않나요?
You didn't even try to hide the fact that the envelope was tampered with, did you?
전달하는 것까지가 저의 일일 뿐.
My responsibility was to deliver the letter.
온전한 형태로 지켜야 한다는 건 제 소임이 아닙니다.
To protect its integrity was not one of my obligations.
홍루 씨, 이분 당신의 시종 맞나요?
Honglu, are you sure she's your maidservant?
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
틀린 말은 아닌걸요?
Wait, I have to do a little something. Need to shoot something. She's not wrong.
스빈, 일로 와봐. 가령이랑 비석치기를 하기로 했었는데 왜 계속 보이지 않아?
Suyun, can I ask you something? Jialing promised to play a rock tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere.
그게 말이죠.
That's
그러니까요, 도련님. 지난번에 숫자를 어디까지 외우셨죠?
Well, let's see. How many numbers have you learned so far, young master?
그때 나랑 스빈이랑 10이라는 숫자까지 배웠지.
Suyun and I learned up to 10.
그러면 100밤까지만 자고 나면 돌아오실 거예요. 100이라는 건 10밤 보내는 걸 10번 반복하면 되는 거랍니다.
Then he'll be back after 100 nights sleeps. Sleep 10 nights, 10 times, and that's 100 nights.
와, 그렇구나. 수빈은 엄청 똑똑하네.
Wow, that's so cool. Saiyan, you're so smart.
자라나면 다 자연스럽게 배우는 것이니까요.
Oh, it's nothing. It's something we all learn growing up.
수빈, 10밤을 10번 넘게 보냈는데 가령은 여전히 코빼기도 보이지가 않아.
Saiyan, I slept 10 times 10 nights, but I still don't know where Qiaoling's gone.
제가 가령 도련님이 돌아온다고 했었던가요?
Did I say that young Master Qiaoling was to return?
백밤까지만 자고 나면 다시 돌아온다고 했어.
You said he'll be back after 100 nights?
백밤 가지고서는 택도 없어요, 도련님.
100 nights is hardly enough, young master. Is it because of your connection, Orange? You're having a hard time with the connection? Oh. Is it from me or is it like your connection? I wonder.
1000밤은 지나야 할 거려.
It will take at least 1,000 nights.
꼴을 당했는데.
Given what they did to him.
그렇구나.
I see.
수빈은 역시 언제나 똑똑하네.
You're smart as always, Saiyan.
가령 도련님은 수년이 지났지만 여전히 몸이 썩어 들어가고 있대요, 도련님.
Young master, it's been years, but young master Qiaoling's body is still decaying.
지금은 몸의 절반이 넘는 부위를 쓸 수 없대요.
He has lost control of over half of his body.
저번에 내가 시킨 대로 환약을 주었는데도 그러니?
Even after he was fed the boluses I'd sent him.
도련님이 주신 환약은 아무짝에도 쓸모가 없었대요.
I was told to relay that your boluses were useless, young master.
뇌까지 같이 썩은 거라 원래대로 회복될 일은 거의 없다고 다른 식솔들이 말하는 걸 들었거든요.
The decay reached his brain, and I overheard the other servants gossip that it is impossible to recover from such a wound.
몸이 전혀 제 기능을 하지 못하는 거예요. 죽는 게 나을 정도죠.
The body is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact.
그러니까 이제 헛된 기대는 하지 마세요.
So give up your naive hope and forget about him.
수빈은 언제나 똑똑하네.
You're always so smart, Saiyan.
관리자님, 그럼 편지를 읽겠습니다.
I will now read the letter, Executive Manager. Huh? Ah, right, yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand.
소드 과장이로군.
This is from Manager Saud.
여러분, 1차 대전을 합격했다는 소식은 들었어요.
Hello everyone, heard you managed to pass the first round.
사실은 그 전부터 미리 쓴 편지랍니다. 합격하지 못했으면 이 편지를 받지도 못했을 테니까요.
I wrote this letter before I heard the news, actually. You wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't passed.
뭐야? 축하 인사는
Heck.
접어두죠. 본 게임은 2차 대전부터니까요.
But let's save the celebrations for later. The real game starts in round 2.
다른 후보들은 이미 2차 대전에 대한 정보를 암암리에 공유하며 작전을 구상하고 있을 게 분명한데.
The other candidates must have been making alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round.
당신들은 어디에도 끼지 못한 채 고립되어 있다가 숙소로 돌아와 제 편지를 읽고 있겠죠.
Meanwhile, you guys stumbled around, aimless and alone, before returning to your lodging, and here you are now, reading my letter.
이 인간 어디서 지켜보고 있는 거 아니야?
Is she watching us from somewhere?
그래도 안심하세요. 2차전은 여러분에 한해 작전이랄 게 필요 없는.
But not to worry. For your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing.
난전이자 연전이니까.
Because it'll be messy and continuous battle after battle.
항상 하던 대로 싸움만 하면 된답니다.
So battle on as you always do. Huh?
당신들이 가장 자신 있는 특기 분야죠?
It's what you do best, right?
아니.
Hold on.
더 자세하게 말하고 싶어도 이 편지는 분명 다른 후보가 속한 세가나 일파가 먼저 뜯어보았을 거예요.
I would like to go into more detail in this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been, most likely, intercepted by someone from other candidates, clans, or coalitions.
여러분은 지금까지의 감과 패기로 원하는 걸 얻어내야 하는 겁니다.
So, in order for you to obtain our objective, you have to rely on what you have learned and gained so far. Your intuition and fearlessness.
다시 한번 말하지만 저희의 목표는 하나니까요.
Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose.
2등을 하여 황금가지를 얻는다 라는 맥락인 것 같다.
Contextual clues suggest that their one purpose is implied to be come in second place and obtain the golden bow.
그럼 물러가도록 하죠. 아, 마지막으로
Well, that wraps everything up then. Oh, one last thing.
이 편지를 허락 없이 읽은 자들에게는 대대손손 저주가 내릴 것이고 가는 곳마다 불운이 생기며 하는 일마다 망하여.
Shameless curs who have rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization should be struck down with the curse of misfortune that lasts generation upon generations. Ne'er shall they ever be successful in any endeavor, regardless of nature. The bottom part of the letter has been torn off, huh?
무시무시한 끝맺음이네요.
What a way to end the letter.
뭐 2차 심사에 대해 더 아는 사람 없나? 마음만 심란해졌는데.
So, does anybody know what to expect in round 2? The letter really didn't help with anything at all.
자세한 규칙은 현장에서 직접 들어보는 편이 제일 정확할 듯하군요.
It would be better to learn the exact rules on site and hear from the organizers themselves.
듣는 귀와 보는 눈은 어디에든 숨어 있을 듯하니.
It is likely that there are forces who already have their eyes and ears on us.
관리자님, 문 앞에서 인기척이 느껴집니다.
Executive Manager, there is someone by the door.
말이 끝나자마자 기습이냐?
Right on cue.
그건 아닐 거예요.
I don't think that's what this is.
젠장, 다들 무기를 들고 전투 태세를.
Damn it, you! Grab your weapons, prepare for bat. Despite our rush, the person by the door was none other than Chasichun. She wore an expression that we had grown quite familiar with by now. An interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment.
혹시나 싶었는데 역시나네.
Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore?
이렇게 덥석 문 열어주는 꼴을 보아하니.
So you're just opening your front door to anyone, without even checking who knocked? Just like that?
근데 저희 서로 말 안 하기로 했던 거 아니었...
I thought you were done talking with...
우리가 좀 조심성이 없긴 했지.
Yeah, we can be pretty heedless from time to time.
하지만 저희를 죽이러 올 암살자분들 중에서 노크를 할까 말까 망설이고 있을 만큼 친절한 분은 없을 것 같았거든요.
But I don't think anyone who's intending to kill us would have the decency to stand and hesitate in front of my door wondering if she should knock or not.
아까 가주대전에서
Earlier, in round 1,
가모랑 원춘 언니 앞에서 일부러 죽는 모습을 내보였지.
you had yourself killed in front of Qianmu and Big Sister Yuanshun, didn't you?
그리고 다시 살아났던 거고.
And revived yourself in front of them too, I presume.
맞아.
Right.
그렇게까지 하는 이유가 뭐야?
Why even go that far, huh?
오빠는 왜 갑자기 가주가 되려는 거야, 대체?
What's gotten into you, brother? Family Hayek? Really? Why now? Why all of a sudden?
봐봐, 지금도.
I can tell just from that look on your face
누구보다 가죽 따위엔 관심 없는 듯한 얼굴을 하고 있으면서
that you couldn't care less about becoming something like the family hierarch.
정말 저들이 시켰다는 게 다인 거야?
Is that really it? That they told you to do it?
시춘, 만약에 진짜 만약에 우리의 목표가 1등이 아닐 수도 있지 않을까?
Sichin, imagine, just for the sake of it, what if our actual goal isn't to come in first place?
그걸 누가 믿어?
Do you seriously expect me to believe that?
그렇지. 나라도 안 믿겠다.
Right? Totally, heck, I wouldn't buy that either.
아무튼 포섭이나
Anyways.
협상을 하러 온 건 아니야. 그건 이제 오빠랑 죽어도 두 번 다시는 안 해.
I'm not here to ally or parley with you. I am never, ever doing anything like that with you again, brother.
곧 밤이 찾아올 거니까.
It'll be nighttime soon, you know?
달빛도 제대로 들지 않을 만큼 어두웠잖아.
And your room's always been so dark because you barely let so much as a ray of moonlight in.
곧 초대받지 않은 객들이 급습할 거다. 라는 뜻인가?
Seems like she's warning us that we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon.
이 상황에서 제일 눈엣 가시가 된 오빠를 가만 내버려 둘 리가 없지.
Yeah, no way they're letting you, in a sudden, unforeseen variable, spend the night in peace. But didn't they warn us earlier that round 2 candidates are prohibited from hurting each other?
서로를 직접적으로 죽이는 것만 피하라는 뜻이었나?
I see. The only thing that matters is the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it.
맞아. 우회적인 경로를 통해서는 어떤 식으로든 상관없다는 거지.
Right. They won't intervene as long as a candidate's not trying to kill a fellow candidate, literally with their own hands.
그러니 오빠의 시종들도 믿지 마.
So don't trust anyone, even your maid servants.
직접 여기로 와줘서 고마워, 시춘.
Thanks for coming here in person, Sichin.
내일은 정말로 적으로 만나는 거야.
Tomorrow we'll really be enemies.
이제 와서 바뀌는 것도 없을 테지만 내일이면
I know it's too late to change anything, but tomorrow... Sichin stumbled over her words, trailed off, then turned around and left as though she swallowed what she wanted to say. She really likes Baoyu, she really likes Hong.
사실 아가씨께서 여기로 발걸음한다고 하셨을 때 3번을 말렸습니다.
When she expressed a wish to visit you herself, I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it.
저의 위치에서 3번이나 말린 것은 가당치 않은 일이긴 합니다만
It was highly impertinent of someone on my station to advise against her 3 times, but
그만큼 아가씨께서는 쉽지 않은 선택을 하셨다는 걸 알아주십시오.
I implore you all to know that her choice to come here was not an easy one.
실례인 질문일 수도 있지만 그쪽 상황은 좀 괜찮으신가요?
I know this question can sound a bit nosy, but are things okay over there?
최선을 다해낼 생각입니다.
We will face the trial to the best of our abilities.
부디 마주칠 일이 없길 진심으로 바라겠습니다.
I wish with all my heart that our path will not cross tomorrow.
동감이요.
And I share his sentiment.
저들과는 서로 해를 가할 일은 없게 되길 바라고 싶구려.
I wish not to ever bring harm to them, not they to us in turn.
뭐 그게 생각만큼 마음대로 되겠냐?
Well, when's anything ever gone as we wished? But Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. I don't want to fight Sichin. She's so cute. And we've got them intruders.
뜀박질 시간.
다리에 둥글면 이지러지게 마련.
A moon, once it waxes, it wanes.
돌이 차면 넘쳐나게 마련.
Or water, once it fills, it overflows.
모든 불은 꺼져야 하기에 밤은 고요하다.
For all lights must go out, the night is still.
때가 되었네요.
It's time.
오감을 곤두세워라.
Sharpen your senses.
어이, 이 건물에 침입자가 올 수 있는 경로는 어떤 것이 있지?
Hey, what are some known infiltration routes in this building that our enemies could use?
일단 상대 쪽에서 암습을 하겠다고 마음을 먹으면 어디든 가능한 모양이더라고요.
Anywhere, really. As long as the assassin's willing to put their mind to it.
한 번은 침대 밑에서부터 나오신 적도 있었으니까요.
There was this one time when one of them suddenly appeared from under my bed.
그건 진짜 무섭겠네요.
That sounds kinda terrifying. Yoshi, who was leisurely puffing her cigarette as the sinners were looking around in full alert, suddenly pointed up.
위.
Up.
천장에 무언가 내려앉는 인기척이 느껴졌다.
Ceiling, someone just landed above us.
아, 천장에 내려앉은 거면
Oh, so even hiding in the ceiling,
이미 이 방 밖에도 몇 명 더 포진되어 있겠네요.
there must be more waiting for us just out the door. Honglu spoke casually as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something.
이야, 감이 좋은데.
Impressive. You're pretty sharp. The sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but the assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from a gourd in his hand.
이 냄새.
Wait, this smells like...
설마 저 자식 이 와중에 술 처먹고 있는 거냐?
Is that sod drinking on the job?
밤중에 일하러 나온 것도 서러운데 술까지 못 마시면 무슨 낙으로 일하겠나?
Give me a break. I'm an old guy on a night shift. I say I deserve a drink.
목표는 가복 도련님 하나다. 빨리 죽이고 돌아가지.
Our target's young Master Chapaoyu. Let's kill him quick and clear tonight. With that, the enemies began flooding into the room. Your chief Po Tao, assassin, when he doing combat for the turn, when he doing the combat phase on Clash Wind plus 20% damage, prioritizes Honglu. Honestly,
헤어내리.
승부차다.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
다시 복구하긴 힘들 거예요.
부서진 홍차잎 같군요.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로
뜀박질 중.
효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았고
빈틈투성이네.
적합한 조치였습니다. 골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
wait, I wonder if... Does, like, Honglu get a special... No, he didn't get a special status effect yet.
그렇게 시원해서 못했나봐. 보는 맛이 나는
부서진
일 처리는 빠르게
홍차
하는
같군요.
편이 덜 답답한 법이지. 골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
불렀어 죽은?
How much boys? 11 out of 4.
적출할게요.
자! 숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하다. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는
Skill 3 is being insta kills. Nice.
어머, 놀랐어?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
불렀어 죽은?
How much boys? 14 out of 3. Oh, not enough.
깔끔하게.
이제 끝내지.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
어머, 놀랐어?
깔끔하게 물었군. 이건 예상 못했나봐.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고
And we still got one guy who's just going to die there.
이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
좋아. 생동감
And of course, Ryoshu is the one who dealt the most damage.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
끝났습니다.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다. 단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
헤어내리.
부서진
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
적출할게요.
I don't feel especially like in danger when fighting these guys. Like they don't feel like really intimidating.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
그쪽
이
방향이 아닐
처리는
텐데.
빠르게 하는 편이 더 답답한 거지.
홍차익 같군요.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다.
단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
헤어내리.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
뭐 상정외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 순 없겠군. 설마
숨통 끊기.
알고 맞게 하지 않았을 테니.
아이고, 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Honda took a little bit of beating
어머, 놀랐어?
because of talisman.
지금 시계를 돌리기엔 촉박할 테니 다른 수를 생각해야 할 겁니다, 관리자. 쓸모 없어진 놈은 후퇴시키는 것도 좋겠죠.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
Oh come on. No, so thank you.
승부차다.
그쪽 죽어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Oh come on, please. Thank you.
이걸로 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Thank you, Rodia.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
깔끔하게.
깔끔하게 물었군.
아직 죽지 마라. 이제 끝내지.
좋은 결정.
빈틈투성이네.
And cleared. Kinda got a little bit scared there because Kong Lu, but hey, like, you know.
좋아.
Nanomachines!
생동감이 살아있는
Nanomachines,
좋은
brother!
공간이 됐군.
Or night
다음
ambushes?
먹잇감도 이런
Probably to
식이었으면
fight a
좋겠어.
boss there?
발광할 시간인가?
Yep, the boy's there.
뭐야? 아직도 안 끝났어?
Still working on it?
이전 사이와라는 놈도 그렇고 이자들 생각보다 우리를 허접하게 계산하는군.
It seems that we are continually underestimated by our foes. Shi Yihuan made the same mistake.
이 정도 숫자로 우리를 전복시킬 수 있을 거로 생각했나?
You didn't seriously think that we would be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you?
에휴, 골 아프게 소리 지르기는.
Oh wow, pipe down. You're giving me an early hangover.
사신의 사고 뭉치하고 비교하면 마음이 좀 아프단 말이지.
And don't you compare us to that little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you?
조심하세요, 오티스. 저자는 동행한 자들과는 전투력에서 큰 차이를 보입니다.
Be careful, Otis. His combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companions.
혼자서 여유를 부릴 이유가 있다. 그거군.
So that's why he's so sure of himself, I see.
소속과 이름을 밝혀라.
Identify your name in allegiance.
이 바닥에서 그런 걸 의포될 사람이 있겠어? 될 이름도 소속도 없지.
Really? You think I'd just tell you all that if you ask nicely? Working in this line of business? I have no name, no allegiance to give you, friend.
그렇게 오래 살아오니 멋대로 붙여진 이름은 있긴 하지.
No, I have no name to give. I have a title that others took the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up one or two of those after surviving for so long.
한 손에는 술병을 들고 나타나 야음 속으로 사라지니
세상에서 취수 야객이라 부르더이다.
He who emerges with the liquor bottle, only to fade into the nightly shadow. The world has deigned to call him the night drifter of the drunken palm.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Oh fuck! He recovers from stagger again.
단테.
You motherfucker!
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Ouch! Adds a little bit of bleed. And he fucking lost.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한
He has a power counter there. Good.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Oh wait. That could work.
뒷박질 준비.
Hoping it works. Oh god. Thank god, Gregor.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테.
Ouch! Oh god, he took a lot of damage there.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
I really need a way to deal with honestly, I'm just going to use the defense.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
Because I kinda need to gain the K-Corp pool there. Staggered, perfect.
단순해서 좋군, 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
승리를 위해서라면
Everybody's them! Thank you, Ryoshu, for winning this.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
깔끔하게.
Oh, come on, please, Ryoshu. Thank you.
자! 숨통 끊기.
Oh, please, Rodion. Dead Night Drifter. Cinematic. Oh, come on. Why are you doing this to me?
이젠 네 놈만 남았다.
Huh. You're next and the last one.
주인도 지키지 못한 주지. 이상하리 마치 당당하군.
How strangely confident you are for someone who has failed to protect her master. He doesn't know that the sinners can come back from death.
뭐 보옥 도련님의 목숨을 취했으니 여기서 빠지는 편이 좋겠지. 뇌까지 확실히 뭉개두었기도 하고.
Well, now that I've claimed young Master Baoyu's life, I should be free to clock out. There's no coming back from a crushed brain.
내 밑에서도 좀 배우셨으면 비슷하게는 싸워봤을 것을.
Real shame. Had he studied under my tutelage, he could almost match me in skill. And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. And after a brief break, I revived the dead sinners.
대체 어떤 가문에서 보낸 건지.
Just who could possibly send him?
아까 그 가치우라는 놈이 보낸 거 아니야? 눈빛 여전히 살벌하더만.
Could be that Chiachu block from earlier. You saw the way he was glaring at the rich boy.
아까 홍루 씨를 보고 눈빛이 살벌했던 자들이 어디 한둘이었나요?
He wasn't the only one glaring daggers at Honglu, you know? He looks really in pain, not gonna lie.
야, 괜찮냐? 혹시 정신이 획가닥한 거면 후딱 다시 시계 돌려달라 해.
Oi, you alright? If your brain's feeling funny, ask him to turn the clock again.
아니요. 조금 생소해서요.
No, it's just that this feels new to me.
원래는 여기서 습격이 있을 때마다 이 건물이 한없이 넓기만 하다고 생각했었거든요.
Whenever I was attacked in here, this building felt so infinitely vast.
그런데 여러분들이랑 있으니까 이렇게 또 북적거리는 공간도 없네요.
But now that I'm here with all of you, it feels so crowded and alive.
그게 무슨 일이야?
And that's funny how.
뭐 우리가 있으니까 든든하다는 말 아니겠어?
Well, I imagine he's saying that he's happy we've got his back. To paraphrase. The steel phlegm coming from
그림자가 그들을 덮었습니다.
God, Otis is the one who dealt the most damage. Wow. I mean, they had a hard time clashing, I'm gonna lie.
볕이 들면 그림자는 거두어짐.
We're fighting Cillian, okay.
도련님, 떠나기 전 여하차를 다렸는데 드시겠습니까?
Young master, I have brewed some newer tea. Will you imbibe some before departing?
안 마시겠다고 해요, 홍루 씨. 어제 편지 뜯어졌던 거 잊었어요? 아무도 믿어서는 안 된다고요.
No way, Honglu. Remember how the envelope we received yesterday was torn open? Refuse it.
저는 괜찮아요. 내와줘, 스빈.
I'm okay. I love some tea, Suyun. Thank you.
네, 도련님.
Yes, young master. Honglu sips Suyun's tea.
그러다가 혹시나 차 안에 무슨 독이라도 있으면 아무리 단테 씨가 계신다 해도 너무 무모하잖아요.
Hey, that tea could be poisoned. I know we have Dante here, but you're being too reckless.
단테님이 계셔서 아무 생각 없이 마신 것은 아니랍니다. 그랬다면 단테님이 공연이 아플 일이 늘 테니까요.
I wasn't being reckless on account of having Dante around. If I was, and if it really had been poisoned, I would be needlessly hurting Dante in the process.
그저 스빈이 이렇게 무뚝뚝하게 되었어도 스빈은 스빈인 채니까 문제 없을 거라고 생각했어요.
Even if she's become a lot less friendly, Suyun's still Suyun. So, I thought it would be okay. That's when I realized that Suyun's odd change of character was reminiscent of those we'd seen earlier in the back streets of District 8. Suyun went through a lot of revivals, didn't she?
맞아요. 제 가장 가까운 시종이라 값비싼 생명보험에 들었었거든요.
Yes, she's my closest maidservant, so she was on the most expensive version of life insurance. So when you say Suyun, still Suyun, you mean that her memories are intact?
네. 생명보험은 기억 자체를 건드리지는 않으니까요.
Yep, life insurance doesn't actually decay your memory.
하지만 점점
But still, you'll slowly
풍화되어 간다고 해요. 그리하여 기억은 거센 바람과 비에 깎여나가는 바위처럼 서서히 작아지고 흐려지고
erode
마침내 형태조차 남지 않게 되죠.
erode away. Like a stone weathering merciless gusts and rainstorms, the memory shrinks and shrinks, slowly losing its definition, until the form itself is lost.
아, 한때 그러한 모양의 바위가 있었구나. 라는 느낌만 들 뿐인 거예요.
It only leaves the faint sensation that the stone was once there, until it was no more.
하지만 전 그 느낌만이라도 스빈에게 따뜻한 기억으로 남았으면 좋겠어요.
But I hope that faint sensation remains a warm remembrance to Suyun at last. Suyun quietly cleared away the tea set. You could not tell if she had heard Honglu or if she cared at all, if she did. Regardless, we left her to her job and made our way to the palanquin that was waiting to take us to the round 2 venue.
사활을 건 전쟁을 앞두고 있을 때 가장 먼저 해야 할 것은
When marching out to meet your foes in a deadly war, normally most sinners would have laughed artists off for being overdramatic, but today they were all listening intently to her every word. We've already had several close run-ins with the candidates in their factions, and even the formidable Heisho pack. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that this was the time to take her seriously.
주적의 정보에 대해 알아내는 것이다.
We must first learn as much as possible about our primary foe.
우리에게 제일 위협이 될 만한 적.
The one that poses us the greatest threat, if you will.
가치요.
And that is Chachu.
그자에 대해 아는 대로 정보를 말해보도록.
So let's list everything we've learned about that individual so far.
잘린 사람의 목을 들고 아무렇지 않게 경고한다거나.
Well, we know that he has no problems with the blood in his own hands. Remember how he grabbed those decapitated heads?
저희와 시춘 씨 쪽을 가주대전에 아예 참가하지도 못하게 술수를 쓰려 했다거나.
And we know that he tried to ensure that both our team and Sichin's wouldn't participate in the family Hayak war.
자로라는 강한 흑수, 자공이라는 책략가를 두고 있는 것도 알고 있어.
We are also aware that he's flanked by Chilu, a mighty Heisho, and Chikong, a strategist.
더군다나 어제 보낸 자격도 그 사람이 보낸 것 같지 않아?
And it seemed like he was the one who sent the assassins from last night too, right?
네. 여러모로 서로 견제를 해야 할 인물은 확실한 것 같네요.
Yeah, we know that he's definitely wary of us, so we should also stay on guard.
아시다시피 이곳 대간호는 오래전부터 존재해왔던 가씨, 사씨, 설씨, 왕씨의 네 가문들이 이끄는 곳이랍니다.
As we all know by now, Daguanyuan is led by 4 ancient and great houses: the Jiao, the Shi, the Sui, and the Wang.
제가 태어나기 전부터 이곳에는 수많은 권모술수와 비명 행사가 오갔고 지금은 가시가가 4대 가문 중 제일 큰 영향력을 차지하고 있죠.
Ever since the times Oh shit, sorry. Ever since the times before my own birth, this place was a den of political intrigue, a jungle where a single misstep could spell your death. Today, the Chao family holds the most power and influence among the four.
그 덕에 저는 조금 더 부유하고 편안하게 모두가 부러워하고 우러러보는 삶을 살 수 있었던 거고요.
Which means that I was at the top of the world, afforded a life of luxuries and leisure, the kind of envious life that everyone looks up to and aspires to attain.
그리고 치우 형님은
But Big Brother Chu, he
그 바닥 아래에 있었어요.
He was beneath even the rock bottom of the same world.
바닥? 무언가의 비유요?
Rock bottom. A metaphor for art, perhaps?
비유가 아니라면 바닥 아래에 있었다는 것은 누가 떠밀었다는 소리처럼 들리는군.
If it isn't, then I presume he's implying that someone pushed Chia Chu to the depth.
네, 많은 손들이 벼랑 끝으로 밀어냈으니까요. 그러다가 결국엔 발 디딜 공간 하나 없어지게 되어 형님에게 남은 건
Yes.
낙하뿐이었죠.
Oh shit. Yes, many hands pushed him toward the cliff, until there was no more room for him to back up to. Until his only remaining choice was to plummet.
치우 형님은 멸문한 공씨 가문의 마지막 남은 후손이에요.
Of course! Of course! The reason why I'm saying of course is because this was really how do you say it? This was really hypothesized. That was hypothesized like by a lot. And this reason why I'm saying of course is very much simple. If you guys didn't know, Chia Chu is an original character from Limbus Company. Like a Chia Chu character in Dream of the Red Chamber doesn't exist. But there is a character with the Chu name who exists, who's like extremely well known, like even to non-Chinese people, even to non-Asian people, and his name is Kong Chu, which makes all sense because of this. Brother Chu is the last surviving descendant of the annihilated Kong family. His name is Kong Chu, and Kong Chu is the Chinese name for Confucius. So we are indeed going to face Confucius himself, because, like, fun fact, the Dream of the Rain Chamber book is the author's way to put Chinese society against Confucianism. So we're directly, instead of facing Confucianism in Dream of the Red Chamber, we are going to directly face Confucius. Oh god. Brother Chu, is the last surviving descendant of the annihilated Kong family.
분명 성이 가시 아니었는가?
Yet his surname was Cha, was it not?
어머니 쪽이 공가의 분이셨거든요.
His mother was from the Kong family.
그런...
how?
아마도 그 사람을 밀어낸 손 중에는 제 것도 있었을 거예요.
My hand was probably one of the many that pushed him off the cliff.
저는 홍루 씨가 그럴 만한 분으로는 보이지 않는데요.
I don't think you're the kind of person to do something like that, Hongnu.
애써 덮어주시지 않아도 괜찮아요.
No need to make excuses for me.
할머니와 어르신들의 어여쁨이 있었기에 형제 자매들의 시기 질투가 따라온 것이고
Envy and jealousy came about from my grandmother and the elders' favoritism.
까마득히 높은 건물이 있었기에 그 바닥 또한 생기는 것이 당연지사.
And where there is a zenith, so exists a deer.
숨어들어도 벗어날 수는 없으니 받아들일 생각이랍니다.
Hiding won't let me get away from it, so I'm going to accept it. Honglu remained placid throughout that entire reveal, as though he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and the clouds going by. In fact,
붙어먹은 것, 그것들도 경계해라.
Watch out for the ones working with the thumb too. It was Ryoshu who appeared more agitated than he was.
언제? 그때 그 떡대요?
The thumb? Oh, that walking brick shithouse from earlier?
내횡.
Leiheng.
유독 경계하네, 류슈. 원래라면
You're really worried, Ryoshu. Don't you usually just...
가만히가.
It's because he's powerful. Silence descended in the palanquin.
류슈가 누구 보고 순순히 강하다고 한 거 들어본 사람?
Has Ryoshu ever called anyone straight up powerful before? No one replied. Yep, this is bad. This is bad news. Wait, we didn't get a fight in Siyans. Oh no. Yeah, we didn't get... I thought it was going to be a fight one, but no, it was like only a story one. Lin Taiyu. The woman he fell in love with. We have arrived at the venue for the second round of the evaluation. We found ourselves at some kind of deep subterranean area with multiple lifts installed inside it. Some contestants were already rising on those lifts, but most of them had elected to remain down here to quietly and furtively discuss their strategies. As for us, we were slowly getting used to our presence drawing the attention of every single person in the room the moment we entered.
참가자분들은 각자 승강기를 탄 후 위로 올라와 주시면 됩니다.
Contestants must now each board their lifts and ascend.
그럼 저희도 탑승할까요?
Well then, should we get going too?
너무 눈에 띄는 것 같은 느낌이라 얼른.
I feel like we're drawing way too much attention, so let's... But we were stopped by a voice calling us.
오라버니.
Big brother Big brother Paoyu.
대역.
Taiyu.
그간 안녕하셨나요?
Have you been well? I'd seen a child who looked just like her a few times in Honglu's memories. I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made a mound of petals I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made a mound of petals with one hand. But now she looked on at him without a discernible emotion, a spear in the very same hand.
대역, 네가 가주대전에 참여하게 될 줄은 몰랐네.
Taiyu, I didn't think you'd be participating in the family Hayak war.
잊으셨나요, 오라버니? 예나 지금이나 저희 집안은 누군가의 밑에 있어야만 건사할 처지였어요.
Have you forgotten that my family cannot exist unless we are in service of greater houses?
지금은 설씨 세가에서 칼을 쥐고 있을 뿐입니다.
I am but a blade serving a clan from the Sue family.
그렇구나. 보처 누나 내에서.
I see. For big sister Pao Chai's family.
네. 그러니 앞으로도 남은 날 동안은
다른 사람을 위해 싸우다 죽게 되겠죠.
Yes, I will be fighting in the service of others to the last of my days.
대옥,
Are you? Honglu took a step toward her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It was not a threat, but her gesture carried such implicit resoluteness that it brought Honglu to a stop.
대옥, 나는 곧 대관원을 떠날 거야. 어르신들께서 세상에 나가 좀 더 많은 걸 경험하고 오라 하셨거든.
Tayu, I'll be departing Takwon Yuan soon. The elders have commanded me to live here and experience more of the world.
떠난다고요? 대관원을?
You're leaving Takwon Yuan?
결국 제게는 그날의 어떤 답도 해주시지 않은 채로 이렇게 떠나시는군요.
So you leave me now, still refusing to illuminate me the truth about the day.
왜?
Why?
왜 계속 그렇게 웃고만 계시는 건가요?
Why won't you stop smiling like that?
부디 다시 돌아오지 않기를 바라겠습니다.
Then, I hope you never come back here again.
한때는 정답게 지내는 인연이었지만 모든 건 공연한 일.
We shared an intimate bond once, yet all is for naught.
지금은 하늘에도 땅에도 얽매임이 없고
Now I am unbound by the heavens, unbound by the dirt.
이 마음엔 기쁨도 슬픔도 남아있지 않아요.
Still lies this heart of mine now, with emptiness wrought.
꽃이 필 때는 그것이 사랑스럽지만 시들어지게 되면 슬픔만 더하게 되니.
A blossom may be lovely now, but its wilting sharpens the blade of woe, the blade of hurt.
차라리 처음부터 만나지 않는 편이 좋았을 터.
A meeting never should have come to pass.
너는 언제나 듣기에 어렵고 슬픈 말을 하는구나.
You always say things that are so difficult and saddening to hear.
제 장례는 일찌감치 치렀고 뒤늦게 오라버니께 인사라도 드렸으니.
My own funeral was held long ago, and now, having met you for the final time,
부디 이곳에서 서로 죽을 때는
when we meet our ends here,
형체도 남지 않게 되는 한 줄기 연기가 되어 바람에 흩날리게 되길 바랄게요.
may we each become a lone thread of formless smoke, to be scattered to the winds. With that, Yu walked away from us.
아, 여러분들께는 소개를 미처 못해드렸네요.
Ah, looks like I forgot to introduce her to everyone.
어렸을 때 잠시나마 인연을 맺었던 아이랍니다. 지금은 보다시피 좋지 않은 상황에서 재회하게 되었지만요.
She's someone with whom I had a brief connection in my childhood, though I guess our reunion was made under pretty unfavorable circumstances.
누군가의 호의로 이곳에 왔다 함은
That she has come here in service of another candidate means that we'll be enemies on the next time we meet. Yi-sang trailed off without vocalizing that sentiment inside.
인연이란 건 이토록 제멋대로 달라지는 것이니까요.
Connections are such fickle things after all. Honglu muttered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift, enclosed by 4 pillars. The lift rises ploddingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates still waiting for the lifts, looking up at us. The candidates whose fates may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle.
가복!
Chapayu!
너는 결코 이곳에서 살아나갈 수 없다.
You will never leave this place alive!
우리는 사활을 걸고 내 놈의 목을 칠 거야.
No matter what it takes, we will cut off your head! No matter what it takes! Someone screams bitterly from beneath us, but the lift does not stop.
홍루군,
Young Honglu,
우리가 앞으로 만나게 될 자들은 전부 악인인 건가?
are we to be battle villains henceforth in this quest?
저들에게는 저희가 악인인 것이겠죠?
But to them, we are the villains.
그렇다면 저희에게도 저들은 악인 것일까요? 의미 없는 분별이네요.
Then, are they to be evil in our eyes? It's a distinction without a difference.
분명한 건 앞으로 만날 자들 중에서는
Well, whichever is the case, I'm pretty sure that
적과 아군을 구분하는 것만큼 의미 없는 짓은 없을 거예요.
trying to draw a clear line between enemies and allies won't mean much. It seemed that we finally arrived at our destination as the lift slowed down. We were greeted by a sight that at first appeared as though it belonged outside, but we were still clearly within the confines of Hongyuan. Underneath the blue sky were two metal gates leading into a massive looming structure. Red lights flickered ominously around the building.
이 넓은 공간을 건물 바깥처럼 꾸미려면 도대체 돈을 얼마나 쏟아부었으려나요?
Looks like they decorated this huge space to look like the outside. I can't even fathom how much money they must have poured into this project.
가조 심사 2차전.
Family Hierarchy Evaluations Round 2. A disembodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz.
시작.
Begins now. The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut.
이곳이 어디인지
Oh,
이제 알겠네요.
I finally recognize where we are.
와본 적 있는 곳이야?
You've been here before?
여기는
This place is...
옛날에 공씨 가문이 운영하던 구 H사의 터랍니다.
the site of the former H-Corp that was once headed by the Kong family.
아직 그때의 상처가 채 아물지 않은 곳일 텐데 이제 새로운 피가 또 덮어지려나요?
This place still bleeds from the wounds made then. I wonder if we will be spilling fresh blood from them today. We are surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of the teeming audience. Is Honglu smiling still, as he always has since our first meeting? I turn around to face him, only to see a much younger Honglu. The deep sorrow in the child's eyes was about to overflow, as if he were ready to burst into tears.
식사는 꼬박꼬박 챙겨 먹는 편이 좋아요. 선멸 작전이
Well, that was a lot of informations. That was a lot to digest. Let me do a little something.
예술도 모르는
Not
재미없는
real she
토끼놈들이지.
was she.
두려운 건 내가 가장 두려운 건 흑수는 사람이 아니라 주군에게 충성한다. 질리도록 들은 말이지. 그런데 허물을 벗고 더 빛나려면 사람에게
혈귀 사냥꾼이 될 생각은 없어. 흑수는 홍원의 은원에서 한 발짝 벗어나 있어. 덕분에 임무를.
But yeah, that was really something. Like we really explored a lot about what happened to Honglu as a kid, of course. But yeah, we learned a lot about how Hongyuan works, and we kind of got hints about what happened to Honglu. Like I think he probably let someone die or something. He really became delusioned with the world. That's like clearly something we can see. But yeah, sorry enough, guys. This is going to be all for today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys had fun. And all I have to say is see you next week for the second part of Canto 8. See you till next time. Bye bye, boys.